Dicks and balls. Dicks and balls. Dicks and balls. Dicks and balls. Let's go. Oh, I have to move chat. Okay, hold on. I'm in my desktop audio. Hello, everybody. It is I, your favorite girl failure, EB Games, here with some close pals of mine. Because I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Hold on, I can't find my chat. There it is. Okay, chat, you go on my head. Okay, what about the booba? Okay, ready? 1, 2, ready, and boobs, 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 boobs. There was not as much enthusiasm for boobs as there was dicks and balls.
I have a mouthful of pizza. I'm doing my best.
Meatloaf, thank you so much for the gift sub, gamer. Or Hidden, thank you so much for the gift sub.
I need to ready myself.
Thank you so much for the follow. Not guess like icky Robots. Hidden, thank you for the gift sub to Meatloaf. Oh god, I'm fucking illiterate. And also, Blaze, thank you so much for the gift sub. Let's go, Booba. I thought she was gonna say she had a mouthful. Honestly, Puds, if you pulled up and you were like, I have a mouthful of cock and balls right now, I'd be like, good for you. Like,
I don't,
girl
but I drew you with that.
Yeah, oh yeah, fun fact, Puds is the person
we're
that,
tag teaming.
yeah,
Oh, you're
Puds
the
is the person that drew my hentai. Give it up for Puds and hentai.
Can't wait for the Skyrim model to drop so I can do it, but with orc balls and cock.
Exactly. Oh, bro, the tentacle hentai is gonna go so hard. Let me change the. There we go. Okay, so today. Well, let's introduce our gamers. On top, our little spooky ghost friend, because I said we were playing something spooky, is our friend Aqua. Aqua is a mod here. Say hi, Aqua.
Hi, Aqua.
Thank you, Aqua. Very cool. Next up is my beloved vocal student, jungler in League of Legends and close
What do
friend.
you tell them? What?
That's what you
Do
do.
not humiliate me, girl. I fucking
Addict
like
behavior.
you. Dino.
My favorite my friend that bullied me when I thought Portugal was in South America.
No way.
I
that?
didn't. Fuck. It's not. No, it's not. Portugal's not in South America. I didn't know. I did. Anyway. Hi, Flame.
Hello.
American geography is failing us.
Let me know if anything or anyone is too loud or too quiet, by the way. Next up, we have Nathaniel. Nathaniel doesn't have a cool online username. He's just Nathaniel. And Nathaniel, what are you, by the way? What is your little guy?
It's a diet dog.
What the fuck is that?
No,
What
these
is it?
little guys that I study for the research I do.
Nathaniel.
Tiny plants produce half the oxygen on Earth.
Nathaniel is my designated smart person friend. I invited him here because he's really smart and I'm stupid. He knows
Wait,
about
so we're not so the rest are not
plants and
smart.
shit.
I'm insulted.
Well, okay,
Ooh,
all
you
of you
know
are.
what?
Everyone is very highly educated. Okay, I'm somewhat educated.
Your diatom also
Make your
looked
whole
like the
paper
little
girl.
notes whenever you make a song in Animal Crossing.
I thought it looked like anal beads.
Those are some square anal beads.
Yeah.
Have you never seen square anal beads?
It's given the square goes in the round
that's how
hole.
you get a fucking that's how you get a rupture something.
Well, you mean
Oh,
I'm sorry, skill issue? Like,
I am sorry, but I do not appreciate or respect your skills.
anyway, die. No, I'm kidding. And then next we have another mod here, Jingle! Jingle, what would you like to say?
Dicks, balls, and boobs.
Yeah!
Balls and
Okay.
boobs.
And also, next up, Puds. Already hard, like, I kind of hyped you up. You drew my hentai. Do you have anything else you'd like to say about yourself?
I did it once, I'll do it again.
Yeah, so if you want art of me getting, like, dick down, commission Puds! Very talented
true!
artist. She's very talented.
The hat stays on during sex.
The hat does stay on during sex. I also don't know how to take it off with this model, so...
That's okay.
Nice hat.
It looks beautiful. I love its
Thank you.
physics.
Do you like its jiggles?
Yeah!
Oh, wait. Look what I can do now. I don't think you were here when I did this, but check this shit out. I'm
Holy shit,
blepping.
that's a ton.
Oh my god, okay, my lag was so bad. I was like, yeah, you did it! No, that's
Yeah, and then I can also look, because I have the fancy iPhone tracking. I'm a real VTuber now. Look.
Look at you!
This could be so good for
true.
Skyrim.
Is your hat a parasite? Does it have a name?
No, I haven't
Greg.
named it. Should I name it?
I think
Greg.
so.
We're gonna call
I
it
vote for Greg.
It looks like a
Greg.
Phil to me.
like Dr. Phil.
No, I don't like it anymore.
Can we name my hat Dr. Phil? No, because that would
I
mean
like
Dr.
it.
Phil is topping me. No.
Oh no.
I do not want to get caught by Dr.
So, do you want to name it Astarion or?
In the door, or I'm
We could
going
name
to
it
throw a
Astarion.
rock through your window, you dumb whore.
I thought it was window.
Anyway, last but certainly not least is Ray. Ray, what would you like to
Hello
say
there.
for yourself? Oh, okay.
Echo.
So, basically, we're playing this game called Shipwrecked 64. And the game advertises itself as an ARG with unsettling elements. So if you don't want to be unsettled, bye. I mean, yeah, my stream is already unsettling enough with half the shit I say. So basically, I like ARGs. I think they're really cool. I'm also really stupid. So that's why I've gathered these friends here today, so we can hopefully unlock the mystery together. I don't know how far we're gonna get. We're gonna see what happens, but welcome in everyone. I'm glad you're here. You're choosing to spend your Friday night with me. I appreciate it. But let's get started. Now, I will say, we let the opening screen play for too long. Like, we were just dicking around. And then there was like a scary face that showed up in like one of the corners. And then there was like Owen Wilson. I don't think it was actually Owen Wilson, but like it looked like
Owen Wilson.
He looked like Owen Wilson. I'm sorry, he looked like Owen Wilson. So, you know, Owen Wilson jumps there. So, I guess we're gonna do new game then? What does this say?
Lesbian.
What is... Oh, wait, did you hear that?
Slap it.
What?
There you go.
Let's go.
Okay, how do I...
Oh, get
Yankee.
it! Oh,
How do I
get it.
interact? Like, do I just...
A,
A?
most likely.
It's not A, can I?
I mean,
Like-
you need to get. I think you need to get to the door to begin.
Oh, okay.
A giant
Well,
door
we'll
Say
go
new
Oh,
game
game.
on the door.
Okay, you know.
I guess that's the entering button.
This smack is so... Oh, fuck. Make your choice. The
Wow,
fucking-
lots of choices you got there.
I guess, okay, Shipwrecked as it was intended to be. Recreate using a game design dock and order assets. Lock, the game that was removed from the shelves. Please play the fixed version to unlock. Okay, well, I guess we're making our... Oh, we're making our choice. Okay.
Ding dong. Pizza's here.
Pizza's here. I want pizza. I had soup for dinner. Oh, shit.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Chuck E. Cheese core.
Sorry, the otter? The fucking squirrel?
Well, at least it's
That's
not
funny.
Freddy Fazbear.
That could be Freddy Fazbear. I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Man.
That-
Why?
Oh, this is gonna be fucked up. What is this?
This is
the
what
time of
those
your life.
fucking public domain Disney horror movies look like. The blood and honey Pooh
Alright, we're not
Bear.
skipping anything. We need the lore. We need the lore. Oh boy.
Lord.
Lore.
Okay.
Did you get this
Oh,
at a
wait.
garage sale?
I guess so. Hello!
Don't forget to blow on the cartridge.
Welcome to Shipwrecked 64, 2023 edition. Shipwrecked 64 was meant to release in 1997, but was pulled after 3 days for reasons we now know. What were the reasons? We
There.
have been...
Imagine not spilling the tea.
Yeah, like, why not give us the tea? We have been working on trying to restore the game. I can't... We were able to transfer most of the game to new software, but had to fill some gaps ourselves in. I don't know if that's how game development works, but I don't know. This version of the game is
Mostly clean.
mostly... What does mostly mean? When it says
That is-
clean,
That
does
means
mean
Bucky's gonna get it at
It's
one
just a little
point.
unsay so.
I don't want... What animal is that? Oh, he's a beaver,
It's
right?
a beaver.
Bucky the
yeah,
beaver.
I don't
Happy
want
spawn
beaver. I
around.
don't want hot beaver fucking Nintendo 64
Hot
sets on my
Beaver
stream.
picks New Year.
So it's
Oh my
Papa
god.
Schnoodle over again.
Busy
Fuck.
Day
beaver.
one. Welcome,
Squirrel
Endo
milfs near
gamers.
you.
We might watch this beaver get pegged. Who knows? Hi.
I hope he doesn't get
Hi. Oh, hi.
Just like
I
that.
pressed like.
I
A.
hope
Oh, here we
the
go.
parts that it gets filled in with are just like a sharp right
Right,
turn.
yeah.
Like it looks like it's made in a different medium.
It's like very. HD.
It's just like a real life photo of a beaver that's
Oh
slightly
my
moving.
God. Let me turn your volume down just a little bit, Puds, because you were like
Oh, I'm
super.
sorry.
No, don't apologize. You were just like hi, and now you're like ah, which like I love that energy. But
I'm
no, it's okay. It's funny. It's okay. It's funny.
turn my mic
No. I already changed it in Discord. If you change it, I'm going to shit myself. Do not. I will shit right now. You hear me, young lady? I'm shitting. Oh my God, my background music is still going. I'm gonna kill myself.
Maybe I threw
I've
up.
done this
That's
6
pretty
streams in a row now, by the way, where I forget to turn my fucking background music off. At least it's a collab. I have an excuse this time. I have to entertain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of my friends while I'm doing this. Anyway, back to pegging. At least it was
Streamer, where's the
soothing.
content?
Okay. Looks like my prayers have been answered. Listen, you gotta help me.
Yeah.
I was out on the sea with my friends, and I crashed my boat. It was awful. Oh, skill issue. And my friends were all kidnapped.
Huh?
Okay.
By what? The
Damn,
ocean?
issue.
that's crazy. It was pretty bad.
Real.
It was
What?
pretty
I'm in
bad.
the best place on earth, but I lost all my friends.
They got stolen by the ocean, I guess. But you can help, right? What if I just said no? Was that be an option? Let me show you how it works. How what works? What's Did you hear that?
Why was it a
Okay,
trumpet?
I don't know. Okay, you try using the analog stick to move. Okay. Who's who can
I just walk off into the ocean and swim away.
Dude's got streamer neck. He can't look up.
Oh, he just died.
You cannot swim.
Yeah,
This is
I'm
not water
fucking
enough handle. You should
beaver.
know that.
This is what I look
Water
like
being.
in real life. Okay. Anyway.
Sorry, the volcano? It's just chilling
Oh.
there?
Yeah.
That's what that is?
Oh,
it
whoa,
could just
Death
be
That's a
Mountain.
very
It could just
Interesting
be a snowy
tip.
mountain.
That's a big
You know?
tip. It says try using the analog stick to move. Oh, there we go. Okay. You can also press A to jump. Oh, fuck. What is A to jump? Oh, I don't know.
Do you have a
Uh-oh.
controller?
Should I be playing this with it? I don't know if it's
I
actually.
feel like maybe
Yeah.
you should.
I'm pretty sure it'd be better with a
Let
controller.
me turn this. Oh, here we go. It says A to jump. Okay, well, A is not jump, by the way. Look out for canvases too. You can save on those. Okay.
Canvassing? Like the political? Like we gotta pass out pamphlets?
I thought like an artist canvas, but you know what do I?
No, we
know?
gotta earn our keep. We gotta advertise for the local corrupt politician to get money in game.
Maybe that's why his friends got kidnapped.
Oh my god.
Like,
Honestly, doesn't surprise me at this point.
I mean, American politics go crazy. Like, all right, I'm all yours, buddy. Okay, there we go. It wasn't.
1
Oh shit!
p.m.
Wait,
Oh
there's
my
a
god, it
timer.
is Final
Okay,
Fantasy
whew.
13.
we gotta hustle.
No, that's the time of day, not the timer.
Okay, so it's. Oh wait, fuck. It says the hull. How do I save with this? Can I?
I don't
That's
think
not
you
a canvas.
That's not a
That's
canvas,
correct.
I don't think.
Ah, okay.
It's a sign.
Can I open this door?
Just slap it.
Let's see. Let's see. I'm slapping. Hello?
Ooh, a chest.
What's it?
Save.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. How do
Oh,
I...
I thought it said Jave.
Wait, why is
so
it getting
Jave.
dark? How do I...
When you
Jave.
pass it does that.
I'm gonna Jave.
I'm gonna jave? I'm javing so hard right now. How do I save?
I think you saved. Like the ping is the safe sound.
Oh, okay. It's also now not...
Gaslight,
me
geek,
resume.
keep, girl
Tim,
boss.
thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the studio, guys. Like,
Game
keep
crash.
Girl boss. I think my... Let me try it with my... I think I broke the fucking
Ding
game.
dong.
You know what? It's a real.
Whoa, it's
positive
vibrating.
Experience.
Why is my controller vibrating? Do you hear that? Bro, she's vibrating.
Bing.
Oh.
I just keep hearing Bing.
Yeah.
Ding.
I don't know what the fuck happened.
Maybe restart it real quick.
What?
Ding dong.
Okay, I think I broke the fucking game. Let's try this again.
Well done.
Unless,
Izzy.
is that supposed to happen? I don't
I
think
don't
it is.
think so.
Okay, let's
No.
try this again. Let's try this. Let's try this again. Hold up. Okay. Me breaking the game within what? How long has it been? What? 20 minutes? Okay, here. Now we get the full intro
20 minutes of
cutscene.
stream, about 1 minute of the actual game.
Yeah. Maybe it's because I didn't start it with my controller and then it went back and forth. Do we want to watch the intro cutscene now? We didn't get to watch the intro cutscene before.
Yes.
Yeah.
We gotta show everybody Owen Wilson.
We're gonna have to wait a while for Owen Wilson though. But
It was
how
only a
goes the
couple
secret
minutes.
hunter group? Well, we already I already crashed the game, so not well. Is it gonna?
We discovered a big pointy tit.
We did get a big pointy tip. Okay, there we go.
Whee!
It didn't do that last time.
Nope.
Well, because you pressed A this time, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay, continue. All right, we'll go.
Continue.
Wait, what's this?
Slap.
Return to menu. Oh, I guess that's the starting menu.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Now I think I know what to do. Okay, now I flee. Oh, goodbye, Star. Oh, wait, why didn't my eats work? Did they work? Maybe I just missed them. I'm sorry, gamer. Okay, it did save. Okay. But thanks for hanging out and beating the shit out of me. I appreciate it. It's a note about the hull. What does it say? The alt tab, you soft lock the gaming that Jeffrey. What?
Nola Terra.
What?
That's usually Nola Terra is land that has not been claimed.
Ah, okay. I'll do it again later. Thank you, Starbucks. You're in the hall now. A safe space for new visitors. Make yourself comfy and take care. Chief Wolf. Okay, well that's cool.
Ooh, the wolf.
The wolf. Is there anything in here?
Chest.
Is there just nothing in there?
Slap
Yeah,
it.
just confusion.
Oh, keep.
Oh, I
yeah.
have to just like smash it. Okay, I found a secret. Check the menu later to see it. Oh, so that's like the main menu. Okay, well let me do that just so that way I don't lose out on my secret.
I think the ding sounds like when you get something right, Jeopardy.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, that just says the whole. Okay.
Daily double.
Let's go. What does this say? It says the park.
Oh, shit, I haven't put in my application for Jeopardy yet this year.
Oh hell yeah! All right, let's see. Guess this is the park. It says the beach. Oh, I thought this was the park.
No, like,
Wait, who the fuck is
Behind
that?
you
Hello?
was-
is that wolf?
Is he gonna kill you?
I don't know. Hello?
Nope.
No.
He just went through you.
Hello?
Yeah.
There we go. It's really hot out, isn't it? It's not the sun telling you that for certain. Just please leave for your sake.
Okay.
What?
All right. I mean, I don't
What?
want to be
Sure.
here. My friends were kidnapped.
But he laid it on thick.
I was just like, man, it's just walked up to me and was like, it's not safe for you to be here. Maybe it's because I'm gay. I don't know. It's
Damn,
still
are we
wild
ready with the
here.
homophobia? It's not a little bit early.
The only town on the island is a sundown town.
Hi. Oh, it's Chief Wolf.
That's Chief Wolf.
Looks like I missed one. Well, hello.
This
Listen.
one.
Yeah. What do you
I
mean by that?
missed one?
What do you mean by that?
It was
And then going, listen, I know it was an accident.
Was it? Was it?
I think
What
this is the guy
was
who
an
kidnapped our
accident?
friends.
Well, we found our friends.
But you're
They're
scaring
safe.
our town. You're scaring the hose, Bucky. I know where your boat is. It's in pieces. Great.
Dang.
Okay.
Well, dang.
That's very helpful.
I know, right? There's a forest nearby. Slumber Woods. Go there. Get your boat pieces. I'll fix it and you can leave. Now scram. Okay. All right.
There's
Don't-
something
what?
in that chat. Oh, what?
Oh, minigame.
What?
Press the Z
Oh,
button.
mini-
There. What Z button?
Oh, it's supposed to be like a GameCube controller. Shit.
Shit. Oh, are these my? Wait. Where do I put the boat parts? Oh, do I have to just like?
It's
Just
just
in
a red
the
circle
square,
on the
I
ground.
think.
Yeah.
Ah.
Alright, you have 600
No,
seconds
you-
to go find them.
Oh fuck. Okay, I don't like
Hurry
when
up.
things are timed. Okay.
Run in.
10 minutes.
Can I run? I don't. Can you? I got. Oh
That's
wait,
probably
there's one
what
over
the
there.
Z
There's
The
one-
button
left
is used
bumper,
for.
yeah, is run.
Oh, it's like night
Whoa.
vision.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Boat vision.
Low-key kind of
Boat
creepy.
vision, boat vision. Boat vision. Okay.
That sounds like a
I don't know what that
superpower a
is.
fisherman would have.
The whole area looks a little
Ahoy, boy.
shipwrecked.
I don't like this. It looks like death. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like someone.
Hello?
Well, you found death.
Who are you?
Can I swing at him?
Don't touch that, please. Just
Oh, maybe
keep
don't put
running.
him there. It still says part 0 of 6.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. Okay.
well, there was an interaction above the other one that you had. Did it do anything when you brought them together?
Oh.
Maybe
I
it
think
has
it's
to
just
be
that
on the big
Alright,
like
then.
square thingy. Yeah.
There we go.
Oh,
There you go.
Okay, it was
Ah.
a little
Right,
fucky, but that's okay.
Convoluted.
All right, boat vision. Okay, I don't like that. Oh,
don't like
he's
him.
red. I don't like that I can't hit. They took away my
You give
my
him a high
slapper.
five.
They
Yeah,
took
it's the
away
right
my
bumper. I
slapper.
think it's a slapper.
Okay, we can still slap. Okay.
You gotta get the slapping
Oh,
ready.
it's
It's
just
the
the sound
most,
effect
like,
of it.
Here's the thing.
Reverberated ass cheek I have ever heard.
Like, I'm just saying, like, Slender Man who? Like,
I could
Yeah.
collect the pages.
I think Slender Man would have been a much shorter game if I was given a gun. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my god.
Like, okay, here we go. Where's our little
You
buddy?
be
Love
running
the
with the
whole
hot
theory of
Yes.
Slenderman just being embarrassed that you found his edgy drawings.
It's just his DeviantArt page
Oh
from like
my God.
2006.
We all have our DeviantArt
Are
age.
you-
No need to make fun of it.
I don't know. I feel like low-key, if that is the lore behind Slenderman, he's kind of justified. Because if someone looked for, like, found my DeviantArt and, like, was trying to, like, recover it, I think I'd smack a bitch, too. I'm gonna be honest.
Cowards. I've read my own 2013 written Sonic OC fanfiction on stream.
You're so brave, actually. Like, I just want you to know.
It was a little traumatizing.
No.
I
Is that
still
page
have
actually
my
in?
old seats around from my DeviantArt days. I'm pretty sure they're decent at least.
I feel like we
I
have
have
a lot
trust
of
in
time
myself.
because it says 400 seconds, but I'm still, like, afraid I'm not gonna get them all in time. Like, it
Don't
feels like a
worry.
generous amount. And I think there's only one guy
I think
over
it's not
there.
supposed to be a hard game, mechanically speaking.
Do you know Lil Sonic? Puds?
Little Sonic.
Lil
What's
Sonic?
Lil Sonic? What's Lil Sonic?
I mean, I feel like I should.
I feel like that's gonna be
I
like
didn't
some weird
spend
diaper
10 years
fetish
up
Sonic
Shadow's
or some
asshole
shit.
to not have the deep lore.
I'm pretty
Sonic
sure.
You were a
inflation.
shadow girly, I see. I don't want to talk about inflation. I just want to talk about. Oh God, man. Okay.
Let's pretend he's not there, all right?
I mean, like, I don't know.
He's
Can I
just
smack
on
him?
He's
like
just
a
gonna
quick
follow
little,
you.
quick little hop.
Can I like?
I don't.
Can I
don't think
fight
you
him?
should
Like, I kind of want to know if I can fight him.
No, Evie, don't touch the guy. You're going to get
Okay.
jump scared.
Stranger
Considering that he
danger.
is like on all fours and the other guys were not.
It took every bone in my body to not immediately be like, yeah, me too. Like, like, I was really like, okay,
Bow wow.
Evie, be normal. Try to be normal. Try to be normal. Also, I see you guys saying lurks.
What is
Thank you,
normal?
gamers. Thank you for the lurk and thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I am trying to read chat, but there's also, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
We can become text-to-speech bots.
Oh my
It's
God.
okay.
Okay, so there should be one over there. This is the last. We only need one more after this. And I think, how much
I
is,
think it was
like,
in the
3,
direction
6,
where
9? Yeah, we still
the
have, like
last
5
I
one.
minutes.
love
I think we're okay.
walking simulator. We're doing so good.
I don't know.
Have
The
you heard
guy over there
about-
still fucks me
Better
up.
than Death Stranding.
I never
Oi,
played
Death Stranding
Death
was great,
Stranding.
shut
Was
the
it
fuck
as
Well,
up.
we
bad?
are stranded. All that's left to do is die.
I think we can make that happen.
So we're the Living Stranded.
Ah, yes,
Living
my
Stranding.
favorite N64 game where I just kill myself. Fantastic.
Wonderful.
What? It's what I always wanted. Thanks, Mom. This is
Legend
just what I
comes
wanted from
to-
GameStop. Alright, here we go. Last one. No, quit. There we go. Okay, last one
It's
should be
over
over there.
there.
Okay, we
On
should
the side.
definitely have enough time, though.
And we didn't get assaulted by the bunny
I
guy
don't-
mask thing. That
where is he?
doesn't-
I don't
Okay,
know.
we've got
Kind of
some
reminds me of the
distance from
Nowhere
him.
King from Centaur World.
The fact
Like,
that
white
he's
mask
not
and
on
gold
the
antlers.
screen
Yeah,
is
I
a
don't
little
like that.
concerning.
Where does he go? Like,
I don't know.
You're
No,
gonna
you can
pick
see
this
him.
piece up and he's gonna blood spray
He's
it
right there
towards you.
on the right. You see?
I don't like being.
So
Where?
long as you're
I
inside
like
the red circle, you're
psychological
fine.
horror. I don't like just like.
You don't like We're playing an ARG.
No, I like psychological. He's
He is
moving
coming in
faster.
hot.
Did
You
see-
better
Yeah,
move.
he's going
Joking,
faster.
joking.
I would
I
like.
don't
to
like the sound he makes.
I didn't
the
even know he
static.
was making sound.
Yeah, he's making like that like sound.
Okay, now what?
Now what?
I got all the parts.
Stay in that
Oh,
circle.
your timer's still
Okay.
going.
You got your boat back. It says,
Yay.
okay, oh dear, get out of the woods. Okay, I got an achievement
One
for that,
piece.
at least.
You got everything
That
in
was-
one piece.
Oh, Swiss, thank you so much for the tier 3 gamer. Thank you so much for the 41 months.
Got it.
Are you winning? No, I'm gonna shit myself. Got it? Good. But thank you, gamer. You have so many PlayStations. You have 41 PlayStation 2s. Congratulations.
Why does he not have an eye? One of his eyes is just missing.
Well, we need to
It's
do
like
his
Texas.
romance route to find out
It's
his
to be
backstory.
the
Get out of
original
my
character.
face.
Original OC, do not steal.
Original OC. do not
Open that
steal.
chest, I guess.
You found a secret. Okay, cool. Check the menu. All right, let me see. I
Is that
accidentally.
Is
like
the
your
menu
pause
like
menu?
your pause menu? Yeah. No, okay.
We can't save yet, so I don't want to do that quite yet. What's going on over here, by the way?
Some
You're in
Is that an
jail.
armory?
It's
Are
like
those
blocked
guns?
off. Are they?
I think that's just a prison.
No, that's a
Maybe we
lock,
can go
yeah.
in a
That's where
different
your
way.
that's where your friends are.
Oh.
In my opinion,
Oh,
impression
look,
are
you can
shit
take a
almost everything.
bath.
I don't want to take a bath.
You're stinky.
There should be a safe
You've
thing
been
on
I
the
shipwrecked
side.
for who
being.
knows how
Oh my
long.
god, it's
Oh,
6
there's-
p.m. The fuck?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you wanted to be a musky beaver.
Maybe I do want to be a musky beaver. Bitches love my beaver musk. Who the fuck is that? Okay,
Ew.
hi. Are you the same guy as
This is
before?
the guy.
Why is everyone here a wolf?
I think it's like a wolf
Could
island.
be Wolf Village.
Like that's what I'm thinking. Because it said like
Are
Captain
they-
Wolf
are
or
they
something.
Oh no, it's the
Species?
Omegaverse.
Oh, no.
I'm going to get beta to death.
That's why they want you to leave. You don't fit into the hierarchical breeding society.
I
What did he
don't-
just say? No, wait, no,
Wait,
go back.
okay,
What
let
did
me-
he just
yeah,
say?
what did he just say? I pressed the button too fast.
It's not
Here,
the
that
same-
way I
oh,
had the
that's
first time.
tricky.
And let me try it again.
Back to me again? Okay.
That's the same.
well,
Can I
fuck
get it to
it.
say it again? There we go. Okay. Crash in like that. I can't skip the dialogue, which is kind of.
Whoops.
Trying to live our lives.
You wouldn't want to stay here too long. You
Damn.
wanna
Are they
laugh?
werewolves?
Are you
Are they
threatening me? I'm going to
werewolves?
I
stab
do
you.
feel like I'm being threatened. Oh, hey! That's one of my friends. She was on the title page. Hey! Hi, Bucky. Thanks goodness you're okay. Listen, I'm in a tight situation here. We were sent to gather coconuts for wolves to pay off our debt for the crap. What?
Uh-huh.
I think you broke something when you crashed, and that's the reason you were quote unquote kidnapped.
No, I think they're just mad.
I think they're just mean to me. Yeah. They're werewolves.
mean-
They're already wolves. We'll make them
Yeah,
more.
they get a little wolfier.
Hit or interact with those and you'll get them. Okay, so now
They
I gotta
turn
get
into-
coconuts.
They turn into those like
Foxes.
sexy wolf images.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh
Okay.
no.
I need
Oh, there we
30
go. 30
coconuts.
Oh, that's
Okay, how do I
weird.
start
Did that
swinging?
start at
Slap the
the?
Slap me with violence.
I don't
That
think this
didn't
one has a
work.
coconut. Okay.
Go to
what about
another
this one?
tree.
Why did it turn black?
I don't know. I think it's to mean that I've like already hit it or something.
Yeah, most likely. It's just an indicator.
I'm not finding shit. I'm gonna be real with
You found a chest.
Oh, we got one. We got one. Okay. Okay. Coconut. Ooh,
You also got a concussion,
okay.
damn.
2. Open this. Oh. Also, thank you.
Oh,
Coconut.
okay, they're in the chest too.
Okay, they can be in the chest too. All right, smack. We don't have as much time
Why
for
is
this
it
one.
flash banging you?
I don't know. Maybe I
You
deserve
know,
it.
so far it doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah, so far we're doing okay.
Hey,
yeah, yeah.
what is that directly
What?
in front of you? Is that just another chest?
I think so. This
Behind you, I mean,
one? Oh,
sorry.
behind me?
It's just the otter.
Oh yeah, it's just on a thingy.
Oh, okay.
Can I
Have to
open
jump
it?
to it then? Or, oh, never mind.
There we go. Okay. We're smacking. Yeah. Okay, this is gonna take a while to get all fucking 30 coconuts. Why does it feel like more retro
was
game,
waiting.
horror game than just an oldie? So the game came out this year, but it's like, it's based off of like N64 type stuff, but it just came out this year. So
I think the energy stuff will kick once we get to like the shelf version, the one that's not
yeah,
clean, so to
I
speak.
think we have to. This is supposedly when we were at the starting screen. There was like, here's the revised version, and then there's the real version. But you have to play this version to unlock the real version. So for now, I'm just fucking beating the shit out of trees, trying to get some coconuts for my friend. What was her name? Olive Otter. Isn't she a
Yeah.
beaver?
Yeah.
Isn't she also?
No,
just-
she's an otter.
No, she's an
No,
otter.
You're the beaver.
I don't know my animals, dude. Like,
You're
I've
the
never
beaver.
heard of an otter
Otter's
called a
in the name.
beaver.
what's the difference between an otter and a beaver?
A lot of
One has a
things.
buck tooth and the
One
other
thing
one
to eat a
doesn't.
dog and a cat.
I mean, both are mammals at least.
Don't they both
Yeah.
go in the water?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Oh,
like
I
they're
guess so.
All the fishes, but
It would be like
Um, I know otters
really
form
good.
gangs of their own.
There was a
Yeah,
tunnel.
otters-
Beavers are scared
I'm
of
debating- I wanna try
flowing
to get
water,
through, like,
so they have to
these-
build dams.
Trees, and then I'm gonna go in the secret tunnel. Okay.
Secret
Secret
tunnel.
tunnel. I knew that was coming.
No.
Let's see. Bong, 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 bong. There we go. One's a water capybara and the other likes dams. Damn, that's crazy. No pun intended. Okay, nothing there. I think we got all the trees over here, so we'll go in the secret tunnel now? Yeah. Okay.
Secret
Tunnel,
tunnel.
secret-
Alright, let's wait for
tunnel.
some fucked up shit to happen. I really thought something was gonna fall out of the tree on you when
Is
you
it
were
just
doing
me or
this.
did the screen get
I mean,
more
we-
like...
Definitely
It's
did.
fuzzier, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I thought I was... Okay, glad to know that's not
Maybe
just me.
something bad will happen once you reach nighttime.
God, I hope so.
Ooh.
Like...
I mean, it seems like that might be the case.
That might be the vibe.
I mean, you were told the sun, sun.
Well, they said it's too
Yeah.
hot, but it's not the sun.
Well, I mean, there was
Oh.
the big tip. The big volcano.
Oh, maybe the volcano will
Could
explode.
be like ash.
Okay, let's go.
You crashed your boat so hard you caused an eruption.
Crashed my boat so hard I caused an ecological disaster.
That sounds like something you would do.
It is on brand for me. I mean, listen, I
My
don't
hearing
mean
was
to
playing
be,
on me. For
I
a
don't
minute, I thought I heard
an
direction.
eco-terrorist, but it happens, you know. No one's perfect. Wait, what?
No,
Check the menu later to see it. Okay, all right.
Oh, it's a secret.
Just a
We got another
secret.
secret. I want
You
to
got a
like.
secret in the secret tunnel.
I'm so used to like having to like when you double click it'll like just not show the dialogue moving, so I keep accidentally skipping dialogue. I apologize. I just want to read immediately. I don't want to wait. Okay? 5 more coconuts. Who
Almost
are these people? I want to get my
Gotta
coconuts.
knock
first.
on their door.
Doesn't work.
Yeah, I can't interact with it. Okay. Can I
You
interact with
need
this
4
one?
more coconuts.
There is not secret tunnel embossing, say. Okay, there we go. To be fair, looking at my tags can be kind of a... I forget to update them all the time, so I don't blame you, gamer. Okay, let's see. 28? No, okay. We're at the edge of the map. Can I, like, just jump off?
Don't
Probably.
jump off.
I'm not
You're
gonna
so
jump
close.
off, low-key, just because getting these coconuts was a bitch and a half. I'm not killing myself
Yeah,
after
this
that.
was a process,
This
that's
was
for
a
sure.
moment.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, 20...
Two
Two
more.
more fucking coconuts.
I hope there
I think that's
isn't
one thing-
exactly 30, because that would be a pain.
I think
But
it...
there are.
That is one
Oh
thing
my
that
God.
I kind of struggle with like retro inspired games is that they're almost always there's always something wrong with them where they're just a little bit too obviously modern made to look retro, and sometimes it is with like the busy
There
work
was
tasks.
one sculpture to the left.
What was that? To the
There's
left?
one polisher behind you. That
Oh,
hasn't taken.
thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that one has a coconut in it.
There you go.
Haha!
Yay!
Thank
There
you,
you
Flame.
go.
I love you.
You're welcome.
You probably have to go back
Yeah.
to the start. Oh,
Like,
Oh,
Yeah,
it says
you called me to always
ACH
set up everything
underscore
at the time.
4742. Okay, that's probably gonna be important. Wait, we freed
give
her?
me
Oh,
a second.
shit.
I'll type
She
it up.
was a
Yeah, who's gonna be?
slave.
It's like a fucking like group project. It's like who's
Alright,
gonna be our
Nathaniel,
note
take out your
taker?
lab
Who's gonna be our
notebook.
presenter? Oh, it's 11 p.m.
ACH 4742. Cool.
Okay. Well, we don't know what that's for, but we'll need it later. All right, she's meeting us at the shore. All right. It's 11
nighttime,
p.m.
You might need to go to the hole to sleep for the night.
I'm wondering.
Can
Oh,
you
that
talk
guy's
to
still
the
walking
walker
around.
that's nighttime?
I wasn't sure if I could sleep for the night, low key.
Go, but you should probably
So-
talk to the. Oh, never mind.
I don't know how important this is, but the in 2019 4742 refers to the Protecting American Lungs Act.
Oh. Do my lungs need to be protected?
Maybe.
Something
Well,
about
what your
volcano
ribcage
and
does?
ashes.
Volcano
The
ash, yeah.
volcano ash.
Wait, what's this?
Ah.
The beach. Okay,
The
well, let's go back to the beach
I mean, we
then.
do have a volcano.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I feel like maybe we didn't explore everything here.
Go to the.
Yeah, there's another door over here.
Go to your see if you can sleep before you go over.
Here, we'll go in the
Living
living
quarters.
quarters. That might be the key.
Oh.
Oh.
Did we free the otter or
Yeah,
We
she
did
was
free the
standing out by
otter.
the beach.
Yeah, we just walked
Wasn't there
past
like
her.
her.
four
And
friends
the
on the
lady.
thing though?
Yeah,
well
but
you
they're
were
probably...
one of them.
Oh, so we need to find 2 more people. I think I might accidentally kill. Oh wait, here we go. Here we go.
You gotta get Anxiety Snake and Angry Bird.
Hi, anxiety snake.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
Wal-
not the
walrus.
walrus.
Walter Walrus. Hi, Bucky. Thank goodness you're here. Bad
Sorry,
weather.
the worry walrus.
Oh, the worry. There we go. There we go. Bad weather wound you up here too, Oh, fuck. My boat wound up in a local dam. Can you try and get it unstuck? Just open the gates and we'll be good. Oh, and don't move if it gets dark. It's hard to explain. Do your best. Okay.
What?
It's fucking 11
Uh-oh.
already.
Okay. So don't move. Is it not already dark?
Maybe it's going to get more dark.
What do
It's
I
dark
need to
for
do?
us.
Oh fuck, I have to put my glass. I don't know how to take my glasses on and put them off on my bottle, so I'm just gonna put them on in real life. There we go. I might look a little high, but that's okay. I'm always
Is that walking I hear?
That's our footsteps.
okay. Yeah, they said don't move if it gets dark. I'm not sure if I
How
Can you
understand.
press
Dark.
that button?
Are you
Like,
sure
that's a red
something else?
button,
There's
isn't it,
something
on the-
else.
Are you supposed to ride in the boat?
Maybe.
Slap it.
It won't let me slap. I've been.
Darn.
Why can't I slam? All right, well let's get in, I guess. Here we go.
Oh, alright.
Whee!
Was
Why
this
is
the
that drum
play?
beat?
I don't know, but it's kind of freaky. I don't know if I'm doing. I don't remember what he said to do.
It said he had to open the gate so he could get his boat.
Oh,
so
I think
maybe
I see
now
what it
you
is.
press the button.
Won't let
No.
me. Is there something blocking the way? Oh,
Oh, shit.
okay.
That
Oh
was
wait, the boat.
freaky.
Did the boat move?
No,
Nope.
that's where you
No.
left it.
Fuck.
I don't like this. Are you sure you
get it.
can't slap it?
Yeah, I can't slap. I'm
Right
restricted
bumper.
from slapping.
What in the
Why is
world?
that light in
No
the background?
pressure.
Okay, it's just a
So
key.
back
The lock or
behind
whatever,
you
It's a lock.
and
It was a lock.
on the right hand
Maybe
side,
go-
there's like a
Oh, I
way
see.
back there.
What's this?
Hardcore.
Can you even make that jump?
No way. There's
No,
no fucking
doesn't
way.
look like it.
Oh,
what
my
the
God.
heck?
Well,
Just do a
you double
Can I double
flip?
jump? No.
oh, I think it's like Mario. You jump three
Yeah, the
times in a
triple
row.
jump. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Well, you
Uh,
moved when it got dark.
But yeah, it
Because
wasn't.
you're midair, it didn't count?
I guess.
maybe the game took
Oh, wait,
pity
yeah,
on
wait, no, go to
you.
the other side now. You couldn't walk that way before because the barrels were blocking
Oh
you.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
so the
that, like,
barrel-
ramp there. So you rode the boat down, so now I think you have to go further down on this side before you can get the
Okay.
boat to move again? Maybe?
Like through the tunnel?
No, like, keep walking down to the end, like, there's the gate straight ahead.
Yeah.
Because you took the boat to the other
Oh.
side, maybe there's something on the right side?
Yeah, let's see if I can go through this way. Here, let me.
He's very excited to jump. And
Honestly,
Honestly,
maybe
I'm
he
glad
shouldn't be.
he's having fun.
I'm glad he's having fun because I'm a little concerned. Guess we can jump.
No, I guess it would have to be back the other way. Maybe you do have to do the, like, double jump thing to get up on the platform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Oh.
I meant
no,
to
that
jump
was
up there.
that was effective. That was what we.
Yeah, quicker back.
Okay.
How did you do that?
I don't
Triple
know.
jump, just jump 3
So
times.
am I
guess.
going this way then? Or-
Yeah.
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 Okay.
I guess.
Was that barrel always in the doorway?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So you want triple jump to get up there.
Okay.
I
What
would
if you
practice it a
move?
few times
No.
before you reset.
You don't want
No.
I kind of want to know.
Silence. You're the intrusive thoughts. You must
This
be
is
banished.
a very long one, though. Damn.
Yeah. Oh,
Curiosity
I'm, like,
kills the
I'm
cat
smashing the
meow.
button, dude. Is it
she
like?
is a
like
cat,
that. Like-
so.
It's like you need to do 3 jumps and like the first
There
one's
we
going to
are.
be high.
Okay, so
Okay, I
what
think again,
happened?
because you were mid-air, it didn't count. Interesting.
Oh, so do
I think
jump
that
in
makes
place?
sense because like otherwise it would be too unfair.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to get like a running start. Okay, hold up.
I think you can just do it in place.
Oh,
Let's
Oh.
go! Let's
Oh,
go!
ledge grab.
Yeah.
Parkour!
Okay. Oh shit.
All right, Evie.
Oh, fuck,
You're going to do-
I'm
Uh,
Okay.
Oh, you
wow,
No
I'm
gamer
sorry.
skills.
God, it
I'm
sends
sorry.
you back so far.
I don't like this. I don't. This
No,
fucks
I
me
don't
up.
right, and I don't want to find out what
How
happens if you
creepy.
move.
All right, running
It's,
start.
I'm
Running
so
start.
curious.
Meditation moments.
I mean, I guess because I'm not the host, so I don't feel any consequence.
Okay.
You might be able to just jump to the.
Oh.
Ooh.
Hang on for
His
your
eyes
life,
are
you
glowing.
You can slap that door for sure.
Okay.
There we go. Oh,
Um,
can you press the button now? Ah,
Yeah.
there we go. Okay, so I bet you that first light is green now.
But we'll never know.
What?
So
Is it my
creepy.
impression or the blackouts are getting longer?
Oh, it's still red.
Um,
Well,
No, like
maybe-
behind you. It doesn't
Hop
button
in the
behind
boat
you.
again. Yeah, this is that stand right there, right? It's green now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
So there's
Wow.
probably something blocking the water.
Okay.
And
Oh,
now
that
you see
gate
the pipe
open.
that's open now.
There we go. Behind you. There you go.
Ooh.
Ooh, that was close. Huh? Oh.
Whoa.
Oh.
no,
Uh.
you got the bounce off the.
There was a platform,
walls.
wasn't there?
You can go
Yeah,
up.
there was a
I think
platform.
it was just the wall disappearing.
Oh,
So
it
you
was a
can
wall
see.
disappearing. You're right.
Well, no.
Yeah,
So
wait,
maybe
yeah.
we
Can
can
you
just-
wall jump?
Can I?
Oh no, there's
Walk towards-
another.
Oh.
Yes, you can.
Ooh.
No.
There
I like how as soon as we have to stop moving, everyone just went quiet.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god.
Sometimes I
Well,
can't
it's
tell if she's
instinctual,
gonna
it's
stop in
primal.
time.
Okay, we got it.
All right.
Nice.
Oh my god, the glowing eyes!
That's some sweet ass rendering.
Oh, I just got randomly with the chills. I don't like it all of a
This is a long
sudden.
one.
Yep, it's a very long one. Like I said, I feel they're getting longer.
It's inconsistent. Some of them are really short.
What happens if the lights go out while I'm on the boat?
Stay on the boat.
Well, I
Shouldn't
mean,
be
you're
moving?
not moving.
You're
Yeah,
not
that's
moving,
true.
the boat is moving. Technically speaking, if we're speaking from a random frame of reference, you are moving at all times and not moving.
You know what? That's a good point. What makes this an ARG? I'm not entirely sure yet. I'm gonna be honest. I know that
We
the
just started,
idea
Chi.
is. Yeah, we just started. Oh.
Just
Oh,
a totally
fuck.
normal game.
All we
Okay.
know is there's a wolf coat.
Yeah.
Wolf colt. Oh my god.
Possibly
And I'm a
Omegaverse.
beta. Come on. Okay. Fuck.
Jump.
Oh, right. Boat.
No, just
You
jump
can
over
just
the barrel.
jump over the barrels.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I forgot I could do that. We'll just. What? Are you fucking serious? I'm gonna kill myself.
That's if the static don't get you.
I wonder if
first.
you can move the camera around while it's dark.
Did
like
the
that.
sound effect
knows?
change for the darkness all of a sudden?
Yeah,
Mm,
there's different music and.
Yeah, in darkness the music
Wait.
changes.
Oh no, that's locked. Okay. All right. Let's see. How does that? I hang on to it. Did you see that? I hung on
Yeah,
to
but I
it.
think you touch the water and the water's the death plane.
Evie, just jump over those barrels instead of going across. Actually, you are.
Looks
yeah,
like a
the sound effect
panda.
is-
This is so long.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
They're all kind of random.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason. Walking in the darkness is completely safe. You should try. I don't know about that one.
I don't
know.
trust you.
I
I
don't
mean,
know about that one.
There's only one way to find out, right?
Trust is for suckers.
There's
Look,
the
angel
angels
on
that
your
do
shoulder.
it, and then
Come
inflate.
on.
We could try, but with how long this puzzle takes, would
I
it
will
be
That's a
worth
good
it if
literally
it
point.
shit
reset
myself.
the
I'm
whole
gonna be
thing?
so real. If I have to do the whole thing again,
Why
does that
That's a great scream.
I think
I
you
think
have
need
to
to do
run.
the triple jump,
Like
yeah.
press
How do I
the
run?
run button.
oh, I need to give my there isn't a run button. I don't think.
There is.
Left
The-
bumper.
Left bumper.
You slapped something. You slapped the lights out.
Okay, so it
Might
is
be
left
right
bumper. Okay.
bumper. Oh, okay.
No, right bumper is. There we go. Okay, you're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Can I climb up
You
the
unlock
pole?
the power
Pole
of
dance.
running.
Work the
Come
pole,
on.
Bucky. Come on.
Ooh.
I'm breaking the pole
Ooh.
and jump. I don't want to get
Ooh.
stuck here in the darkness.
Oh, I bet you have to do the wall bounce again.
Wait, what?
Oh.
Hold on. I like.
Boing, boing, boing.
Go,
Come
Bucky,
on.
go!
Oh.
Oh,
I'm kind of glad I fucked that up.
No, Bucky, no.
Okay.
okay.
Why is this? This one's ridiculously long.
I know. I'm
Some
like,
of them have been like that. Or just
well,
talk
we're trying to figure out
quieter
the
during
bad,
them.
I'm gonna be honest.
I was gonna say we're trying to figure out the wall jump, and of course it's like, let's take a 30
I-
second break.
wait, can I climb up?
Seemed like you could grab an edge or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Just like keep pressing jump on the same side. Like don't jump.
Okay.
I do think these are getting just longer.
Motherfucker.
I'm gonna
Maybe
time
it's
them.
like the more
Just
you
time them.
get right, the longer they get.
I just need to get good, honestly.
Oh, there you
There
go.
you go.
There you
Oh.
Oh!
Close.
Huh?
Okay, it's
That's why
all
we
about
figured out if you're
rhythm.
midair and the lights go out, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. It would be really shitty if it did, Loki.
Okay, that was 7.23 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you for the timers.
No, fuck! No, no, no,
Oh,
no,
so
no.
close.
Hello?
Kibi, you can do it.
Thank you. At least the darkness isn't Freddy Fazbear. Okay, I can do it. I think I just do I bonk or do I? Okay, hold on. Okay, no.
13.12 that time.
There
Okay.
we go.
There it is.
Yippee!
All right, work
Oh,
the
no,
pole
no,
again,
you-
Bucky. Oh fuck. This way, I think.
That way,
Yep.
yeah.
All right, we're gonna.
No!
Hey, you didn't fall down.
I didn't fall. If I fell down, I was gonna be so goddamn mad.
He
I'm
looked
genuinely.
so sad spinning there.
Idiot. Fool.
Why is it? Okay,
Okay, that
I'm
one
trying
was
to.
I think you
shorter
need a
than the
running
other
style.
one. We got 11.55.
I'm trying so hard to like. I'm trying so hard to run and jump, but the moving platform makes it tricky. And then I thought I could like.
I don't think you
grip
need to
to the
run. You just need to
ledge?
like.
4.78. Yeah, they're just random.
There we are.
Okay, there we go.
All right, now it's
I
another
like-
wall jump.
Fuck.
Huh?
Okay.
Again, you're jumping, so that didn't count. Oh,
Okay,
no!
that was-
Oh my God.
Oh boy. Depth perception. Ah!
Oh no!
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I did it once. I can do it again. I did it once. I can do it.
Issues.
Don't you fall in that water.
Why'd you say that like my mom?
Dang it, Evie!
Oh, 07.
Try,
Not
try,
the
try
wall
again.
club. I'm sorry for
Can you
screaming.
move the camera while it's dark?
I don't know. I don't.
Also, side
I
note,
fall.
when Bucky is going around in a circle, all I thought was a potato flew around.
Around my river, but he kind of does look like a potato, affectionately. Okay. No, it is again.
Yep. But now you know the
So
tricks.
brown.
You've grown as a player.
I've grown as a player, but not as a person. Okay. Run and start.
You
Come
don't
on,
have to
Bucky.
grow as a person, just as a beaver.
Yay! I don't know if I like being a beaver. I'm gonna be honest.
No beaver re-debut?
No beaver. You know, next model beaver. Are there any beaver girl VTubers out there? Actually,
There's
I
Bound
think
to
there
be.
is a VTuber
Yes.
for everything at this point.
there's a VTuber
Yeah.
for tuberculosis. I bet.
No, not tuberculosis.
No.
Not tuberculosis. Okay.
I think the back wall
I
is
was
screwing
cut
you
by
up.
the darkness. Okay, come on.
I was cocked by the
So,
What do you
there
mean,
is
so? What do you mean?
Vince virtual tuberculosis.
Did you just find a tuberculosis VTuber?
Yeah!
Alright, I want to collab with them. Get him in here.
All
No.
right.
No,
Come on. Fuck.
I'm not okay. Don't run. Just like jump it normally, I think.
There we go. Okay. Alright. I knew the lights were about to go out. I'm like, I'm not attempting this quite yet.
Turn the light down, baby.
Okay, I had to double check I wasn't misremembering. Yeah, there's glands in the beaver's ass that's make vanilla flavoring stuff.
You can.
Sorry?
flavor it.
Huh?
Huh?
Castorium. It's yeah, beavers make it
Oh
in
my
their-
god. Okay, you meant real life beavers. I thought you meant that was
I
like
don't
an
think there's vanilla
in-game
flavor
mechanic.
in
Oh,
Bucky the
I
Beaver's
don't know.
asshole. Well, actually, given what
I
we
had a
know with
lot of
science,
questions.
Bucky the
Gotta
Beaver's
taste it just to
asshole
make
is
sure.
vanilla flavored. Yippee! Thank you,
I
Nathaniel.
cannot
Very
wait to
cool.
know more about this.
I was like, I like half remembered, and I was like, let me Google.
yeah.
Make sure I'm not gonna spout bullshit.
I think it's funny when people spread misinformation on my stream. Actually,
Oh,
I
then I
shouldn't say
have
that.
a whole. Then I have something to talk to you about.
it was like my time has come. Yay! Thank you for the clips, by the way, Tap. I appreciate that.
Evie, I think the back wall is screwing up your side
You
jumps.
think? I think you're right, actually. Okay, maybe if I move the camera. No.
Can you use the D-pad? That might make it easier.
No, I can't. Ooh.
I'm really curious.
I wonder if I move the camera if it's okay. I know I did this before. Why is this so hard now? Okay, maybe if I. Okay.
Hey, there
we
you go.
Okay.
Hey.
Just don't fall, Evie.
All right.
That
Me
easy.
Falling? Oh my god. This looks like the fucking platforms in Half-Life. Okay. I need a sip of water for this shit.
TikTok Tower. It's Mario 64. I mean, it is Mario. Oh my god! This is Shipwrecked 64, and this is emulating Mario 64.
Yeah. Oh, side note. I just realized I
Wow.
didn't turn my fucking phone on to optimize for streaming, so my phone's been like this fucking heat of a toaster. Okay.
Oh
Cook
god,
an
I love
egg.
spinning platforms.
I don't
Cool.
like this. Do you think I can just regular jump on these? Like, I feel like I have to time it so
Yeah.
the triangles line up. Okay.
There you go.
That one I think is fine. Okay. Okay.
Oh, they're smaller.
I noticed that. Yeah, I'm like, ooh. Okay.
Why is there? Oh, I thought that was a TV. I was like, what's
I was
that
like,
TV going to do?
"Whoa." I have to go all the way back down now with the buttons pressed.
Nah, I just
Oh.
get in the boat, get in the boat, get in the boat, get in the boat.
Mm.
Why is it still dark?
The boat's like a blanket. It keeps you safe
what?
from all
Okay,
monsters.
there it is. Alright, I think we're done.
Yeah, the gate's open now.
Okay.
You did it!
Get me the fuck
Hey, look
out
at
of
all
here.
that smog.
It's gonna
Holy
be dark out
shit.
though.
I don't like them.
It's very smoggy.
You got a nice little coconut jingle.
Coconut jingle. Oh, we got a damn good
Damn.
sailor. We got an
Yeah.
achievement. We escaped
Yay.
and we
Walter
freed
Walrus.
Walter Walrus. Yay! Okay.
He still has anxiety though.
He does still have anxiety.
We can't win them all. I don't know what to tell you. All right, you did it.
Midnight.
Midnight.
We're still missing one friend.
Thank you so much, Buggy. I
I
knew
missed
I
an
could count on
angry
you.
bird.
Yeah, we missed the bird. All right, meet you at the beach. Okay.
Bird
What?
is about to kill someone.
Everyone's gone to sleep. We should try to find a place to sleep.
No.
To
You
the
should
hole.
go to the hole for now. Okay. Whatever you
No.
say, bud.
It's the other way.
Oh, fuck.
All right, so my note was
Left. Nope,
accurate.
back.
Huh?
To your right. That right path.
That one?
To your right.
Yeah.
To go to right.
This one?
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
Yay!
To the right.
Take you back now, y'all. Wait, what's in here? Okay, that's a secret. Cool.
Those secrets might be like ARG relevant.
That's what I'm thinking, you know? I wasn't sure how much time we had because I'm 99% sure the volcano explodes. Like, I feel like that's why it's getting smoggier, you know? But, like,
Maybe.
There
I
was
mean,
also
that
the
would
bunny.
make sense, but also then why are the wolves
this
mad that
is-
you crashed
yeah,
your boat?
there's,
Like, they're all
no
gonna die
time.
one way
Like,
or
it took us
another.
the whole fucking day to do that. I'm real scared right now. Me too, bestie. Me too.
This
Oh,
isn't the
that's
way out.
not the right pot.
What is that above the door? A camera.
Oh,
It's a movie
cinema.
screen.
This is a
Oh.
cinema.
Okay.
Movie theater.
Well, at least now we know. I didn't know I was there before. Okay, not
You can
that
watch
way.
your
Did you
favorite
give?
Fever videos, like Dam Building 101 or
I don't-
HGTV
I
Dam
don't know.
Edition.
Damn, that's crazy. Is it this one?
Damn.
So what you're telling me is that they're showing animal videos.
What?
I have an idea.
Yeah,
Can-
they're
if you
animals.
press start. Press respawn.
And reload your save, I bet.
Oh.
No, it just
okay.
saves your last.
That makes sense. I don't like the
I'm
Oh,
tail.
glad
we're
that's
safe.
all that did. I was really worried that was gonna put us back.
Yeah.
Small amount.
Yeah.
I'm glad I saved actually at the cinema. I'm glad I
Real?
saved.
Yeah, so it does reload
This
your last
is
save.
spooky.
I don't know if I just would like put you like the set like a fixed point in the map,
I wish there
or
was
like
a
back to the
map.
beach.
Yeah, cause that.
Let's go to the
Just
beach.
stick to the
together.
wall.
Going in circles. Turn right.
Let's go
Wait,
get
here?
away.
No, go.
No. The other way.
You were fine before.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, I can't break into anyone's
The
house.
house
You
is
need to
so
go to the
small.
hall.
Yeah, I don't think a wolf can fit in there. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, we can't even fit in there.
And now to the right.
Then
again.
go right here.
Yeah.
And hug that wall.
Oh hell yeah! Now we're cooking.
That's
Okay.
it. Oh.
Oh, it's locked.
This is locked. Oh wait.
Oh,
here
the
we
next one. There you
Okay.
are. It's like I knew it was around here somewhere.
go. Okay.
The hole is no.
The
Look, it's our
hall.
2 friends.
Yeah. Well, I think if we go to them, they're gonna want to be like, okay, let's leave. But I still want to. I want to get all the friends.
I mean, you could talk to them and probably say no.
Yeah, just save and then go talk to them and see.
Yeah.
Jeeving.
Alright, now go talk.
Let's see. Just to see what happens.
Do they aggro if you slap them?
Probably.
Slap them.
Can you talk to them?
I guess not.
Huh.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, you probably have to have all 3 before you can actually do anything.
Yeah, that's probably the bit. Okay. Can I sleep here? Day 1. It's been nice having you around. Thank you, Bucky. I think it's been nice having y'all around. Thank you for holding my hand, gamers. I appreciate you. Let's get some more friends tomorrow. Good night, bud.
You only.
He called us buddy.
How many more?
I think it's just the one.
He
Should
said
be.
more friends.
How many friends are there?
He's gonna make new ones. We're gonna
Okay.
take Chief Wolf
I
with
I
think
us.
wonder
on
what the
again?
giant thing in the background is.
Yeah,
The
that's probably that, like,
volcano?
stadium thing? No, on the left.
Oh.
That's just going to be a factory of that.
That's
This man
for-
slept to
that's
1
for
p.m.
Beaver
Jesus
Ball.
Christ.
Yeah, how long is he? I mean, we did go to bed. at
That's
midnight, but
13
still.
hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man's
that's the
dedicated.
long one, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Where haven't we explored yet?
I
Actually,
feel
let
like
me
it
see.
said everyone went to sleep, so you might want to go to that movie theater again. Maybe you'll find it there.
That's actually
Yeah.
a good idea. Because I know there's like. I want to actually look on the beach and see if there's anything we're missing. Nope, it looks like the beach is just beach. There's that big building over there though, so I don't know what's up with that.
This is just going to be some fucked up laboratory or something. That's the energy I
You're
get.
honestly probably right. Yeah, I can't see
It's
shit.
most likely going to have to do with something called remnant. Oh, fuck.
I'm just
Just find
curious
the
how they're
bodies.
gonna like do the ARG part and tie it into something that's supposed to be out of game. Because so far it just feels like
Yeah.
here's a spooky game.
Listen, I have Firefox open. I'm ready to go. Yeah, we did. Wait,
This is the chief.
yeah.
Go talk to him, see if he fixed your boat.
Actually, yeah, because we did.
Well, didn't we ride in the boat?
I think we
No,
did.
we gave him. No, that was the walrus's boat.
Oh. Oh,
this
it's
is
just the
as
same
before.
dialogue.
Oh, well, looks like we're doing the boat thing again.
Motherfucker, I don't
Oh,
want to do the
shit.
boat thing again. Press the Z button.
Isn't it?
No, I don't want to do boat again.
I mean, we
Yeah.
can see what happens if you run into the creature this time.
I
That
guess
Or
might just
so.
end it.
respawn.
It won't let me open the menu.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you can't open the menu?
No. Hello, Do
There's
we
a
want to
creature.
try it?
I mean, sure.
Why not? I mean,
If
is
we
it gonna
must.
end the game?
Can you slap the creature?
Actually, yeah, try slapping the thing.
What's my slapping button?
I am
Well-
going to
Right bumper.
preempt the level
There you
development.
go.
Hey! Ah!
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
We did not want to kiss on the lips.
Womp womp womp.
Well, you.
The womp womp. Go back in there! I don't want to go back
Oh
in there.
no.
Thank you. I,
Oh,
I
you
don't-
also
Told you a
lost time.
coward.
Wait, what?
Okay, good. I
No,
was
it's,
worried.
it's still-
it
it
was
was also
gonna-
1 p.m. It's still 1 p.m.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna respawn just in case, cause I don't want to be impacted for me being a fool, you know. Okay, so we know we don't need to go there. Is there anything?
There's a door
actually-
to your. There's a door
It
back
seems
there.
like an oversight that you can just restart that quest by just trying to
Yeah.
talk to him.
Go to the left.
This one?
Yeah.
What is
Yeah.
this? Is this the theater?
This is the living quarters, isn't it?
I think so.
Living-
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see
Oh,
if there's
okay.
anything new here, though.
Like during the day, yeah.
Yeah, the cinema might be something there now.
There's a wolf over there. Did we talk
Oh,
about
it's a
one yet?
windmill. Can you turn to the right? I want to look like at the skybox.
Yeah, there's like windmills and shit over there.
Behind you?
Here?
I want to look at the skybox behind you.
Oh, there's a chest.
Mm,
Oh,
chest.
yeah.
A secret.
Secret. I love secrets. I'm filled with them.
Secret.
Yeah, I don't know.
That pool looks
That is
nice.
way too
Take a
big.
dive?
Oh,
So you're
well,
gonna die if you walk in.
Yeah, I mean, don't actually do it, but
Mm.
you can
I'm
fantasize
still not
about
sure
it.
how I feel about this
What
ominous
is that
circle.
building?
Or,
I think that's the
square.
ones you could see from the beach.
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh, there's
Let's
a
try to
wolf.
find the cinema again. I'd
Do you have
say.
anything more to say?
This might be a different one.
Did you hear about the volcano?
No.
You
Oh,
arrived
yeah.
5 days before. Okay, so we have 5 days
Oh.
to find all the friends. You've got 120 hours. If I were you, I'd use them wisely. Oh, okay.
Well,
So we
why
really gotta
why are
find that
you guys
friend.
staying here?
Why
Don't
are
you want to go?
Oh wait, this is new, I think, because this might be the theater actually.
Who's this guy?
I heard the volcano is going off soon. Last we heard, you got here at a bad time. I hope you'll be able to go home. I hate the alternative. Oh, okay.
What?
Alright. Thanks, bro.
I assume the
So,
alternative is
maybe
you
that's-
dying to
that's
the
The
probably
volcano.
alternative is
volcano.
death. Oh wait, there's a
Solution
guy in
thing
here.
about-
Wait, now we can leave. So we're all probably gonna die.
Wow.
I'm spending my last few days here. You know, cozying up, engaging in the arts. It's nice. You know, good for you, bro. But we can
thought-
go here.
I thought they were about to say it's a porn theater, but
Yeah, I was about to be like, hello?
Oh,
Oh, wait,
there
there's my
he
friend!
is.
Our friend!
Giovanni
What took you
Goose!
so
What?
damn
I
long?
love
Giovanni Goose.
Giovanni.
She's my spirit
I
animal.
love that it's spelled damn like beaver dam.
Yeah. Will's been on my tail all day. Part of my debt is to cook for these mutts. But I can't turn the dials with these wings. I'm sorry.
Okay.
They're useless. Okay,
My
get in there,
man.
rodent.
I like
Racist.
Giovanni. My favorite.
He's right.
He's just being a
Giovanni's
racist.
on some king shit.
Is this Papa Pizzeria?
I think you need to like turn those who are like red.
Oh, are
they're
these the ones that are
smoking.
burning?
oh, okay.
I don't like how tense it is. Oh shit.
He's so angry.
I mean, wouldn't you if you had those weapons were useless?
I mean, yeah, I probably would, honestly.
I have a lot of questions about the day-to-day society logistics in this game now.
Nerd.
Okay, are there any others?
Keep
that are
walking in
red? Ooh.
circles. There you go.
Okay. Do I just have to wait till they're all green?
Oh yeah.
Probably.
It's
The blue one
probably
should
like a
turn
time
red.
thing, I guess.
I think
I don't
eventually
see a
all of them
timer.
will turn red, and then everything is green, and you win.
That's what I'm thinking.
Just gotta wait till they turn red,
There's one,
otherwise
okay.
it gets bingy.
Pink. Okay.
Bing.
Blue.
Okay.
One blue, two blue.
Those are like
three
three left blue ones, I think.
Yeah, there's 3 blue ones left. And
Oh,
they're
I
all
just
in,
heard
like,
a
the
turn.
same area. Haha.
So you can just stay looking at the last one.
Okay.
Oh.
Yippee! Okay, that one was so much
Yay.
fucking easier than the other one.
What was with the music of that area, though?
Where's the lamb sauce? That's the achievement. It's
It's
called
the
Where's the
more
lamb sauce?
Most putrid dish.
Oh
What
my
are
God. Yeah, the
you?
achievement
God.
said that was the most putrid dish I've ever had. Damn, that's crazy. Smell that? That right there, my friend, is a good meal.
Is it?
I don't know. I'm impressed. I'll admit. First time too. All right. See you at the beach. Let's go to the beach.
So I wonder if you have to do all 3 of them in one, all 4 things in one. Oh no, never mind.
Yeah, we got all our friends. Let's get back to the boat. All right, we're fucking heading out of here. We can keep searching as well. Whatever you want. Well,
Searching for what though?
yeah, that's what.
Secrets?
Oh,
What?
Leave the island now.
Hmm.
I wonder if we should leave and go look at the stuff that we've gathered until now and then
Yeah.
go back in.
yeah.
I think that's a good idea because we got most of the. Do we want to do one final sweep to see if there's any more secrets?
Yeah,
we
let's do
need?
one final sweep.
Yeah,
Just
let's do
one
that.
more walk around, make sure we got everybody, and
I bet if
Because
you
I
just
have a
walk back
feeling
to
they're
the
gonna
beach,
catch
you'll
you
probably
off
leave.
guard when
yeah.
you're gonna leave.
Well, I think we just have to go back to the beach if we want to leave. We're
Yeah,
only on
probably.
day 2. We're making really good time. Okay, let's go. Just don't stay too long. Maybe we can go back to the town hall. Okay, that's
Ah.
All right, I'll take that. Town hall. Let's see. And
Town
we'll just
hall,
keep an
your
eye out
hall?
for secrets. Let me save
Okay.
actually. Okay. This is interesting, though. I'm fucking with this. Alright, look out for chests. I don't remember what direction Town Hall is in, though.
You'll find it.
You'll find it eventually. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
You have my
It's kind of a
bullet.
closed area.
Well, Town Hall
Yeah.
is the chief guy, right?
Can we check this
Yeah.
out?
Town Hall's
Yeah,
the
I
chief
think
one.
so.
Nothing back there.
I'm just making sure there's like, again,
Ooh,
final
he's
sneak-
zooming.
Yeah, look at him go. He's a runner. He's a track star. He's gonna run away when it gets hard. He's literally gonna run away when it gets hard because there's gonna be a fucking volcano that explodes. I'm not sure I see much. I'm trying to make sure there's like nothing like hidden in the trees. You know what I mean? Yeah, because this is still locked.
Right.
Like, there's
I
I
some
think that
doors
was like no,
That's
that
the
was the
beach.
door that sent you into like the boat challenge.
Oh,
Yeah, this is the
okay.
beach.
Don't we have to go to the beach to get to Town Hall, though?
It's one of
It's
them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then straight across.
That's how you leave. I
Oh,
think.
what's that?
I think that's like the picture of the boat
that's
to leave.
the option to leave, I think, yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay. That makes sense. Let's head over there. The park. Isn't Town Hall
Don't
below
have
that,
us in the
maybe?
park.
I thought... This is the hall, I think. Yeah. Here, we'll go to Town Hall and see what happens. And then... the beach? And I think Town Hall is in here, maybe?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to do the boat thing again. I didn't like the boat thing. Alright, 6 p.m.
That is open now. Those bars, which were
Oh,
perfectly closed.
yeah. Wait,
Oh, there's a bunny.
hello? Stumbler O'Hare? Hiya! It's been a while since I've seen any... Oh, you don't have any arms, little buddy? Is those his
Oh.
fingers, or does he not have arms?
I think those are claws.
Fing-
Those are nubs.
His little
Those are
nails.
claws. Yeah.
I used to be living in town. Then I was... No, they cut his arms
Oh,
off!
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Oh,
They cut his arms off, bro! Lately, though, I've fallen for a rabbit. But I can't just talk to her. I want to draw her instead.
that's gonna be a little hard.
Hey, let the guy believe. He still has his feet. People can draw
It's
with
not
their
his feet. Exactly.
He's
Yeah.
got
Get him
really
out.
long.
What the fuck is
I
up
don't
with the
know.
rabbit?
I'll help him draw.
He's
Yeah.
disarmed.
Paint topped off and canvas upright.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
What is that voice sample? I feel like I've heard that somewhere before.
Ink jar?
paint. Now look at her write the drawing.
Oh my.
Oh.
This is the only one that's been voiced so far.
Yeah.
Okay.
How
give him the jars?
curious.
I think you just gotta collect them.
This is
Why do you draw in a cave, rabbit?
this is
What
It's
life
spooky.
choices led you to this?
I
It's so horrifying.
I don't like this. I don't. Oh,
What's
boy.
with this
I think
cave?
this one by the crystal. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. Okay. Can we jump over this? Wait,
Nope.
did you hear that?
Yeah, that was
Nice little
the
water
rabbit.
effect.
Canvas.
Okay. His canvas got knocked over?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay. Oh,
So you need
sorry,
to collect
buddy.
ink jars and like pick up his canvas whenever he knocks them down.
Yeah.
Smack it.
There you
There
go.
you go.
What's behind that door?
I think that's how
don't
you can
know. Here, let me
leave,
grab
probably.
these. Oh, he uses them up.
Oh, okay. So you gotta just keep the number in the pause. Okay.
Okay.
And keep the
I'm gonna
canvas from
make
falling.
sure that-
Which
Yeah, we
it
have
had.
150 seconds left.
Okay, it's still up.
Yeah, that's just the ink jars going down.
Yeah, he's just using
Check the
his
door.
jars up. The door?
Yeah, as if you leave, probably.
Oh.
Oh.
It does kind of sound like Star Fox, low-key. Is there an audio cue if the canvas falls?
That's
That-
it.
I
That-
think
that
that
might
was
be it.
it.
Oh. Let me
Seems that was
skedaddle
everything here,
out
though.
there. I think we got all the ones out here.
Mm.
Sorry, buddy. There you go.
No,
trying
he
to keep
seems
his
with his
mouth.
mouth.
He's so cute.
That was the door we just came from, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, look to the back of the cave. Like,
Here?
turn her. Like, left through the door. Left of the door.
Is
Just
that-
keep
Oh,
walking.
yeah, I didn't even see that. Let me know if you hear the canvas fall, because I can't hear it very well. Oh, secret.
Will do.
Okay.
There it goes.
Alright. Oh, I'm coming for you, buddy! Okay. There you go.
I think you might have enough ink jars, but you can just.
Yeah, I think I have enough egg jars for now.
Have we... Yeah, he's going. Does it show him making progress, or is it just the same image?
don't-
It's the
I
same as
think
the one
it's
that
the
was
same
sitting on the
picture.
ground, so.
He's actually. I like
Alright,
him.
well, it's
He's
been
a
more than
cute-
10 seconds and the ink jar hasn't gone down, so I think you're good to just sit here for the rest.
I didn't know if there was like an achievement for collecting them all.
I mean, you found
Okay,
a
he goes
good
through one
chunk.
jar every 20 seconds.
They're good.
He went aw when it fell. Here, I got you, buddy. Oh, that's him like stirring the paint.
He's gotta saturate it.
What a weird
Yeah.
drawing.
It's just two bunnies.
It's happy face.
Bucky, huh, it's done.
Yay!
Yay!
Do we just go? Oh, we got a
Happy
happy
little
little
accident.
accident. Artistic genius in the making.
Dumbler.
Well, thank you, Stumbler. Very cool. Now what? It's wonderful. Thank you, Bucky. I'm gonna go hang this up in the
5
theater.
hours have passed.
Wanna come see? Yeah, we'll go see
We
him.
go to the
To
theater
the
now.
theater.
Yeah,
He's gonna be fucking dead when we get there.
I bet you. I bet so. Okay.
Or his
The
legs
wolf
are
just
eaten.
ate him, I guess.
What happened? Well, because it's almost midnight, too. It's almost 11 p.m. Do we sleep now? Oh.
No, I think you sleep when it says midnight. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we
Oh,
even
don't forget
theater?
save.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay, where is the theater? Isn't
In
it over
there.
here?
Yeah. It's right through here.
Oh, no, this is the living quarters. Can I get to the
Yeah,
theater?
Yeah, you
that's
gotta
like
get
the
through
theater.
Yeah. The
It
theater's
goes
in
Park
the
Liver
living
Quarters
That's
Beach,
right.
like
So we
Park Liver
found the
Quarters
goose.
Beach.
and then stick to the right.
Stick to the right, okay.
Are we going to the theater again?
He said
He's
he
gonna
wanted
hang
to
his
hang his painting
painting.
up there. Yeah.
Something's gonna be
Right
hanging.
there.
Ah.
Not Sayori. Not again.
Oh, hey.
Oh, okay.
You really made my day. Aww.
Aww.
Look at it. Isn't it a beauty? I think it's great, bud.
Yes.
When she sees this, she'll be falling into my arms.
Aww.
Or, Nubs.
Oh,
Oh,
buddy.
God.
Anyways, thank you. Seriously, bravo, Picasso. Oh, right. Can you check up on my other paintings, too? I left some lying around at the town hall. Thanks. Okay, well, that's where we gotta go next, I guess.
Mhm.
We are
the
probably
wolf,
gonna
maybe.
have to sleep soon, but... We'll
So
So
start
long as it
heading-
doesn't say
Time only
midnight.
seems to advance when you finish like the mini games.
What was
Yeah.
that?
The time only moves forward when you finish the mini games, so
That's
I think you can run
true.
around for.
Yeah, we might have some time. Into your crocodile alligator.
Oh no, you were right.
Interior
That
Oh,
crocodile alligator.
I'm
I'm gonna hang this up in the theater.
Yay! Okay, it should be over here, I think.
Yeah.
Just in case. You can never be too careful, okay?
Exactly.
Alright.
I'm so scared they're gonna like crucify him for his drawings.
How are
He
you going
said
to
he
crucify
doesn't-
him? He doesn't have arms.
I don't know if they say he doesn't live in the living quarters either anymore because they took his fucking arms away.
Oh,
Oh.
JD. Hello. Surprised we haven't met. Pretty bad crash, eh? I heard all about it. You know, I've got a secret. There's actually a whole barge somewhere here. But it's tucked away in a cave. And the only way to it is through the volcano. You've only got one shot, but you can do it. Let me take you there. We can save the island. Or, you would... They never let little me do it. Oh, okay. Well.
Oh, well, so
But the
much for the
paintings.
drawings.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Um,
Good luck.
I forgot the
Oh my
button.
God.
Okay.
You
thought you were
almost
about
died.
to just fucking launch yourself into the lava.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Oh,
You got this.
There you go.
No! Fuck! Fuck! Oh, it's fine. Okay.
oh, but the time keeps. Okay.
Alright, well, at least we know we don't fucking burn to death. Okay, that's...
I mean, I don't know. Is this really the same Bucky we started with?
Did the time move any
Oh,
faster, or is
no.
it just me?
I'm pretty sure it's the same.
I don't know. They're all replaceable.
Fuck. Okay.
Ah.
This is gonna be rough.
Don't panic.
Good
Just,
thing I saved, though. We can always respawn.
yeah, you can always just press respawn. Well, I mean, we did respawn, and like that implies some of them are just disappearing.
Yeah.
I love the fire effects.
Oh, polygons.
Yeah. Triangle.
No, I had it. I need to trust my gut. Okay. Trust your
Wait,
gut.
your reflection looks real fucked up in that mirror.
It does. I don't
That
like
was a
it.
mirror? I thought it was a painting.
That was a mirror.
Okay.
But isn't a mirror just another painting of yourself?
Okay. I need to stop going so fast. I'm rushing.
That's so far.
Oh my god. Okay.
In the end.
Alright. We have 6, 12, 18. We have like over 3 minutes. Okay. I need to not rush this. Okay. Slow and steady wins the race. Right? Yeah.
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 Except for when there's lava chasing you.
Oh. Okay.
Oh yeah.
That bed would not be there.
Hey, do not doubt the power of bed.
Oh shit.
You got this.
Yeah.
You jumped on the parts.
Parts.
Hearts.
I'm focusing so hard. Like if I'm not talking, it's because I'm focusing so hard.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Now
You got
I
a
see
good
it's
ways
short
to
jump.
go, but I believe in you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh boy.
Ooh,
What
that's
the
a
hell?
ways
go
over
for it.
there.
We'll
I
have to
guess
run.
this one?
I think you have to
You
Yeah, I
run.
gotta
think it's that
run.
one.
Oh no!
No! She didn't run.
Oh,
The
shit.
fool.
I forgot how to run. Okay, let's just hold that down. Okay.
Oh, it puts you so far back. Oh my
No,
god.
I don't know if we're gonna save the island, besties.
Can always respawn.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Oh.
only the. You still have a
Alright.
couple of days, so maybe it won't automatically fail it.
Yeah, I don't think me
I
doing
mean,
this.
this says you only have
explosive
one
volcano.
shot, so.
Again,
True.
just reload.
Yeah.
Same time.
Opportunity. And I might let it slip. Okay. Okay. Ooh! Okay.
You did it!
Wait, go to the left.
Hey, go left. Yeah. There was like a down path.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it
Just-
looks like it's
Oh,
just
okay,
more
never
lava.
mind.
Oh well.
It's just more lava. As if lava wasn't enough.
Okay.
Nice.
I have no idea how far we are.
Just keep pushing on.
Keep pushing on. Just keep swimming. Just keep
Ooh.
swimming. Just keep swimming.
Don't actually swim. The lava is bad for you.
Well, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Is that the end?
Mayhaps.
Nope.
No, it's not.
No, it
Oh,
is.
you're close.
There's the
You're
bar.
gonna
yeah,
do
there's the
it!
boat.
You got it!
Choke,
You're the
choke,
best.
Choke, choke, choke,
Around.
choke, choke, choke.
It started moving. It scared me.
Oh.
I
Is
didn't
the boat
leave
gonna move
without
fast
you.
enough though?
Hmm.
Wait, what if there's more?
I
Oh,
think
is
there's
this
more.
boat just taking you to the next section?
Oh no.
Oh, it's so
Oh no, you're hitting the wall.
I think you
You
were
missed
supposed
it.
to
I
do
think
the
you're supposed to
jump.
jump off the when you were moving.
Okay.
Oh, you made it.
No.
Yep, right up there.
Run.
We're not gonna make it in time. I'm so fucking bummed.
That's a long ass puzzle.
Oh yeah, look
God.
at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Jover. Good night, Evie.
F.
Does everyone fucking die?
You just
Uh,
jump started the explosion, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
my god!
Oh no.
Perchance we did not bowl.
You can't just say perchance.
Perchance we fucked up.
Well, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's a
they,
lot of
Balls,
balls.
they literally said balls.
Balls, 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 balls.
Oh, I killed so many innocent people.
They ripped a bunny's arms off.
Yeah, so like you win some, you lose some.
You killed so many people. Innocent may not apply here.
Debatable.
I guess let's load the game.
Bad ending. Everyone on the island was obliterated.
Womp womp.
Ba-ba-ba-da.
Womp
The
womp.
fucking rectangle is still there.
Rectangles are
What's going
forever.
on here?
ARG
know.
stuff, maybe.
It's blue. Oh wait,
It's
that's
water.
not
Ooh.
Water is blue sometimes.
real.
Oh, alright.
What is this? Oh.
New title?
Okay.
Weeks.
I mean, we just load the old save and try again, I guess.
can't.
We wait, just wait.
Yeah,
Yes,
there
we
might be
just-
ARG stuff in this.
Yeah, we just wait, I guess.
Oh, there's different VAs for the different pound times. Interesting.
I mean, every single wolf had a date and a number.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm willing to bet you later on those credits mean something. Like the numbers in the credits. I'm willing to bet you that's gonna mean something later. I'm
Well,
willing
most
to
of the
bet.
numbers were just years.
Okay,
Yeah, they
let's...
did look.
Okay.
Check
Oh,
out our
wait.
Try this
secrets.
again. I don't like how
Into
it vibrated.
Bucky's nose.
The controller vibrated as I went into his nose, and I don't like that. Okay. So,
Oh, it's just you
Bonuses.
just have to do a new game, huh? Wait,
Was
turn around.
was that name there originally?
Settings,
Lisby.
bonuses.
That was there.
Oh.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
because I
those
kept
things.
saying lesbian.
Okay.
The one thing.
turn around.
Okay, I can't.
There's something like these
There you go.
bonuses.
Yeah, I can't go to my old save though. I can't try again. I noticed that.
I mean, you can't just play the game. You just have to do everything again.
Collected.
Secret.
Alright, let's see the secret.
Freddy Fazbear. Oh.
Group photo.
Group photo.
Oh.
What?
Stumbler concept art.
Wait, go back. Go back to the previous image. That's O'Hare. That thing in the background without eyes.
Yeah, the Stumbler.
Oh.
What are the claws and stuff
So, yeah,
behind,
there's like
in the
that
very back?
statue in the
Looks
back
like-
with the
Yeah,
hand.
there's something going on in the back. Ripped arm. Okay.
Something
Oh.
we didn't
We
find.
didn't find that one. Olive photograph.
1996.
Oh.
What?
Geograph Scandal.
That looks like Stumbler with arms
Oh,
but
no,
no,
no, that
ears.
was the mole guy that was like in the suit that sent you into
Yeah.
the volcano.
And he has
Oh,
blood on
yeah.
his feet, and there's blood on.
Walter poster. I don't know, the way
Okay.
it's like pixelated
That looks like
makes
tits.
it
I'm
look...
sorry.
Yeah, it looks like a like something with really fat, flabby tits.
It does.
Like mom tits.
I
Bitches
didn't
be
want to comment on it.
lactating.
Mm.
You got
I
big
guess
old
it's supposed to be like-
areolas.
Horse.
What's that?
Um,
Horns is the name?
Horns.
So that was the creature. when you
Ooh,
were fixing
yeah.
the
Yeah.
boat.
Yeah, that was
Scary.
a spooky thing. Ooh,
Ovens,
scary.
safe stations, trees with coconut, the boat, and the ink
Food
bottle. Okay.
stations.
And the oven.
Alright, so we are missing...
1, 2. Oh.
Hold on, let me try this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I want to see if it goes
Might be
back
at the
to-
end of the list.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, so you have
it's
the one
kinda hard
secret.
to tell. But there's at least a few we didn't have, yeah.
Oh, you backed out of it. Okay,
shit.
I was like, oh, why did it fade
Click
out?
the new.
Oh, yeah,
maybe
is there
because
anything in
it's
the
a new game, You'll
settings?
be able to access the original version now.
I wonder...
Let's just display controls, etc.
What does this do? It has a
Graphic?
PC on it.
That's just settings.
There might be secrets.
Oh, here we go. Wait,
Online?
On-
What?
Wait, what?
Opens the doors for a special friend?
Yes.
They occasionally use
Please, I need to meet our new
Oh.
friend.
I wouldn't. I don't trust that.
I want to. I want to
I
hear
want
the
to.
random person speak to
I
us.
feel
There's-
like it's ARG-ish.
That's
There's
what we're
only
here
one way to
for,
go
isn't it?
for it, right?
I know. Listen, I know I said I wanted to start doing collabs to conquer my social anxiety, but like.
But like, most likely it's not a person. Most likely it's going to be like something pre-recorded in the game.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
What if
thinking.
it is a person though? Like, what if?
It'd be like a
That's gonna
recolored
be
Bucky.
the funniest thing.
That would be really fucking funny. Just get to see a random ass
All right,
player.
are we doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Alright.
Realistically, there's only one option, and that's that one.
Okay. Maybe they're really nice. Who knows?
They just farted, so.
What's this one? Post processing.
Simulated
okay.
COT
That's
effect.
just kinda
Okay.
the vibe. Okay. I like how it's be your choice for like every minute option. It's like make your choice, shitting or farting. And it's like, oh, okay. And then I think that's just control. So I don't think we need. Well, actually, hold on.
By control scheme.
Mm-hmm.
So one of those was the Xbox layout. So
Yeah. So I'm sick and. That one. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder. if
Yeah,
we'll
so
get
now
a
A is
special
slap.
friend. So okay. There wasn't anything in here about the game itself, right?
no.
Okay.
No. Unless the special friend is part of the game.
It's possible. At the very least, if we do have to play the game again, we now know where to go, and that's the opening screen.
That was the music.
Okay. Can I interact with the PC at all?
Slap it.
Slap it.
Guess not.
No.
Damn. The new game, I guess.
I guess we just have to go again. We'll see what options we have.
Maybe you can now do the final, the real version.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Do you think it matters what happens in the 2023 one? Like, should we go back and replay it to get the good ending? Do you think
I
that's
don't
gonna matter?
think so.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I really
it does
don't
matter?
think so.
I
Oh,
think
shit.
it probably
Are
does.
you for real, Boston? Or are you just shit posting me? Like, for real, for real?
I would think they.
I feel like with an ARG, at the very least, we know what to do now. Okay? And all that's left is for me to fail at puzzles. I'm like, for real, for okay, if he's like for real, then.
Okay.
Alright, let's.
Maybe next time, if you're running out of time, just close your game. Just Alt F4.
True.
Yeah. Okay, let's try this again.
I
And
feel
then
like the
just, like-
original will probably have more scary. Ugh. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is this gonna be okay? Can we skip this, or do we? Okay, we can skip it. Okay. All right. Let's
You know,
give this
like if
another
you run out
try.
of time, just like, hey, just leave the game, open
If
it, reload
nothing
it,
else,
reload
we
it.
know what to do now. Okay. And also, I'm wondering. Let's try to save the island, not just get all the friends. I think what? What?
You okay?
What the?
I think the
Oh.
dialogue is broken.
Oh. Yeah.
There you
And
go.
it's back.
Yeah. Okay. Wonder if there's gonna be a consequence for me skipping through dialogue.
Not impossible.
By using the analog sticks. Whee! When no one's talking. Oh, sorry. Press the green B button to interact. Well, it's fine. Remember to look for canvases too. Save on those. I'm just making sure. Okay.
Okay, what is slap? That's all I need to know.
Yeah, as long as I can slap, I'm good. Alright, let's see. Save. Note about the hall. Make yourself comfy. Okay, so I guess the first thing to do would be to find, we need to find the boat, for one. So I guess we'll go just talk to Chief Wolf then?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, alright. Boat, then friends. Boat, then friends, okay? Alright, Let's grab this real quick. How far have you gotten? We got to the point where we were asked to save the island by going into the volcano, and then I fucked it up and everyone died. So at the very least, we now know what to do. Wait.
No, he was always further back. Oh.
Oh.
No, he's gone.
Okay, never mind.
Huh?
Hiya, friend.
Maybe you're just allowed to. Maybe because you like already did it when you're allowed to skip through all of that and go directly to saving the island.
My friends aren't on the thing yet, though.
Yeah, this is just. I guess you gotta save your friends first.
You haven't done a new game with your. Well, we're doing with this. This is the original. We're trying to get the good ending this time with the original.
Or this
That's
is the
I'm
pretty sure-
2023
This is the
version,
2023,
actually.
not the 97.
I am very I am rather like
But
convinced
I
that.
picked 1997, didn't I?
No,
Yes,
this is
it's
2023.
2023.
Oh yeah,
I am
that's the right one.
convinced
Yeah, yeah.
that what happened is just like because the game knows it's going to be very fucking annoying to have to go back and save everyone all the time. It basically just allows you to skip to the section that would lead you into like the save everyone choice by the boat thing.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I don't mind doing the mini games again. I like the mini games, but you know.
It's for effectiveness sake, no?
Okay. How's your canvas doing, buddy? Okay, you're doing good.
I feel like the original version is going to be a lot scarier.
Probably.
Yes.
Probably.
I mean, we haven't had anything like scary quite yet.
I mean, that darkness was freaking us out.
The darkness was a little freaky, but so far,
I
And
still want to
that
know
first
what
time we
happens.
yeah.
And
it
that thing
hasn't
just
been-
following you around in the other boat also was freaking. Remember,
Yeah.
it's 1 yard per 20 seconds, so
That's right.
You need 11
you need-
total.
you're going to need 8. You just need 3 more jars and you're done. You can just
Wait,
go
hold
outside
on.
and grab them.
Is there? Motherfucker. Okay, well, let me get the jars first, and then we'll worry about that. Let me grab these. Because I think there's some more jars over there, but...
I mean, you don't need them. You just need like 2 more and you're set. Just grab those 3 and you're set.
Yeah, we'll just go out here. I do want to try and grab all of them just in case it matters, but like... Because that's the thing, is,
Last
with a
time it
game like
didn't.
this, doesn't everything
Oh, I think
matter?
his canvas just fell.
Yeah, I think I heard the rustling. I'm coming, buddy! There's Freddy Fazbear. Okay. Yeah, there's...
Yeah, you can go ahead and try doing this little jump puzzle. Oh, there's one up there. Look at that.
Uh-huh. Oh, shit. Okay. Ugh. Aha! Okay. Let's see if there's any others for me to grab, I think. Just for sillies, you know. Because I think I've
Yeah.
got most of them, but... Oh, his thing
Oh,
just
you
fell.
fell.
Yeah. I'm coming, buddy. I got you, little man. There you go. I'm wondering if it matters, like, how many times you pick it up. Or if it's just making sure, like, you're not a dick and you let it, like, fall too much. Let's see. Oh. Okay, nothing back there. Nothing back there. It's hard because I'm not wearing my glasses, so it's hard to, like... I don't know. It's hard to see sometimes with the textures. Let's see. Oh,
Oh,
Well,
come on. I got you, buddy. I got you. There you go. I think we should be all set, though. For the most part. It's probably a weird one to do first, but... That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, I think we're all good. Alright.
now it's time to wait.
Good job, Stumbler. Good job.
Okay. It's done.
Yay! Yippee! 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 Alright. I guess we... There we go. We helped Stumbler paint. We're such good people. We're such good friends. Okay. Alright. It's wonderful. Alright, I'm gonna skip most of this dialogue just because we know already. Alright. To the theater we go. I just want to see... we'll see what happens, I guess, when we go. Because there was, I think, another friend near the theater, too.
Yeah, but that was.
Yeah, is the otter over here?
I don't know.
That's a good point. She would be standing out by the houses.
Yeah, she's not here.
I guess let's just skip it.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. Okay.
Yeah.
Wanna-
Alright, we'll go get the coconuts.
I mean, like, I don't think you need to if you just want to go to the volcano.
I want to make sure I have everybody, though, just in case. Because it would suck to, like, I don't know. I don't know what's with Wolf, though. Like, that's my
They're just
thing. It's like,
enslaving the people.
well, where's he at,
And they
though?
know that the volcano's gonna go off too, which is.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, okay, that's just you. I saw, like, something in
The
front of my eyes, and I
eyes.
was like, hello? Hello? Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna try to do this as fast as possible. But I don't wanna, it's one of those, I feel like if it's like no stone left unturned, I wanna like double, triple check I'm doing everything right. Cause I want the good ending, you know? And if that means I gotta be smacking, then by God, I'll be smacking. Alright.
Be rootin'.
Beating my meat to save the day. There we go. This is going faster than last time, though, at least, because I know what I'm doing, kind of. Even though I just smacked the air for a few seconds, but that's okay. Alright. Almost halfway there. And nothing? I'm just spamming it as fast as I can. I think the hardest one to do again is gonna be the boat one. I'm not as worried, or like the tunnels one with the lights. I'm not as worried about the boat one. The boat one was pretty fast, but at least I know what to do now. The struggle with the other one was I didn't know what the fuck to do, but now I know what to do. So I think we'll be okay. All right, 17. Be rootin', and by God, be tootin'. Hell yeah. Be rootin', be shootin', but most importantly, be kind. Okay. Here we go. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. We'll go this way. Alright. Nothing? There's probably fake walls you can jump through.
Ooh.
That's a good
That'd be
point,
interesting.
actually. We'll have to try that. Where? I don't know. Okay, we'll have to try that. No coconut. No coconut.
Coconut.
Coconut. Coconut. No coconuts. Use a weird movement to try and jump over walls. Oh, true. Wonder if we can do that here. Because that's the thing, is there's that big fucking square thing. It almost looks like
Yeah,
a
which we haven't made
penthouse.
the way to.
Well, hold on.
Oh, maybe you can bounce off the house.
Yeah.
What if you go in
Ooh.
between the house and the wall? Can you do that?
I don't know if it's big. Oh, wait, hold on. This one. It's
Why
slanted.
are you trying to do that?
Jump out of bounds.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Come on. Let me on the house.
I don't think you can get on the roof. It kind of shoved you off earlier.
Maybe not.
What about, again, the other house? If you go between that and the wall, maybe you can bounce up.
Yeah. Cool. Because it won't let me do the
I think that's a
no.
wall.
I don't think it'll, I think
Damn.
there's an invisible wall there. Well, okay,
Yeah,
that's
there
a literal
definitely
wall,
is.
but, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think we can get to that one, is the point I'm trying to make. But we were able to see over at least. That counts for something. Okay. 3 more.
Oh, it's worth a shot.
It was worth a shot. We tried it. There we go. 29. 30. Yay! Okay, I manifested it. The way she walks backward. The way she walks to you is a little interesting. Okay. We do need to go to the theater still. It was theater, and then the goose was somewhere in like the little village area. Or
The
no,
goose
that
was
was
in
the,
the theater.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was the walrus I'm thinking of. Okay, so let's see if we can head to the theater real quick. And see what we can find. Just real fast. Don't I have to go through here? I think I do. Yeah. Here we go. Oh wait, no I don't. I think it's this way actually.
I mean, it's a circle.
Yeah, you're right. Okay. So.
Yeah,
alright.
walrus is over here.
Yeah, walrus should be somewhere.
Somewhere
over
by
here.
the houses.
Yeah.
Oh wait,
Thought I saw him over here.
he's back behind this next row, isn't he? To your left? No, no.
Yeah,
We'll go.
that's the beach.
Yeah, then we be going in a circle for real. Okay, let's there might be more houses up ahead though. This is the
Theater.
park. Okay.
No park.
But the theater should be somewhere over here.
So he was near the theater.
To the right.
Yeah, that's the
there we
theater
go.
on the right. He was near the houses by the theater.
Yeah, we'll check this out and then we'll. Okay, hey.
Oh yeah, Stumbler's here.
Really made my day. It's a beauty. Noops. Okay. Bravo, Picasso. Alright, Town Hall. Gotcha. And then over here, real quick if we can get this mini game done. Okay, I'm just gonna skip through the dialogue if that's okay. Because we know what's happening. Alright. Oh god, I don't like that chord. I don't like that. I'm just
They
hustling.
didn't have to put that kind of music for
Yeah,
this.
we didn't need that heavy piano chord there. I think we would have been fine without it. We would have been okay. I think we would have been fine. Okay. Come on. Okay. Here we go, another one. Oh my god. I like coughed and then I like died. Alright, here we go. There you go. I'm trying to notice them as fast as I can, you know?
All the blue ones are close to each other now.
Yeah, at least there's that. Here we go.
One more.
Only that
Yeah.
one left.
Haha! Okay, that didn't take too long. That one was fine. So, I think we are going to be forced to go to bed soon, and then we can just get the
walrus.
the walrus, and then we can try to save the thing again. But now that I kind of know the strat of not, like, double jumping, I think I just need to be more confident in my jumps low-key. Because there were a lot of times where I almost had it, and then I fucked it up. You know? Alright. It's midnight now, so we probably need to sleep.
Oh, can you talk to the rabbit again?
Actually, yeah, let's try that.
What if you go to town hall at midnight?
Oh, it's just the same thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Because don't we sleep at town hall too? No.
No, you.
No.
Oh,
In
there
the
are
hole.
beds there, but
I do kind of want to see real quick if we can find the walrus. But we should probably play it safe. Although it's also very possible that they're not going to be there at... Well, no! Stumbler was there at night. Let's just go back here and play on the safe side. Here we go.
Safe.
It's so empty. Okay. Oof, dark. Should we sleep and then do this, or should we just sleep, or should we just do it? What do we
Yeah,
I
think?
mean, you said you wanted to get all your friends, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do... Let's eat, just to be safe.
Sleep, get the walrus, and
You have to
then...
go back to the hole to sleep.
That's right. For some reason I thought we could sleep there, but I guess not. That's okay. Alright. Hole. beach, and then we should be able to just run right over. Because it's, yeah, okay, we need one more friend. Then we're good to go. Alright, walrus, then save the world. Day 1. Good night. Okay. We're making good time, I think. I don't know. Initially, I thought we had to do this all in one day, and that's when I was like, but I'm glad we have 5 days. It does feel like we have enough time. I don't like that our day starts at 1 p.m. though. I'm gonna be honest.
Look, I relate to that. Don't judge my little man.
I don't like it, but that's such a mood.
It is relatable, if nothing else. Honestly, if I was trapped on an abandoned, well, not abandoned, but a secret, I guess if I was shipwrecked, I'd be EP too. I wouldn't want to do shit. Maybe, oh, here he is. I think I see him. Aha! Okay. Hey, bud. Alright. Boat. Okay. Alright. We must not move in the dark.
Did they say why though?
No.
He said it was hard to explain last time. I remember that.
Only one way to find out.
I'm really trying to be a good noodle this run. Okay. Alright. Perfect.
I'm just
Fuck,
dying
you know
with
what?
curiosity.
Fuck it. You safe. Move in the darkness. I want to figure it out.
Okay. Did I save before this one?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that time it was. I'm like.
That's like the scripted. You can't move in that one.
I'm just like genuinely scared. I don't know what it is. I'm like, I don't want to move. You told me not to move, so I'm not gonna move.
Just move.
Move. Do it. Do it.
Do it.
Okay,
Do
next
it.
time. Next
Do
time.
it.
I'm not a pussy. I'm not a baby. I'm gonna do it next time.
I find
I'm
it
gonna do
hard to
next time.
believe.
Are you sure?
I'm gonna do it next time. I'm gonna do it next time. I'm not a baby. I'm not a baby. I'm not a baby. Oh, fuck. Okay, where are you going? I don't give a fuck. I'm not afraid of the dark. I'm not afraid of the dark. I'm not afraid of the dark. Fuck you.
What
Huh?
the fuck?
Oh?
Yeah, that's hard to explain.
Those hooks are sharp, huh? Oh, we lost so much time.
Just like respawn.
Here, we'll respawn. We'll respawn. Okay, there we go. Well, now we know. Oh my god. Okay, well.
That was kind of
Fuck me.
anticlimactic, to be honest. I expected a lot
I
worse.
expected a jump
Yeah.
scare. You know?
Yeah.
Okay, well now we know. Okay.
We just got. Haha, funny.
Well, and here's the thing: we still have like several other days. Okay, this is only day 2, so I think we're already making really good pace. I think we'll be fine. I'm not worried about it. Hold on. I'm gonna have to plug in my phone soon. Okay, let me see. Aha. All right, and then back here. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Bam. Bam. Okay.
Those two walls next to each other, can you double jump behind, like between them? There might be a secret up there.
I will check shortly.
Just why such a weird, creepy tone just for a hook?
It really hypes it up. Can I go back
Maybe
there?
next time.
Alright, that's fine. Okay. Alright. A little forward. Okay. Bring it as forward as I can. Bunk. Okay. Now this one. Okay. Also, after we get out of this mini-game, can someone remind me to plug in my phone? I don't want my VTuber to die.
I mean, this one isn't timed, so if you want to just do
That's
it, you
true.
probably could.
You chose the wrong Twitch and you want the other Shipwrecked 64. Oh, shit. Okay. Thank you.
Well-
I appreciate it.
There's 2?
Well, that was the class
Whoa.
that we unlocked from
Wait.
getting the bad ending on this one.
Is one of them the new one and one of them's the old one?
Yes, we're playing the like updated one right now.
We haven't played the okay.
No,
Oh,
the
shit.
original one was the one that we unlocked from
Ah,
getting the
something-
bad ending on this version.
I think you already pressed the button.
Isn't this the? Oh, I might have actually. Hold up. Did I? No, I did not. Okay.
No.
Could mods? Oh. Can mods change that though, if you don't mind?
I don't. They're both.
Okay, I think
Oh,
you're
it's this
like.
way.
I don't know if you can change that.
I'm not
I
sure
think-
that it matters all that much, given that it's
Yeah.
still the same game.
We
You
can't?
should like
Okay.
exit and back. Like I think you're fucking up something with the camera. Okay, that works.
I got it that time. I can check. We're still in 2023, so the section is right. Okay, okay. So once we once we switch to the new one, then we switch it. Fantastic. Technically, on the right section, you have glitch and trying to access only gives you the wrong one, so you have 0 visibility. Ah. Oh. Well, shit. I'll fix that after we get out of this mini game. But thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. So let's. I think I almost moved there. Remind me to do that once we get out of this one, and then I'll shift. I thought it was just like I saw that it had like only 8 followers. I was like, well, you know, niche indie game. Niche indie game. This is what it is. Bunk, bunk. Fuck. Okay. All right. Bunk, bunk, bunk.
This is the hard one.
Aha. Okay. All right. Work the pole, Bucky. All right. There we go. Okay.
To be fair,
does
the
it feel
main
like we're
one
playing
only
a
has
minigame of-
130 followers, so it's not a huge difference.
Yeah. I'll still change it though, just in case. All right. Come on, Bucky. Okay. There we
Why
go.
does it feel like we're playing that minigame? You know, when you play as a kid where someone turns around, you just gotta stop and freeze completely?
A red light, green light?
Yeah, red light, green light.
Why does this one always fuck me up? Come on. Bucky! Okay, here we go. Try this again. The issue is more this section is literally inaccessible. Ow! Okay. Thank you, Twitch. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, let me do this. Woo! Okay, come on. Come on. Fuck. Okay, can I do it? It helped me. It was easier when I did it backwards, actually. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
All right. I hate that one. That one's awful. Okay. Just slide onto this one.
It's weird how much longer this one is than the other ones.
Yeah.
Fuck! Ah!
Easy, no.
Ooh,
God damn it.
that
Okay.
sucks.
This is the
God.
second time we've done it, though. Here, let me change it to... Okay, let me do it now. Shipwrecked 64.
7 p.m.
No, it's
This
only
one.
3 hours instead of 6 hours, though.
We fucked it up. I did throw. I threw. Okay, I think it updated. Alright, one more time. We're still only on day 2. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay? It's chill. It's cool. Okay? I'm not gonna fuck it up. I'm not gonna fuck it up. It's fine. Okay? It's fine. I won't mess it up again. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Because I didn't do it on purpose. I fucking like... Okay, well, I did do it on purpose. I like nudged it slightly. And I was like... "Ugh." But again, I'm getting better at it, though. I'm getting better. I'm zooming now. The section is correct. Yippee! Thank you for letting me know, gamer. I appreciate that. Wait! Fuck! I don't want to talk about that. We're not talking about that. Okay, come on. There we go. Trust my gut. That is the key here. I just have to trust my gut. Okay. Okay, there we go. Oh, I meant to try that other thing again. Shit, that's okay.
Oh yeah.
Alright. Yeah, there's the locked door down there. Oh yeah, that just leads to here. Okay. Come here. Impale myself on the sail. That's fine. Okay. Alright, here we go. Next one. Alright. You know what I'm wondering, actually? When we die, right, when it's the thing, oh, fuck. When it's the thing, it's like a light that comes from above. So can it not target us if we're,
I doubt that'll be.
yeah, that'll be too easy. I followed this game and help people through it. You guys have enough people that you should eventually get through it, but God, I hope so. The whole thing is I genuinely love these types of games a lot. I really do. And I'm usually the type where I like to watch really long video essays about games. But I was like, you know what? If I gather enough homies together, we should be able to just have one really big collective brain cell. And so far, we've done pretty good. So far, we've been pretty good. We got the bad ending, which is not good. But we now know what to do. So our goal now is to... Fuck. Our goal now is to get the actual good ending and beat the volcano thing. Ah! Okay. The way he stares down is so funny to me. He looks disappointed in me, dude. Come on. Okay, there we go. Alright, here we go. Are you in 97 mode? No, we are still 2023 mode. We are still 2023. So, I'm trying to, I wanna get the good ending in 23 before we go on to 97, is my idea. I don't know if it makes a difference, but I know with a lot of things, it's like, better safe than sorry. You know? Oh, shit. Okay, come on, bro. Okay, okay. Alright. We're not gonna throw this time. We're not gonna throw. Here, can I... The camera angle always fucks me up with this one. I'm trying to, like, keep it straight, but... There we go. Okay. Alright. Whoop!
Oh boy.
This happens really fucking fast. It is maliciously timed! I can't catch a break! Okay, come on. Come on. Once again, going is legit my favorite ARG game. See, I'm not going in completely blind. I have watched a video essay about it, but also, I forgot everything. I watched the video essay, and I was like, wow, this is cool. And then I forgot everything about it. But so far, we're doing good. The command sets it to the wrong one. Oh. It still says on my end we're at the right one. So, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, here we go. They're named the same. It's the one that has more followers. Oh, wait, did we do it? Oh, fuck, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so used to that taking fucking forever. I genuinely was like, did we get it?
We
Okay.
still need to do the... Wait, no, we can do the...
I think we can still do volcano, yeah. If
We can do the volcano, yeah. Remember
Yeah.
to save and just
You've disappeared
fucking
from the actual
dip.
one? Here, let
Just
me change
close
it again
the game.
on my end then. Here, let me see.
Oh, Mita, you have
Oh,
to...
well, maybe not. We can check.
Let me see. What'd you say?
Remember to just, like, close the game in case you're running out of time. Maybe that will...
Yeah,
Work.
the Alt F4 could be the strat. Let's see if we can head back to the theater and start the other thing. I don't know if it makes a difference, honestly. What time did it say it was? Did it say it was 11 or midnight?
Midnight.
Midnight. But the guy was there at midnight last time.
Yeah, what if we go
Yeah.
really fast? Just really... Oh, wait, no. It was Town Hall we need to go to. I'm stupid. Okay, hold on.
Correct.
Town Hall. Okay. Let's head over there. And then maybe we can start it. Like, worst case scenario, I'm just gonna fuck it up again. I don't know if it makes a difference if I sleep or if... I don't know. Do you think we should sleep just in case?
Nah.
Nah, okay. Alright, Town Hall. We'll save just in case. And worst case, I Alt F4. Worst case, I Alt F4. Alright, Midnight by Taylor Swift. Hey, hey, bro. Hello? Yep. You, never, yeah, okay. Alright.
You got this.
We have an island to save. Alright. I just need to slow and steady kind of wins the race. More so, trust my gut and don't try to double jump. That's not how it works. Stop trying to make double jump happen. It's not going to happen. Okay, here we go. Alright. Single hop. Single hop. Single hop. Single hop. Okay. There we go. Okay, that one was a little close. There we go. Okay.
Doing much better this time.
Yeah, we are cruising. Okay, I still want to be careful. I don't want to sprint through everything and fuck it up.
Speeding.
We're speeding a little bit, but that's okay. All right, this one we gotta run for. No, fuck! God damn it. Okay, what?
Huh?
I think I died
That was
upon.
okay.
Like, I think I landed in the lava when I respawned.
Oh.
What What did I say? What did I say? Stop trying to make double jump happen. It's not going to happen. Okay. Alright, if I fuck this up this time, I am Alt F4ing. I'm dead ass. I'm so bad at platforming. I'm so bad. Oh god. Alright. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, got our grip. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I genuinely don't know how long this is, so that's why I'm a little... Because I know it's not over when we get to the boat. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not
we don't actually know how long this is gonna be.
That's the one thing that stresses me out, is it's like...
Just keep going at it. If you have 30 seconds left or something, just leave.
Motherfucker, I'm going to kill myself! Okay.
Okay, maybe we just restart it now.
Understandable.
I'm not very good at platformers, and I'm gonna try my best. We're just gonna go again. Go again. It's fine. No one saw it. No one saw that. It's fine. It's totally fine.
By the way, Evie, I thought you were good at platformers.
It's fine. Perchance they... Me throwing? Never. EB Games always wins. Okay, continue.
You see, says coming
Continue.
always works.
Thank you, bestie. I appreciate you and your wisdom. Okay. Alright, same thing as before. Oh, motherfucker, now I have to go to sleep. Everyone's gonna sleep.
No,
We should...
you can go to the
No,
town
it
hall.
was still midnight last time.
That's right. Okay. Let's do this. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna save the island, and everyone will love me. Okay. Okay. Alright. We've got an island to save.
Would you really appreciate your efforts?
I don't know. I don't know. Okay. For 64 devs, let EB move. Oh, this game is legit 7-10 hours. I don't know, you know, well, we'll see what happens. This will probably be a 2-parter stream. I don't know how late we're gonna stay up. Especially for Flame, my good bitch in Europe. Wait, no!
Jeff, it's Saturday tomorrow, and we can just go for it.
Flame's like, bring it the fuck on. Okay.
She's ready for a late night.
She's ready. Alright. We may
Look,
take
you
some
already
breaks
fucking make me
then.
stay up to 6 AM to play fucking League of Legends. Stop trying to pretend
That's
it's there.
true. This is probably a better gaming.
You deserve that, by the way.
Thank you. That's for playing League of Legends. Okay,
But
come
we
on.
love League of Legends.
I love League of
Fuck away.
Legends.
Whatever,
League of
I
Legends
don't
is
want to
my
recognize
life. I keep throwing. No! You need to carry momentum there? Okay. Oh, okay. That's, okay, yeah. I need to just not be a pussy. And I need to just be a runner, be a track star. Okay.
Oh.
Don't give up.
Okay. We just need to be ballin', okay? If we can ball, we can in. You know? Okay, this one's gonna be tricky. Alright. Momentum!
You still have to press the jump button.
I like how I killed myself. Okay. I don't know how much time. I don't know, you know? I don't. Fuck. Okay, I'm throwing. Okay, hold on.
Throwing these.
Okay, let's see. I need to not. Sometimes it's slow and steady wins the race. Sometimes it's not, apparently. Mixed reactions wins the race, I guess. Okay, here we go. I don't know.
You gotta match up your Uhu and Owo energy.
I do. I'm about to start screaming, like more than I have already. I'm gonna start hollering. I'm gonna be hooting and hollering. Okay, here we go.
Holla holla.
Give me a little bit more room. I need a wide berth, okay? Alright, here we go. Alright, I'm birthing.
You're
Woo!
Okay. Don't fuck it up. 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 Okay. Come on, Bucky. Don't fuck it up. Okay. Don't fuck it up. Oh! Okay, I'm clenching my
Nice.
anus so fucking hard right now. Okay. Boat. Okay, get to the boat. Okay. We have 2 minutes
I
left.
wonder
a little
how
less
much
than
a
2 minutes.
boat goes for in the shop.
I don't know.
I'm amazed that boat hasn't burned down.
Alright, I'm not sure where I'm
Look,
supposed to.
it's
I know I
built
can still get
different.
off even if I kind of like miss the prime like place to do it. Okay. Here we go. Well, actually, I don't know if it mattered.
Evie.
Oh, they restarted from the beginning?
Evie.
Oh no.
Evie. Evie. Explain to me. Go
I
ahead.
tried to. I thought I had to get off before the boat landed, but I'm just.
You're just impatient, dear. Me?
That's why you a
Everyone
baseball
is
pitcher?
laughing.
Cause you are throwing.
Everyone is so mean to me. Hold on, my phone's gonna fucking die. Let me plug it in. Okay, there we go. If you hear computer noises, it's my computer computering.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. It's plugged
I'm
in.
glad it
now.
wasn't mine.
Yeah, it's just my iPhone because my iPhone battery is gonna die. But now it's plugged in, so we're good. We can go as long as we want. Okay. Okay. At least now I know. Okay. So, not to be a cheater, not to be a metagamer, but like, how many more sections are after the? After the
Evie,
boat
you're
scene?
not silence, Evie. You're suffering this.
I
Do
want.
not tell the woman.
No.
She must suffer. Only through suffering will there be salvation.
At least 3? Are you serious? Okay. All right.
Damn.
At least 3. I don't know. Oh, okay. All right. Watch, it's gonna be actually 3. The boat scene is the tutorial. I will literally. It's over. It's so Jover. It's Jover. Okay. All right. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. Come on. Okay. Okay. Alright, I just need to not get cocky, honestly. That's the big thing. Okay. Almost lost control there. But we didn't. Okay. Okay.
Great job.
Thank you. I'm just sitting in the boat. I'm staying in the boat. I'm not. I am waiting until the ride comes to a complete stop. Okay? I
Well
am
done,
staying in the
You
ride
have
car.
grown.
Oh, you
I'm
were
so proud
edging.
of you.
Did you just say I was edging?
You were standing on the edge of the boat. You were literally
I
edging.
just was not mentally ready to be like, oh, you were edging. It's like, I guess so. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Edging? I love edging. Oh, fantastic. Glad we all have very positive feelings about edging tonight. Glad we're feeling good.
I'm
Okay.
going to start king shaming you.
What? No kink shaming allowed. We don't.
Yeah.
Big important rule of this stream. We don't want to yuck anybody else's yum. Okay.
I mean,
Unless you're
a
weak.
kink shame is a kink.
Oh, Evie. Time to restart.
This is so painful.
I-
Genuinely, I'm like, there's part of me dead ass that's like, man, fuck this island.
Do you
Welcome
really-
Let
in.
the island fail.
Yeah, like, fuck this island. Like, die in a volcano. They know the volcano is gonna erupt. You know, they have time to evacuate. My boat's ready to go. You know, like,
Yeah, but
And
your
actually,
boat can
why
only
do I
fit
get-
5 people.
why do I give a fuck about the wolves? They kidnapped my friends. Burn, bitch. Like,
I mean, you apparently
They
you
enslaved
did
them.
do vandalism.
yeah, that was fucked up. Whatever
I'm
happened
pretty
to
sure
karma?
you like destroyed you destroyed their property and you're making you pay
Well,
for
yeah,
it.
but I paid
And then
my
they actually
debts.
fixed your boat. They told you if you get your pieces, we'll fix your boat for free.
Yeah, but I paid my my debts. I didn't just pay my
And
debts.
they
I
did it.
paid all my friends' debts.
I mean, you're allowed to
I've
leave. You're the
done
one
my-
that chose to stay, Evie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
like-
they ripped off the arms of Stumbles.
Well, that was fucked up. 23 or
We don't
97.
know what. We don't know
This
how,
is
what happened.
still
Maybe Stumble did
23.
something really evil.
I'm trying to get the good ending before I go on to 97, but it's really testing me. It is very much testing me. Okay. Honestly, if you ask me, like, would I rather,
Hey,
like...
you edged again.
I did get it. Honestly, if you ask me if I would rather replay some of the Dark Souls fights or do this, I would rather replay some of the Dark Souls fights. I'm gonna be honest. Like, imagine the good ending wasn't possible to get. It feels like it. I'll be honest. I know it's not. I've seen people, like, I haven't, okay, well, I don't want to say I've seen people do it because I've only, like, heard people talk about it, but, like, okay, I don't think we're gonna get it with the time we have left, honestly, but, like,
Practice.
I want to at least know how far this goes, you know? I want to at least know. Even if it's not perfect. Let me see. Bucky's the cause of the... Okay, I can't... Okay. Alright. Bucky's the cause of the volcano erupting. Good for him. Is there another... Wait, what?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You continue
If you
going that
fail
way.
this, then yeah. 23 seconds. There's the fucker.
Talk to him.
Look at you!
Okay.
Yeah.
With
Oh.
10 seconds to go, let's fucking
Let's
go!
go.
Oh my god. Oh
Alright,
my god.
let's look at the
Oh my
part
god.
that was supposed to save the entire island. What's
What's
it going to be?
I finally didn't throw.
Has houses on
I
it?
don't like how he's watching you.
What if I fall right now?
For the love of twigs. It's real.
Damn, that's a big ass
Just
boat.
Turn like
Yeah,
360.
that was weird.
You know what to do. Do I?
Jump on.
Eat it.
You're a sailor.
Bring that boat to the beach. Okay. You'll be a hero. So long, buddy. Okay.
Why does that feel
Ain't back?
ominous?
Yeah.
Are we just leaving him there?
A true
Oh, there you
hero!
Save everyone on the island.
Did we just leave that man there to die?
Maybe?
Wait, you could have joined us. Oh, but you left your friends behind.
But the save everyone ending is what popped up.
That's what it says. It says
Oh, no,
I got
here
to
we
say,
are.
Let's go, Bucky! Fuck that island! Fuck that island!
Now we're going back.
And now we're gonna do it again! Fuck it!
Oh, game.
Okay. We got the good ending. I was really close. I was really close to time to witness man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. Thank God. I'm so ready to be traumatized. All right. Give it up for trauma. Who's ready to be traumatized?
Okay, so there's a version of Bucky for like each year. So they have different views.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which makes sense. So they like touched up the games and everything. So
Yeah.
the sound files or whatever.
All right. It's time. 97 mode. Whew. Okay. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Okay. I'm finding these horrors
Into the
perfectly
modes.
comprehensible skill issue, maybe. Listen, we'll see what happens. All right. It's time. It's time. It's time to make a
I will
choice.
drink
Can you
you.
imagine being
I
a
will
mom and spending
drink you.
$60 on this?
Are we ready? Are we
Alright, let's
ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mentally,
Then you
no.
know.
Okay.
Oh, hush already.
Okay. Think outside the box. It's deeper than you know. Okay.
Hey, everyone! I need your help.
This one that has the green screen showing.
Huh.
Yep. Okay.
Ugh.
It should have
Is there a
been
dead
pulled
body in
sooner.
there?
Assumingly that means that those are like costumes.
Yeah.
Well, there's our little buddy. Can you color
He has
Oh, the guy's hand sticking out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you say, buddy? Let's go rescue the
The king.
I'm not skipping shit. I'm not skipping shit. I want the lore. Give me the lore. Long it takes to get to the first
He's
key.
wearing
Oh
a
boy.
clown costume here.
Oh boy. Hello. Probably a while. Welcome to Shipwrecked 64, 1997. I wasn't even born yet.
Alright, I forget you're young.
I'm a baby. I was born in 2000. Information on the game has been very sparse since its soft launch in 1997. I'm hiding under the covers for this one. Me and the boys getting under the covers with our teddy bears. The game would not work on any emulations, but after some tinkering, we built our own for this game. Okay. Game was developed by Cogware Games. 2 devs helped us create this version of the game. The game may have some glitches or artifacts. It is not for the faint of heart. Does that mean I should go to the bathroom before we start this? Because I kind of have to pee. Because, like, I can hold it, but I don't want to piss myself. So, like...
It might not be a bad idea if that's the...
No,
But I mean, there's an additional risk on top of it.
Yeah, and that just makes the stakes all that much
If
higher.
if you don't
There you
piss
go,
yourself.
yeah.
Exactly.
Oh my god, it's been 2 fucking hours already. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Hi, Becky. I'm gonna piss my pants.
Hi.
Hi. If you get another bad ending, that's the bad ending. I pissed myself. Listen, you gotta help me. I was out on the sea with my friends, and I crashed my boat. It was awful. And my friends were all kidnapped. That's still fucked up, by the way. It was pretty bad, yeah. Yeah. Well, you can help, right? I sure can. Let me show you how it works. Okay. Okay. Murder, death, mutilation. Oh, my 3 favorite things. Analog stick to move. I don't want to press any dialogue. I'm afraid he's going to kill me.
Maybe you can also, like, you might be able to get out of bounds just somewhere around.
That's what I'm wondering. If I get a bad ending, I piss myself challenge. Not clickbait. Remember to look for canvases too. You can save on those. Last thing, hold the left bumper to run. Okay. Good luck, buddy. I'm all yours. Okay. I am going to, I don't know what's coming, dude. So, like, I genuinely am afraid of pissing my pants. So we're gonna do an ad break real quick, just so I can, go piss not my pants. I'm just gonna, cause I know if I go onto my BRB screen, I'm gonna fuck shit up. So, like, gamers, can you entertain my game? Could you just say gone pregnant, Cole? But yeah, let me see. Where's the? I don't know if I know how to do an ad break anymore because my shit got fucked up. Hi, Apple. Frigante. Let's see. Is it this one? I don't know. Here we go. I'm gonna run an ad break real quick just so I can go pee and maybe get a snack. But gamers, the floor is yours. Share whatever you'd like to share. Okay, I'll be right back.
I'm sleepy.
Alright, who the fuck wants to hear about how some farmers cornered the market on onions, owning 98% of the U.S. onion market?
Tell me right
in
now,
the
I want to actually hear about
1950s.
this.
Yes.
This is very much the kind of things I like to know
I'm
about.
not joking, there is a literal law in
I
the
think I
US.
remember the story about this.
Yeah, that bans you from buying futures stocks on onions in the U.S. because of these 2 fucking farmers. So,
Yeah. I remember that. I remember the story.
1950s, these 2 guys controlled 98% of the onions available in the city of Chicago. And they would then, they had how much? Sorry, I need to look up the exact number. It was like millions of pounds of onions that they had these futures stocks on. Wait, I should look at the Twitch chat too to see if anyone's fucking talking about this.
What is of the future stocks, by the way?
So basically, you can pay in some money to like bet on the way that the stock is gonna go.
I came.
Let's see.
I pissed. I conquered.
All right.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Are we ready, besties?
You want to know about onions?
About what?
I'm talking about how two guys own 98% of the onion market in the city of Chicago in the 1950s.
Nathaniel, this is why I love you, because Nathaniel will just randomly be like, hey, do you want to learn about niche topic no one's ever heard of? And saying, yeah, actually, I do. I do, actually. Thank you.
There's a U.S. law because of this.
Yeah.
Wait,
Right.
turn around, TV.
Oh, should we do still?
What's that
Yeah.
thing on the wall?
I think we saw that before. Yeah, it's just talking about the hole.
Oh yeah. Just...
Nulliterra. You're in the hole. Let's treat this as if, like we know what to do, but we're still gonna read everything. Just in case.
Fun fact, technically speaking, there's still some Nulliterra on Earth, just in the middle of the Sahara, and it's completely useless. But in theory, you could make your own country there.
You could make your own country. Can I go make a country? I would like
Do you
to make
want
a
to live
country.
in the Sahara?
I mean, no, but I want to say I have a country. I think it'd be cool. How many VTubers own countries?
Well, I mean, you
Like, I
can
could be
declare
the
yourself a
first.
sovereign state. There's the one guy in
Yeah.
Nevada that says his property is his own country.
Why not be a sovereign state? Like,
Alas,
how many?
it's not recognized
There
by
aren't any
anyone of note.
VTubers
No,
that
it is
you
not.
know are owners of sovereign states. Why can't I be the first?
I'm
you know?
part of the Conch Republic.
Oh wait, the bars aren't here.
Hello.
I guess we'll talk to you first. Also, if you heard a cat, that wasn't in the game. That was just Jetmir. Hey, buddy.
Meow.
I used to be living in town. Then I was disarmed. Lately, though, I've fallen for a rabbit. Okay, same as before. Does Putin count as a VTuber? You know, I'm not sure, actually. I don't know if I'm educated enough to answer that question.
What's the question?
Is Putin a VTuber?
You know what? It's funnier if we say yes, so yes.
Okay. Okay, let's go. I'm curious
It's
why
fine.
the
It's
wolf
wait.
wasn't here.
Oh, hello. That's a good point.
Yeah. Because at first I
Well,
was
it's
like,
just a
oh,
little different.
Is this
It
different?
looks-
This looks the same.
So,
Yeah, this is the same.
I don't remember jumping around though.
yes,
oh,
we did
you may
this.
have not been here. Hi, Ryan.
Just get the jar from outside.
Yeah, we'll get the. This is. Yeah, let me know if his canvas falls. Okay. So we've made it past. We got the bad ending and the good ending in the revised version. Now we're on to the 97 version, which is the one with all the fucked up shit. Oh, I'm coming, buddy. I'm
Oh,
coming.
I mean,
Wait,
so
do we need to
far.
re-enable online mode now that we're on a different game? Because honestly,
think
it would
so.
have been really funny if we got that visit from a special friend and it's like, Evie can't come to the phone right now.
It could be one of those things where the
Evie's
devs are
pissy.
allowed to fuck with you if they want.
Listen, part of me is like, that sounds horrifying, but part of me is also like, I'm kind of into it. Like, if...
You
Honestly,
would,
if
wouldn't
I
you,
was a
Dustin?
game dev and I wouldn't... I don't think I'd
Okay,
do
that
freaky
should be
shit.
enough.
I
You can
think I
just,
would...
I know, you need one more.
Yeah, I think we just need...
Just go outside and.
The
grab
canvas
the jars
fall?
there.
Did it fall?
Did it fall?
No.
I thought I heard it.
I think
Shit.
that was just the
Let's
intro.
see.
Uh,
Oh yeah,
yeah.
there we go.
I was
Good ear.
pissing. How are we in paint game already? There's no wolf. There's no fucking wolf there. So I'm like, I don't know what's going on. But that's the
Should
thing.
go
is,
outside
like,
and grab
if
the
I
other
was...
jars still.
Oh yeah, shit, you're right. If I was a game dev, I would literally just like come in and say like the stupidest shit. Like especially if it was like an ARG, I would just say like the dumbest shit just so people I can get like a MatPat video of like, what does it mean? What does it mean? But it's just me being like cock and balls. Cock and ball torture, and then just like 20-minute MatPat video. What does cock and balls mean? You know?
Well, it's not him anymore, but.
MatPat's dead. Goodbye,
Maybe it
MatPat.
just means you like, we like.
Well, MatPat graduated from his VTuber career.
No, he's
Okay.
coming back with this shoujo. Everybody knows that already.
Okay. I guess we just chill out. I'm here for you,
It
little
all
buddy.
goes back to V Shoujo.
I'm here for you, little buddy. I'm here for you, little man. Matt has ceased padding. Shit. Look at him go. What a good little painter he is. I love him. He seems like a nice fella. I hope nothing bad ever happens to him.
Well, he's
Something
already lost his
bad is
arms, so...
well, it can't get worse than that,
Yeah,
you know?
he's
Are you sure? He still has limbs to lose. I can just kind of see a couple here. he doesn't use his kneecaps. He doesn't need. Maybe he feels a little ears. I don't know.
Ah,
It can get
Aw.
worse, dear.
the way
Just put
he
in the
just.
effort.
Aww. I feel so bad for you.
Hey, he's living. He's still happy. You shouldn't try. You shouldn't like try to feel pity for him. He's doing his fucking
He's
best.
having a good time, and you know he's making the most out of it, and I respect that. Honestly, that's all you can do, really. So, all right, 9, 8, 7, 6.
You'll be fine. You fell
Five.
down right after the ascending.
I would cry. I would actually shit my pants and cry.
Okay, it's done.
Yay! All right. Well, I guess we're
Dance
good to go.
painting done.
He's having a good time, which means he's destined for doom. Yeah, you're right. All right. Thank you, Stumbler. Very cool.
Did it crash? Oh, there it
Okay,
is.
6 p.m. Gonna go hang this up in the theater. Wanna come see? Sure. Alright, we'll go up to the theater.
What happened to
Oh.
Mr. Wolf?
And the bars. I don't get
Alright.
it. Because we're in the new
Alright.
version of the game.
Yeah.
Or the old version, I should say.
Yeah.
But I don't get it. Let's see.
There's no wolves. How's
Somewhere
here?
is too. Wait, what?
Where's the? They were supposed to. Oh, there is. Talk to
Yeah.
him. Maybe he'll say something.
Yeah, he
different.
might have something new to say. It's really hot out, isn't it? It's not the sun. Telling you that for certain. Okay. Please leave. Okay, same dialogue. Since we're here, let's go do the coconuts real quick. Hi,
See if you can
Olive.
like jump out of bounds this time around.
Yeah, we couldn't do it the first time, but we'll see this time.
Yeah, which they might have patched in their remake and the new thing.
That would make sense. Alright, let's go. Alright. This one should be pretty easy. Bam, bam. Okay? I'm slapping. I'm whacking. I'm slapping and whacking. Alright. Bam. Ba, 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 ba. Alright, coconut. Coconut. I'm trying to say coconut before each one to like manifest. Coconut. Coconut. Okay. Coconut. Coconut. Give me a coconut. Naughty Tree did not give me a coconut. There we go. Okay. Coconut. Coconut. Whack it in our name. Time to beat my meat for my fans. God damn it.
For your fans, for your only
For
fans.
my OnlyFans. The secret EB Games OnlyFans. Why is that one not? There we go. That's actually what happens when we beat the end of this game. You find my secret OnlyFans link. It's like a collection of letters and numbers. You have to piece it all together. Alright. And the real
And we just
secret
toss
ending
out
isn't
cock
my
and balls in the
OnlyFans.
end.
Yeah, it's not even my OnlyFans. The real secret ending is getting David's OnlyFans. That's the one everyone's really after.
The
Right,
grand
David?
treasure.
Where's the one?
Yeah.
Please, one to need it.
Okay, come on. Come on. That's the goal. Yeah, no one gives a shit about my OnlyFans. Everyone just wants David's OnlyFans. Which is real as fuck, honestly. I don't blame you. I honestly
You missed
don't.
one tree there.
Yeah, there's a
Alright,
tree
there we
behind
go.
you.
I feel like I'm getting less coconuts this time than I did the first time, low-key. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking. Wait. Do you
You've
see
also
that?
skipped a couple trees.
Wait, hold
What the
on.
hell is that in the background?
Yeah, that's
Lord.
what I'm thinking. Hold on. Was that there before?
No, that wasn't.
Wow.
Hold up. I'm still
Yeah.
gonna.
Stop clapping the trees.
Well, I'm trying to do it as I go, you know?
Must know.
Oh, it's a mirror.
That's a mirror.
Mirror?
Oh. Be big.
He looks so derpy, I'm sorry. He looks so silly. Okay, let's head to the secret tunnel. And this is where we'll see if we can get out of bounds. Smacking. Smacking.
Most likely there's something you can do with mirrors, but we need to figure out what it is. Because like this is the second
Yeah.
mirror we see in the game.
Right, there was that one in the volcano, wasn't there?
Okay.
Yeah. And it's like oddly high quality, high effort for a game that's supposedly be from that age.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. let's see. Okay.
Close.
It looks a little different on the other side. Did you notice that, or is that just me?
Don't
Couldn't
know.
tell you.
Oh,
Oh,
oh.
He's blocked. So invisible, it seems.
Okay, yeah, so that's still a wall. That's what I thought. I was like, I don't think I fucked that up. I think I just genuinely can't get over there.
Well, worth checking now.
Yeah, it's always worth it to try and check.
Well, yeah, I think the first thing we need to do is figure out how to interact with the mirrors.
Yeah. Because they gotta mean something, right? It wasn't there before. Smack. Smack. Okay. Okay. Almost there. Smack. Depending on how late this goes, we may need a Taco Bell break. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm just gonna be fucking honest with you. There may be a Taco Bell break.
I am
Shit your
so
pants out
sad
if
to
you-
have to head out before it gets scary, but I have work.
That's
so
okay,
this
Karen.
Oh, that's fine.
this is where I gotta go.
Well, thank you for hanging out, Pods. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. I will keep up with the VOD, and if you end up doing a part 2, let me know. I'd love to come back for the other
I
half.
can't stay up too late because I'm supposed to go to my parents' house tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. You know, we'll see what happens. But
Rock me like one of your coconut trees.
fuck
Thank
yeah,
you.
I will. All right, bye, bestie.
Bye.
See you later.
All
Bye.
right, let's see.
There was that treasure chest over to your right. that you
Oh, there
didn't
was?
go through.
Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, this one. Okay, let's see. There we go. All right, one more coconut, and then we're.
You,
Good.
there
You
were
did miss a
couple
couple
of
trees back
trees
in the first area.
Yeah, I think we should find it soon. This one. No. Okay.
Isn't the first area?
Yeah, you're for right. How do I get back over there again?
Through the doors back that way. To your right. There you go.
There we go.
Straight.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. If I ran out of time and had to do this one again, I would do violence. Just being real. Just being honest.
There's a tree to your left behind you now.
Hmm?
The other patch.
This one? Oh no.
Keep
it's this
going
one.
across.
Oh, I
left.
see. Okay. There we go. Okay. And with just a minute to go. All right. We freed all the bottom. Easy. Okay. All right. We did Stumbler's thing. We did Olive's thing. It's probably gonna be midnight now. We still need to go to the theater, and then we can do the goose
I think
thing.
still you have one more
11.
thing.
No,
Oh,
you
no,
can
we
do
have
one
time.
more.
Yeah. So let's head to the theater because we still need to see Stumbler's painting, and then we
Is the
can...
wolf dialogue any different in this version?
Yeah, no, it was the same.
That's the beach. Try failing some of these things. Maybe there's secret stuff. Oh yeah, you know. Bet you that boat thing's gonna be. Oh, hold on.
Oh.
Write that down. Write that down. Write that down.
Daniel?
Give me a moment.
KBZ.
Write that down. Write that down. Write that down.
2QP. Wait, what?
What's
Did you
go-
see that?
oh.
Wait, hold on.
Wait,
Yeah.
stay at there.
Stay there.
Okay, I got it written down.
What? Huh?
Oh,
that's
hi.
the blue guy.
Yeah.
Did they call it like a vandal or something in the secret?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we also saw blood on him, you know?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Literally just when Puds leaves.
Yeah. Alright, where's this one? Where the fuck is Town Hall? Was it saying numbers
Right there.
during that? Oh, that's a good fucking point. I wasn't even thinking
Shit.
about that. Was it saying... I mean... I don't know if we can trigger it again. Okay, let's see. Oh, it wasn't Town Hall we need to go to. It was the theater.
I mean,
dumb.
it's overwhelmingly obvious by now that the mole rat guy did something very evil. I mean, he
Yeah.
was also like, they wouldn't allow me to save the town. Like,
Mm,
In the secrets, it said he was the vandal or something like that.
yeah. Where the fuck?
He's in
Oh,
the
right,
living
that's right. I need to go
quarters.
to the beach. Or the living quarters. That's right.
Yeah, that's where the theater is.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
that's the thing is it's like,
KBC.
it probably was important.
Oh,
I feel like this is one of
this
those,
is
this is gonna be a code
this is a
thing, isn't it?
cryptogram.
It could be.
It likely is.
Yeah.
Letter replacements.
Put it to the
Two
usual
after?
Caesar or whatever. Just put it to the usual.
What if I go up 2 and down 2 for the first letter? Up 2 gives me AIY. No. DO. That's nothing.
There's usually.
We probably don't have enough info yet. To
Nathaniel.
use
There's usually like. This could just be like some basic cipher. You could just like run it through one of the online basic decoders. So like just go
Yeah,
to
but that's
Caesar.
boring.
Fair enough, I guess. It's just efficiency's sake.
it.
Okay, so just going. So the number 2, just going up 2 and down 2 gives me nothing. Do I get any word from combining those letters? No.
This is why Nathaniel's here. He's good at this kind of shit. This would take me like 8 hours minimum. Okay. I'm kind of just speeding through the mini games and stuff. I'm sure there's gonna be more shit as we go around, you know. But for now, I'm just like play it how it's supposed to be played, to my knowledge, I guess, and keep looking around, do my sweeps, and see what happens. We have the mirror. We have the weird code.
Weird question. Can you, like, jump off of the center pillar? 'Cause it looks like it goes up. Oh.
Seems to be a roof.
Yeah, that's probably whatever air vent.
Oh, I don't think there's enough space there because of how it's curved in for me to get anywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no. Well, we tried. Alright, we just need the walrus now, and we need to do the boat thing. I do kind of want to try the boat failure with this version. Because with the new version, it was like, oh no. Whoopsie. And with this version, there's part of me that's like, Alright. Should we sleep now?
You have to. I
Probably isn't anything else you can do, yeah?
Yeah. So we need to go back to the hole, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so let's find the door to the beach. Then we'll go back to the hole. Claw machine. Evil!
I wouldn't be surprised if like moving in the darkness in the like water thing does something different though.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I think might happen. Alright, let's see. Alright, to the hole. Night-night. Alright, let's get some more friends tomorrow. One more friend to get, and we'll see what happens. Day 2. Okay. Okay. Save. And head out. Let's actually check out the edge of the beach just to see if there's anything different so far. Just in case.
Come into the water. Okay, no, nothing changed.
Sorry, the animation for that was really fucking funny.
Fair enough, yeah.
This time didn't say save. Oh shit. We'll save here. Okay. Let's head back over this way. And then we will... We still need to go to the theater, actually. Or no, we need to go to town hall. That's what we need to do. I'm dumb. Well, let's do...
Where's the walrus?
He's over here. I see him.
Talk
Hey,
to
bud.
him.
Alright. Alright, let's do this one. Do we want to try to fail immediately?
Yeah.
Okay. It may not let us in the tutorial first one, but I'll try
I mean,
and we'll
of
see
course
what
it
happens.
doesn't, but like,
Well, we're
I don't know.
making
The
really
hook
good time
was
for
so
day 1.
random, quirky. It feels like there was something else.
Yeah, we already
supposed to
we
be.
only have one friend left, so I think it's fine if we lose some time on day 2.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll lose time or something more interesting will happen.
I feel like either way we'll lose time though, because every time you do
Fair enough.
fail it, you lose time. Oh my god!
Oh my lord!
Jesus fucking hell.
What was that?
Alhamdulillah!
Thank you for
What
the
are you guys?
raid, you. We're playing an let's see what happens when I fail this time.
Oh, it's just.
Am I just
that was
impaled
low.
again? How is this stream though? Welcome in, Goomer. We're playing Shipwrecked 64 and trying to figure it out. Okay, it looks like nothing happens when you die again.
Alright, I'll just clear what I say.
Layer 1, room 2. Layer 2, room 1, and what does that mean? What does that mean? I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what that means. Let's see. Okay, well first actually, move the boat. Actually, I'm gonna do this, and then I'm gonna move the boat. Okay. Just because then I won't have to sit in the thing as long. There we go. Haha. Okay. Huh?
You know, thinking back,
Yeah.
that what was it? Who was the guy who suggested us to find the barge? What was he called?
Honestly, we never got a name, did we?
We
It
assume
was
it's
like
the
initials
Vandal,
or
though.
something, wasn't it?
JB.
Yeah, it's like
JD.
JR or
Oh
something.
wait, the controls are inverted now.
JD, wasn't it?
Oh.
Did I fuck something
Yeah,
up, or is
so,
that
like-
supposed to happen?
I just realized, you know, JD was there at the end after all the parkouring.
It's
Why couldn't he
inverted
just
now.
save everyone?
It's
it's
fucking
He
inverted.
inverted.
literally said they wouldn't let, like when you talked to him the first time, he said that they wouldn't let someone like me save everyone.
Oh.
It's all the controls are inverted.
The camera's fine,
Might
but
be a
the
glitch. Might honestly be a glitch.
okay, it's moving normally now, so I don't know what happened
Okay.
there.
It
Most
might
likely a
be
glitch.
Probably. I don't think that
the-
something.
It's a feature.
It's a feature. Yeah, it's not a bug. It's a feature.
You know,
Okay, doing all up and down step of 2 for the first word gives you complete nonsense no matter the order of the
Mhm.
letters. But going, what
Oh,
the shit? Okay.
That's
Hello.
horrifying.
That's the guy
that
we
a-
saw in the original opening, remember?
It's fucking
That's
Owen
o-
Wilson.
That's Owen Wilson, yeah.
who is
It's
that?
inverted again.
So maybe as you get further on, the controls change?
Yeah, like it's trying to screw with you.
But okay, we saw Owen Wilson
This
again.
game oh! Still inverted. Okay. This way, I guess.
Turn the controller upside down.
There we go.
Oh.
It kind of works.
slap is
Just
still
when I have
there.
to press buttons, then it doesn't work. Okay. Okay, now it works again. Okay. Every time after the lights go off, they get inverted for a little bit.
I mean, but something else they said, they were like the second of last game from like the creator, and like nothing. Most likely that guy is the creator of the games.
I'm willing to bet you're right. Let's
Like,
see if
it's
they
the
get
only,
inverted
like,
again once the lights come back on.
Human, we've seen.
Okay, it's normal now. Fuck. Wait. There's a... Do you see that?
Yeah,
Am
it's
I
a
just-
Yeah.
Little area there.
That was
yeah.
also there before.
Okay. Don't like this.
I don't like it either. I'm closing my
We are
eyes.
holding...
Turn the camera to see there. No.
Wondering if I should be looking at more... God damn it!
Inverted.
Yep.
Like
Hard to
this
say
area
if it's a glitch
wasn't
or a
long
feature,
enough.
though.
Okay, I think it's fixed now. Nope.
I feel the
That's only thing
struggle.
That makes sense from the cipher. Well, assuming I did it right, the 2 and 1 meaning I either have to go up 1 or up 2 or down 1, down 2 in the alphabet.
What's the word again?
Well, the letter string was KBZFQ2 QPPN.
The fucking invert!
When
PP.
I adjusted all the letters to be either up 1, up 2, down 1, or down 2, I'm assuming the 2 and 1 are related to that. I got I mean, a lot of jumble, but I was able to pick out if I went with just the down one, up ones, layer 2, room 1. Which were the
Okay.
only words I could make out of the
Layer
jumble.
2, room 1.
So
that's gotta mean
doing
something,
what algorithm?
Just stepping in the alphabet, either up 1 letter, down 1 letter, up 2 letters, or down 2 letters.
Mm.
But it was with
Yeah,
only the up 1 and down 1 steps that I got anything. Basically, I went down 1, up 1, up 1, up 1, down 1 to get layer. And then room, it was down 1, up,
And
up,
that
up.
corresponds to the words with like each
Fine.
number, right?
Yeah, so it's layer 2, room 1.
It's fucking
right?
inverted
so the
again.
first, Going 2 letter steps gave me nothing.
I can't move the camera. Oh wait, no, it's because it's inverted. I'm afraid it's gonna get uninverted with the fucking.
Does it change with the light?
Well,
Inverted?
Oh, I can't move the camera right now in this section at all.
Yeah, because you need to have the visual of the wall jump. Because if I go the 2-step, I only end up with 1 vowel in the entire string of the first
I actually do
word,
want
and
to
that's an
try
O
seeing
at
if it's
the
a
end.
problem with my controller, if it's purposeful.
I bet it's on
Actually-
purpose.
Yep, it's purposeful. Okay. Okay, it's fixed for now.
Honestly, I'm going to say something a bit out there, but like, might be tied to the mirrors. Your controllers are getting mirrored.
Oh, that's actually a really good point. You're
I don't
probably
know, I'm
right,
just, like,
actually. That makes sense.
Like, if you see a mirror in this area, try interacting with it while you're mirrored.
Yeah.
Like, I have not seen one.
Here, this
Ooh.
way. That's the smart way to go. Trying to just get as far as I can when it's not mirrored. I'm scared to even move the camera now, honestly. Okay, it didn't mirror that time. No, yes it did!
Oh, almost.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
It mirrored as I was jumping. I'm gonna fucking end it. Okay. Thank you, mirror. Very cool. Okay, now it's fixed. God. Let's see. Okay. I don't see a mirror anywhere, do you? Fuck! I'm wondering if dying resets
I mean,
it.
like,
I feel like that wouldn't make sense,
go
but maybe
completely
it does.
forward. Go, like, next to the gate. No, you're right. I don't see a mirror in this area.
I don't either. Okay. I think when it gets mirrored, I just need to just wait for it to get better.
Yeah, you
Like,
need to
not
chill.
even.
I heard you like the waters.
I did it as I was jumping. As I was jumping. You love to see it.
For now,
So
keep
mirrored.
the code. Let us not necessarily assume that the solution you got is correct, though.
Forward and backwards are still fine. It's just left and right, by the way.
Huh.
Yeah. Okay, now. I thought it was fixed and now it's not. Okay. It changes so fast. Like if it's gonna be mirrored controls or not. Okay. Ah! I was paranoid of sprinting sprinting because I didn't want the controls to flip-flop again. Because every time I rush through it, that's when the controls flip-flop. But then I didn't go fast.
Oh,
Hi.
hello.
Hello. Hey. There it is, mirrored again.
Who even is that?
I don't know. I think it's the
I
guy from
assume
the
it's the guy
beginning.
from the
I agree
opening.
with what Flame said. I think.
Wow.
Most likely the developer of the game, who apparently disappeared after making some of these games.
Still mirrored. I'm just gonna sit on this platform. There's no way I can do this mirrored.
It might not just automatically unmirror itself.
Yeah, I might have to try. What is
Oh,
this?
what's
different.
that?
That's the walrus.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Ah. That looks kind of like the
I think your
poster.
controls are mirrored now.
Okay. They're back to normal.
Interesting.
Here, let me actually go back here so I don't accidentally throw myself in the ocean.
I wonder if there's any reason
Someone
behind.
while the lights are off flips it to mirrored versus unmirrored.
I guess
That's
so.
what I'm thinking. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking end it!
Do we see someone?
There's the
Yep,
walrus.
it's the walrus again. So are they mirrored now? Let's find out.
Yep.
Okay, so,
So it
seeing
seems
someone
their appearance
causes
has
mirroring.
coincide maybe with that? I don't know. And it confirms.
Is there any meaning behind this then?
Probably. Usually with games like these, there's a meaning for everything. Oh.
Oh. Oh. Well, he
I-
didn't make much progress.
You know, if it stops the mirroring, I wouldn't mind.
Darn.
Mr. Walrus. Wait, actually, no, there's no Mr. Walrus this time, so maybe if it stops the mirroring. Okay, back to normal.
Okay, no, so it's not related.
Get done as much as I can before it gets messed up again. Okay.
At least this part isn't timed.
Yeah.
Okay. Normal. Oh, fuck. I almost yeeted myself. Fuck. The camera's being weird.
Oh, we can't see to check.
I don't think he's there. Well, we're gonna find out. Yep.
It's mirrored.
Yeah. Did you notice it lose saturation? Or was that just me?
Maybe.
Can't tell.
Fuck.
Free me!
I say to remake it to the 23 edition did a really good job. Like I could barely tell a difference.
Yeah. Well, the big giant walrus man is certainly a artistic choice. Okay, fixed. Please stay fixed. Okay. Cool. I feel like the lights are gonna turn off soon. Yep. Inverted. I'm afraid to move just in case it... Oh, no, we're good. Inverted at the left!
Oh man.
Do you know when they see it's fine, but it's not really fine?
Oh my god! I hate this. I hate this so fucking much.
Just one more time, Evie. It's for sure going to work.
You got this.
No, nope, still inverted. Okay. No! That's the thing is there's no cue of when it's gonna fix itself either. Okay. When you get out, please slap the walrus out of spite. I very well might. I very well might.
Damn, violence your friends.
Well, when your friends are being annoying, maybe. Just a little violence, as a treat, okay?
You already did your crime for this week, Evie. I'm sorry, what now?
What? What'd I do? Oh my fucking god. Okay. We're getting close to the David, figure it out. David, come do it. Oh my god. It's fucking David! This is so weird. It feels weird.
It's probably on purpose.
I know it's on purpose, but that doesn't mean I like it. Okay. Again! Again! I love it. The game. Oh! I love game. I love game. I love game. Game is so good. Love this game. Love it.
Anyone? No friends.
Okay? It's inverted though.
Huh.
So maybe someone showed up.
On the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck. Almost. I don't want to move it, just in case it uninverts itself randomly. Nope. It just feels weird. I'm trying to like get the pattern going, but it does just feel odd. Please uninvert. Please. Please, Mr. Walrus God. Okay, thanks, Mr. Walrus God. I appreciate that. Okay. Maybe we just have to be nice. Maybe if I just say please, it'll be okay.
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 You just need to get into the boat.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully the thing doesn't show up while you're...
I'm gonna shit my pants if it does. There it is!
Hello. That looks like a clown.
I'm like covering my eyes. Like if my eye tracking just went shit, it's because I was physically covering my eyes. Okay.
Done.
Yay!
Yay.
Walter Walrus is free!
He deserves
Yippee!
the wolves.
Yippee! We did it.
Captain Wolf was spelled W-U-L-F, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Okay.
he's the only named character we've had so far whose last name isn't just the animal.
Yeah, I did hear about the volcano. Okay. So we've rescued
But I mean-
everyone. We need to go to town hall. Yes.
Oh, and the rabbit, the painter, Stumble.
What's the name of our character? Bucky Beaver?
Bucky Beaver. And
Wait,
then there
is
was
this one
Olive
new?
Otter.
Wait, is this the same one as before? Or is
That's
this
the
one new?
same one.
Okay.
No, you're lying. That's a tree.
Wait,
Who's
was it
three?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready to
Click
write it
it,
down?
Evie?
Are you ready?
No, it's the same letter string. Click it. Right? KBZFQ QPPN. It's the same letter string. It's just layer 2, room 3 now.
Okay.
And no, actually, no. Do the cipher, but instead of doing 1, use 3.
I can check 3,
Wouldn't
but
that
I'm
be the same
pretty
thing then?
Check 3.
No. I'll check 3 now, just to see.
Are we sure it was like... We're in day 2, right? Yeah, we're only in day 2.
Yeah.
I don't
The
think the
walrus
layers
isn't there.
correspond with the days. Wait, what?
Oh yeah, the walrus isn't there.
It might only take a bit for it, like.
He might have to. It might have. The day might have to turn over before he shows.
Well, no. Oh wait, no,
They
the
normally
walrus is
show up
always
right away.
saved today. I thought the others showed up right away though.
Yeah.
Well,
I
let's go
thought
to
so
town
too.
hall.
No, the goose didn't show up last time too.
Oh, maybe the first 2 only show up.
Maybe you just
No,
need
like it
some
didn't
time to
show. Like
pass.
the goose, when you like completed his quest last night, he didn't show up there immediately.
This is still locked.
JD.
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 Did I save?
I think so.
Yes, you did.
Alright. Let's see what happens if we get this right. Take 2. Time to throw. Wait, no. No.
Time to throw.
Time to throw. At least we know how it ends this time. There's boat, one more section, and then we're done.
Well, assuming this is the same between the versions of the game.
That's true.
Yeah.
It
I'm
could be
pretty sure
different.
it's the same.
No, I mean like the ending.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
good
the
point.
ending.
Might
Yeah.
not be a happy ending like we had last time.
Next time before you jump on the boat, try to interact with the JD, like in the big barge.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not talking. I'm focusing.
All
No,
good.
that's good.
I'm focusing so hard.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Okay.
Up 3, down 3 makes no sense either.
Mm.
It's a nonsense.
We should check the
replacement.
sign again next.
It's probably
Hey.
just supposed to be layer 3, room 1. Right?
What is layer and what is room? It's just.
I don't know.
Could be.
I'm just saying
Like-
that that's probably what it's supposed to mean, though, right? Like it's the same string of letters, so having the same output makes sense as well.
Mm.
Because again, assuming it is this, replacement. Crap!
Cypher.
Cola wrote his real name in the
Caesar. I think it's Caesar.
Twitch chat earlier. I saw when I looked there.
Wasn't it Caesar Cipher? When it was
Caesar
replacement?
cipher. Thank you. Assuming it is still just that Caesar cipher, then having the replacement being a 3 doesn't make any sense,
If
right?
they
So as
equals
long as they're using
area-
the same
if they
cipher.
equals layer, does room equal area? Aren't we on day 2 though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Day 2.
Yeah, no, but a layer might be the different regions, right? Because we have the sign for layer 2 and layer 3 in different regions. Room, I don't know what that would refer to necessarily, but
Okay.
Don't forget
wow,
to jump.
alright, you made it with a
Yeah.
lot of time this time.
I know, right? I've got it now.
She failed to jump.
I know, I was still waiting.
I was
Good
really, if I
lord.
failed the jump there. Also, first try, by the way. First
Nice.
try.
Let's go.
Let's go get that boat. Okay. See if I can catch up to him and talk to him before. Still here and still intact. I like his little top hat. For the love of twigs. It's real!
There's 3 houses.
Is
The
it
3
right?
houses do feel...
3 houses, 3 friends. I don't know if that's like a relevant.
Slap
Well,
him.
let me talk to him.
Go back and talk to him again.
I don't know if
Too
it'll
late.
let me.
No, too
No,
late. I don't
too
think you can
late.
get back
It
off
doesn't
the
let
boat.
me. Yeah.
Okay.
What
Oh.
the hell? You clicked
can walk
inside. Wait,
inside
go
the
check the
houses.
others.
Maybe we can start clipping into the houses in the.
Living quarters
area.
too, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so most likely we'll have to play this again. Go into the houses, just like
Okay.
search the houses.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're just skipping to the.
So you're
good
the only one to
ending
say
now.
our name? I'm not sure actually. I'd have to double check.
No, I think other people have called you Baki too.
Are we missing the goose? Because we did do that.
Yeah, we did.
Yes.
I don't know. It might just be the ones who are there and watching for whatever reason.
Hmm.
But we also didn't run into the captain or chief wolf, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't run
We
into
have
him
not
at
run
the
into him
second
since
playthrough
the
of
first playthrough.
Yeah.
the other thing either.
Is he on
Alright,
the
let's let it play
boat
out
here?
and see what happens.
I don't see him on the boat.
Check the credits, by the way.
Okay, there's the goose.
It looks like is Chief Wolf? No, Chief Wolf is on the boat.
Is he?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vandal
Husk.
has.
Wait, was Husk in the last set of?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Who's Husk?
If this is the 1997 version, why
don't
does it also
know.
have the 2023 credits?
Well, they said in the intro to the 97 that they emulated it out, so.
Okay. Okay.
So maybe don't go through the volcano this time and see what
No,
happens.
let's
if you
investigate the
progress
houses.
days.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Did we unlock any other bonuses?
that's what
I
I
don't
was.
think
I
Any
Like,
didn't-
before you
secrets?
do that, we didn't. But
I
like,
don't think I found any other secrets.
I'm curious
but
about something, just for the sake of curiosity.
We don't have access to the gallery yet.
Can you go to like the return to menu thing?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I just want to see if we have any more secrets.
Oh, this is different. Right, that walk-in?
No, that was also there last time.
Yeah, okay. So no, we're
Hmm.
still missing the 2.
Yeah. Can we only find secrets in the
Oh, you
Most
in the
likely not,
2023 version?
Can you jump on the boat for the return to menu? Just out of curiosity, what
I
happened?
think that might be how we return to menu. We'll see though.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean, like,
but
worth just maybe, just
Okay.
in case.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, nothing happened.
That's okay. It's still worth checking.
We still haven't escaped early as well. We've only
yeah, we
done-
haven't gone through the normal route without the barge. Right, because that's like a
That's
special extra
true.
bit.
Yeah.
I would also like to check, like, okay, we just figured out we can clip into the house in the old version.
That's true. Do you want to just start a new game and stay in the?
Yeah.
Oh, this Liz B is over top of the.
Oh, I didn't check if there were
Funny.
new names there.
No, it was just
I
a
didn't.
list.
Just Liz.
1997. Let's see if there's anything new with the
So
opening
clip
credits.
into the house, like just go to like the living area and clip into the houses for now.
Yeah.
Seems like it's the same so far.
Clockwork second to last game.
Let's go rescue the gang.
Okay.
So what was the last game?
I don't want to skip anything, just in case.
I feel like you probably won't miss anything from this, because if they give you the option to skip, then there probably isn't anything important in it.
I didn't notice we didn't get an achievement for getting.
Well,
the
because you already
save
got the
everyone
good ending.
Well, I didn't know if it was different for getting it in 23 versus
That's true.
97. Yeah. Alright, we'll let that just in case. Just in case. You never know, right?
Yeah, the game would not work on any emulators, but after some tinkering, we built our own for this game. Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, no, Clockwork is not the developer. Clockwork is the
publisher?
company.
Studio.
Oh, the studio.
Okay, so the guy most likely
Weeks
not
is the main guy.
Okay. Unaltered. Alright. I'm gonna skip through the tutorial stuff, I guess.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Yeah, because I don't think that's... It's proven that there's no punishment for skipping dialogue. So I'm just gonna do that.
Also, I don't... Last time he was.
Okay. Okay. Head right over here. Just go to...
Living quarters, so we can.
This is living quarters, right? Yeah. Let's see if we can phase through the houses. No.
No.
Well, it was at the door last time. Okay, never mind.
There might be a fake one. You just like body check them all.
That might be
A
what
lot
we
of
gotta
them.
do. Kinda wanna see if we've been given any other codes. Should we try just getting the regular ending, quote unquote?
But we don't know where Captain Wolf is, right? Because you still need him for the code.
Oh. Whoever just had background noise scared the shit out of me.
What?
You had like background noise playing, like I heard just like a boom, like I guess it was like an air conditioner
Something
or something.
moved.
It scared the shit out of me. Wait, what?
Oh, that?
Yeah.
That was my chair.
Okay, it scared the shit out of me. Wow. Okay.
What can I say but you're welcome?
Okay. I'm not.
There has to be something we're missing.
That's what I'm thinking.
So
I don't
if
think
you're
just doing the endings will do it.
so if you're facing the movie theater, on the left-hand side, it looks like there's holes in the trees where you can almost go into like a maze. On the left, right here.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
I
But
guess
they're
it's
not
an
letting you
invisible
go
wall.
in. There's like an invisible wall.
Hmm.
That's a little annoying.
What if you just try to jump over the invisible wall?
I can't.
No?
Hold on. Let me try it over here. Nope. Wait, hold on. Is there a guy over there? On the top of the... There's like a balcony up there. I thought I saw like someone over there.
I think it was just the texture.
I don't know.
Have you tried going inside the houses? Clipping through them?
Yeah, it won't let
Yeah.
us. Did we do the... We haven't done the boat game because we haven't found Wolf.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know, but is that, was that in the
Can
original?
you go back to the
What was that?
right? Read that sign just to make sure.
The scary one.
Kitchen.
2,
This
3
wasn't
It's the
again.
same.
same.
Two,
Yeah,
room
it's the
three.
same.
Should I let it play
No,
out
wait, it's
just in
not. That
case?
now it's
Yeah.
layer 2, room 3. Instead of layer.
Like you know, we
Let
had
me
that
let
before.
it
Like
play out actually, just in case it's a different cutscene.
That's a good point.
Listen for numbers.
1015.
try
That
shooting again.
was so much information.
I got 1015, 1250, and then they said some words, something about a temperature and location.
Okay, no, it only triggers once.
Yeah, I don't know if we can trigger it again.
Try to look for other signs that we haven't.
Yeah,
really
because there
checked.
were a couple last time around.
Um.
Whoa.
Hmm. That's the same. What's this sign? The beach. Huh. Let's go back to the park. I feel like we haven't explored the park a whole lot.
Look at
Oh,
that
there's another
by the
sign.
door.
By the locked door. Bro, thank you so much for the sub, gamer. Thank you so much for the 10 months. Don't think too hard. That's the problem. I'm not thinking at
Oh
all.
my god. That jump scared me.
I'm sorry.
Alright, what's this one?
Oh, here we go.
This is the layer 2 room one. Okay. Yeah.
2 QPPN.
It's the same letter
1.
string. This is still just layer 2
Oh
room
wait,
1.
stay on this.
The music is slowing down.
Yeah.
Let me try triggering again, because sometimes it took me doing it twice. Did we get this one already?
We saw this the last run through, but not this run. It might be just the first time you let play out, each run gives you the video.
Yeah, possibly.
We still have all these doors that are unlocked, or that are
The
locked.
music's
too.
going fast now.
Well, it's back to the normal speed, isn't it?
I think
Yeah.
so.
It might be sped up.
It actually might be a little bit faster.
Seems like
For the
offbeat
beach.
almost.
Yeah. And that door's still locked too.
He's still missing.
That's the thing, is he was on the boat.
Walking on water.
I don't know. There's nothing behind the welcome desk, is there?
Doesn't look like it.
Let me.
Let's go to the beach.
Yeah.
Maybe there's also a sign.
Oh,
there.
did we check in the hole yet? No, we did.
Which
Yeah,
hole?
we walked in a
Oh.
safe. The hole. Yeah. Like out on the beach, the
This is
safe space where we
the-
have to rest for the night.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's actually see if... I feel like it has something to do with those big buildings over there. That's my... And see how there's this river over here? Is there a
Is it
way
go
to
walk?
cross it?
No.
Like, what is that?
Is that like a prison of the distance?
It looks kind of like a prison. Could be a lot of
And
things,
most
though.
buildings here look a bit whack, to be fair.
Yeah, there's also that big, like, almost looks like a
We've
factory.
checked inside, right?
In here?
Yeah.
Let's double check.
Yeah, okay, there's nothing here.
Should
Wait.
be the same. I think this is all the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same.
Chief Wolf.
Where are you, Wolf?
Where was the
Did you
room
read the
where we
note,
went to
uh,
find our settings, actually? Hold on.
The settings
that
were
was on the
back in
main
the
menu.
hub. Yeah,
In the hall?
like the main menu before we launched the game.
I'm not sure. Because this is a code, right?
It's the same one though.
I am seriously curious if there's a way to get over there. Can't go in here. I feel like we're missing something, but I don't know what it is.
What if you get
I
all
can't
of
figure
your
out
friends helped out,
And then leave.
rest for a night, check back if Wolf is in the town hall?
So help everyone and then check for Wolf? And not do the
guess.
volcano?
Yeah.
Alright, let's get this one out of the way then. If we can do this one, everything else is cherry pie. Okay? Everything else is super easy. Okay. Let's go. Whoop! Also, I guess we'll see if any of the, like, quote-unquote jump scares are different. And we'll see what happens. Okay. Parts. I wasn't sure if maybe the boat meant anything. I feel like it's lasted a while without the lights going. Motherfucker! I feel like it's lasted a little bit longer without the lights going out, but I'm probably gonna eat my fucking words when I say. Hey!
It's the clown guy.
Hi, bestie. Okay, well, no invert. Oh, wait, fuck. I need more room. So far, no invert. I'm making a lot of stupid mistakes, though.
Maybe you have to get further in.
That's what I'm wondering, is maybe it starts at a certain point.
Or it might get harder
Honest.
depending on how many friends you've saved so far.
That's a good point, actually. Could scale, yeah.
Wait,
Nope.
wait.
Fuck!
I was curious if you could like go back to like this through the same door if it did anything.
Last time it didn't let me. I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because we did try that at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody?
You see that red light?
I
Yeah.
think it's like the brown of the boat.
That's just the brown of the boat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wanted to double check. Because I wasn't sure about that one. Okay.
So one on the other side, yeah.
Alright. Oh! That's right.
I wonder if you can just, move forward.
Wait, there's
You
something
can
up
walk
there.
through it to the
Look.
wall.
Look to the left. There's a guy up there.
I wonder if you can go like
Do you see
towards
that?
the
Oh,
camera.
standing on top of the.
Someone's
Yeah,
up there.
there's something.
Oh yeah, I wonder if you can just exit there from that wall that just, I don't know, went
Slides
down.
down. Yeah.
Yeah. To help
No,
you
check.
walk through.
That's just a visual thing.
We could. Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just so you can see through the wall.
Yeah. I'm curious though, because it hasn't
Interesting.
inverted yet.
Oh, you had to say something.
That
Is that
Owen
one
Wilson.
new?
No,
No.
that's
I
Owen
saw
Wilson.
that before.
Okay. Wait. Did you see how
The walls are too high.
I wonder.
Ooh.
I wonder if there's a way to get up there. Okay, that was close. Ah. I almost parkoured too hard. Fuck. Okay. No special friends.
Yeah, long one.
Okay. I'm wondering if there's like certain places we haven't been yet. You know what I mean?
On the left side of this door, I don't think you've ever been, but
I
it
think
doesn't
you're
look like
right.
there's anything over there.
Well, we don't know until we try.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look like there's anything.
Just smacking at the walls. Channel the inner Dark Souls and find the hidden wall.
Yeah, I don't see anything. What about
So
this
you don't
door?
even need to go through that door then.
This is new.
That's a good one.
Secret.
There's a new button. Also, what the fuck are those guys?
Oh,
Been acting right.
Mark Mullins.
She hadn't been acting right.
Ronnie's been acting right lately. I took her to the hospital. And I walked out on my own. As I said that she was gonna be there for a while.
Okay.
Oh god, what is
Look at
this?
the mirror.
It is a mirror.
Yep.
I called it.
Why are you in the lava?
You're not, but
Oh, me too, Bucky Beaver. Me fucking too.
That someone screen cap
He is
this,
just like
please.
me, for real.
Someone,
for
I give you a
real.
screen cap of this, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Dad. Do I really look like this? Honey, you have body
Oh my
dysmorphia. It's okay, me too.
never felt so discontent.
He really just
I've
like me
never
for
felt
real,
so
for real.
relatable.
Oh, we can.
You can
Can
move
you
now.
move?
Can you
Oh,
stop the
alright.
mirror?
Actually,
There's
good
something
point.
with the
Can you
mirror.
break it? Damn.
Wait, we cannot interact with them. But hey, I was right. The mirrors were important.
They are. Holy shit. Okay. We're cooking now. We're cooking now.
Okay.
I
Then.
didn't even see that. I wonder, could I have outrun that?
I don't think so.
Oh, look, you're back.
How'd you get there in the first place?
Oh,
It was one
wait.
of the secret doors.
In the very beginning, on the right. So go back to
Oh.
Can you
Oh, no,
wall
this was
jump?
always here. Oh. Ah, there's a roof.
Well, maybe try the other side
Mm,
behind you.
like this?
No, no,
over
on the
there,
other
there's
side, on the
another
other side.
nook.
Oh, okay. I think I see what you mean.
Yeah, there's a roof on this one. You bounced
Shit.
off of it.
Okay.
Try the other one then.
Do you mean like try the other side or?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, this one.
yeah.
At times I feel high up when saying,
Oh,
Bessie, that's not body
hello.
dysmorphia. Alright, let me see.
Okay.
You
there
weren't
was no
stopped
roof
by
on that
Yeah.
one.
Let's try that one again.
Oh well.
Okay.
Maybe you
Okay.
can land on the wall and just walk all the way down.
That may be
I don't know if you
ballsy.
want to really try it that hard, but
Have you noticed the lights haven't gone
mean,
out?
well, yeah,
don't
they
keep
usually
trying.
don't until you're a little further in the first time. Also, wait, was that a boat off in the distance
Yes.
here?
It does look like it. I wonder if we can
Oh,
land on
yeah.
the... Oh, fuck.
I assume there's going to be like a secret per each like quest, so to speak.
Oh, fuck.
Oh,
Oh,
I like
Oh, you
hesitated.
got
I don't know
it.
what happened there. Okay, let me try again. This game feels like a fever dream. Yeah, it kind of is. So far, I'm like, I don't know. I'm just proud we found a...
Oh. Can you like? Oh. I don't know. I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah. I feel like, honestly, there was another door we didn't go up, though. Like, I feel like, if anything, it's the door. Because I think we only
Alright,
went
let's
through
see.
one
It
of
should
those
go
doors.
dark pretty soon.
Can I just?
I think so.
Yeah.
So when you were in that secret, you did press a green button, so something might be changed.
I did.
Alright, now can you go back?
That's what I
Other way.
suggested last time, but
No.
she said they couldn't.
No.
It won't let me.
Yeah. No, I wanted to follow up on your suggestion for him to see if it would.
Okay. Hey.
Same
So
thing.
it seems to reset the minigame, like losing in that state.
That's what I'm wondering is could I have outran that hook?
Well, you kind of started hearing like a fish hook sound effect. Like
Yeah.
a fishing line sound effect.
See, that's the thing is I like looked over for a split second at chat and then I was hooked. So I was like, well, shit.
It didn't invert though before you were hooked.
There it goes.
Yeah, you didn't get the like color change. It was just like the sound effect of a fishing reel. And then
Yeah,
you
there's
got
still that guy. Wait, that was the secret room. Hi, wizard. I don't remember the hotkey to take my glasses off in with my new model, but I can assure you they are off in real life. Welcome in, gamer. Okay, so that's what that statue was. I bet that was the guy talking about the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got admitted, hasn't been doing well. Be there for a while.
Let's try this one and see what happens. There we go. I think it's inverted. I think it's inverted now. Oh, no, okay.
Maybe it was a genuine bug the first time around.
It's also, yeah, that's not. There we go.
Okay, so from what I'm reading up, the 2023 version excludes out all the horror and ARG stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they just want you to go through the 2023 run just to have the feel for the game, and then.
Well, that's the thing is, I haven't seen any more
Yeah.
secrets. I feel like all the secrets would be in the.
Well, we got through the door, and then we have the new rooms with the cipher code, right? They're just locked right now. So presumably there's a way for us to get through.
Okay, that one's locked now. It's locked now.
Don't forget to hit
Click
Oh,
the
it
button,
is.
click
Oh,
the button,
fuck.
click the button.
Oh, and then you move.
I'm kind of glad I died there, actually. Because then now I know to hit the fucking button. Okay, I didn't mean... I, like, hesitated. Okay. Let's try this again. I don't think we need to do the other one again, do
I
we?
feel the button
Yeah,
you
you
pressed
Oh.
changed something on the map, like on the overworld.
I actually... Ooh, that's a
What?
good point. Maybe it unlocked
That tree wasn't there before.
one of
too.
the rooms.
Was that fucking tree and the cage there before?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's where the
cage where you
first
walk
button-
in
Yeah.
with the first
Okay, I'm
button.
just being fucking paranoid then.
So what I would say is, after this, go through the aisle and investigate if there's something different.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
wonder if one of those doors that
Unlocked,
has
yeah.
the cipher in front of it is unlocked, yeah.
Oh! Invert.
Woo! She gave me though?
Whew. Okay, we're good now. We're good. No, we're not! Okay. Ooh.
It's nice how to see you're becoming more and more consistent.
Okay.
It's weird. So we went through the entire last thing with no inversion, and now
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is
Maybe it's
probably
a
now that's
random
like, damn,
event.
maybe it is a bug. Well, if it's a random event, I don't like it. Alright, still inverted. By the way.
Hmm.
Okay. Nothing spooky. Ooh. I think that's just the red light. Okay. Alright, no more inversion. Okay. Hello? Oh, no friend? No friend here. No friend here. Okay. I have to pee
I have
again.
oh fuck, my headphones fell off. One moment.
What happened?
Ah.
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 this didn't open right.
Okay.
Isn't this supposed
Okay,
to
they're
open?
back. Sorry for that.
No, you're good. Isn't that supposed to open up? There we go. Oopsie.
It might
Okay.
just be when you like change the camera angle.
Yeah, I think my camera angle's fucking it up. Well, now it's inverted again. There we go. Fuck. Oh, it fixed itself? Okay, there's the statues. Got it. Okay. Alright. There we go. Shimmy over. Okay, do we want to try doing the first room again with the statues again? Just to see if it's consistent, or do we want to go straight on to the next one?
I'm like,
So after you finish the statues, that door had a lock on it. Like if you bypass the initial
yeah.
door.
So I don't think
if
we can
you,
do it again.
If you glance at it, that'll let us know if you can.
Yeah. Fuck. Okay.
check that it's not inverted.
I think we're good. No.
I told you. Now we just spin.
I mean, maybe I'll
Oh,
just
you didn't
time
jump?
it
I
to
thought
see
you were
if I
gonna
can
jump there.
That's what I'm gonna try
Yeah.
to do, actually, because I don't know if it's inverted again or not. The camera's fine. It's always the other one. Okay, and jump. It's still inverted. We have our answer. It's still inverted. Yeah, that's one of those things where I'm like, is that a bug or a feature? Because I don't know. Okay, now we're cooking. Alright, let's check it out. And we'll take a look and see which doors are locked. Bonk, bonk. Ah! Okay. Sorry, I'm so obsessed with the way my fucking new modeled tongue, like the little... I can't stop doing it. It's so cute. Okay. Bonk. Bonk. Fuck. It's inverted. It's inverted. I hate when it does this. Okay. Bonk. Bonk. He looks so stupid flying in the air. Oh my god. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. What? Okay, I forgot to move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh my god. Please uninvert soon. 1. Okay. Okay, we're good. Okay. Hold on. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay. Let's check
It's
the
locked,
doors.
so you don't need to.
Okay. So press the button, then go into the new one. No spookies.
Yeah, it's still locked. So yeah, it was a one-time thing.
Alright.
Huh?
So then you get
Just
on the
jump
boat
in
and
the
get out.
boat.
Was that what was supposed to happen?
Yeah.
I thought that
Yes.
wasn't the door we normally went through.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that is.
Okay, I'm just silly then. Yay! But we did open something else then.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Go check the two
Yeah,
cipher
we're gonna have
doors
to
and
check
see
the
if they're
locked doors and the
unlocked.
ciphers. Yeah. Alright, it's midnight. Alright, should we head back to sleep?
Check the cipher doors, see if they're open.
Doing that at night freaks me out. I don't know why. Okay. This one's still locked.
No. Okay.
Same code.
I'm more or less convinced. The other side was in the park.
The other one's in the park. Yeah, go through the park
Okay.
door.
I'm convinced that there's going to be like a secret button in every minigame, and you have to like find it and press it to trigger
There probably
something.
will be.
This one's locked.
Darn. Huh.
Go to the like town hall real quick.
Yeah. That's the living quarters. Although I think no, it's over here.
Yeah.
Save. Okay.
We're still gonna see the one guy, JD or whatever.
No, we haven't done the rabbit, so Jade, he shouldn't be there.
Wolf here? That's locked.
No.
He's
No
gone.
rabbit, no wolf.
Wait, shouldn't the rabbit be there?
No,
It's
that's
midnight.
it's
Everyone's
not.
gone to sleep.
I was wondering if he's still there. That would be interesting because maybe we could
We'll
force the time past
check in the
midnight.
morning then. Let's head back to the beach for now, though. Is this the beach?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do our rest, and then...
You know, besides failing the walrus task, have we tried failing any other friends
We have
tasks?
not.
Well, we did run into the creature at the
Yeah.
coconut, or not the boat thing, but that was the only one.
Oh, like the turning off of the stoves thing. Could you burn
Yeah.
down the place?
I do love arson. So we
Yeah.
could try. Yeah, we could try.
Yeah, let's try that.
Yeah. Okay. Alright.
That would be the easiest one to fail.
Alright, that's the same as
Yeah,
before.
same.
Let's go check about the rabbit and stuff though in town hall, I think. Let's see what happens there. I'm gonna have to do a quick break soon because I have to pee again. The curse of being hydrated. Okay. Alright, here we go. There he is.
He's there. Don't bother
He's
talking
back. Is
Yeah.
Wolf here?
with him. No, he's not.
No wolf. I don't know what's going on.
When does Wolf appear?
He hasn't
Yeah, he was
appeared
there right at the
since
start
the first
before.
game, or since the 2023 version.
And even it was just the first match of the 2023.
Yeah.
Was this one we had access to before? Yeah, that's just the beach. Okay.
Yeah, that's the door that didn't unlock.
Do we want to try failing coconut game?
Yeah, we can.
I think that's gonna take longer than the fire.
Let's do
game.
the burning game.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that one's by the theater.
which is behind you.
Here? Okay.
No, that's
What?
the town hall.
No! Shit. I fucked it, but that's okay. Eepy. Okay. But I press on.
That's the beach.
This is where I need to go?
No, that's
No.
the beach.
Is the theater in this area?
It's in
or-
the living.
probably on the other
quarters.
side.
Straight ahead. Oh well.
Eh?
Loop back around. No, that's the
What's the code?
left.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all know I'm directionally inept. Okay.
Then hug the right. Your other right.
My other right.
Wait, is that door open now?
Wait, huh? Oh, this one.
That is open. Oh no, is that
No,
the
no.
beach?
I think that loops back to the beach.
Oh, that was the beach one.
But there's
That's
this one.
the okay. That's the locked one
Okay.
with the
Let's go
cipher.
to the
Theater.
Okay.
not cook.
There he is.
Yeah. Okay. Save. Alright. Alright, time to burn everything down. Because there's no time limit on this one, right?
Yeah.
We
Right.
just.
No, it's just as they turn red, you needed it to hit the button.
So I guess I
but-
just don't do anything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway. How's your guys' day?
I'm curious if it's actually gonna light on fire, or if we just have to wait for all of them to turn red.
Escape the roof? I don't know if we can, but we can try
We
that.
can. We try that.
Don't press the button.
That was my other thing is, can I jump off the stove?
Doesn't seem like it.
Can you talk to the
Can you
goose
talk
man?
to him?
Oh,
it's
something
vibrating.
blew up.
Well,
Oh,
I think I just lose normally.
yeah, there we go.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, there we go. They do actually like explode.
What did you do? You stupid rat!
stupid
Get
rat.
back in there and do it right! Okay, I do really have to use the bathroom real quick, so I'm gonna do a quick break, and then I'll be right back. But I'm gonna put on my... I'm just gonna let it go. So,
Let it go.
Give them more info. Give them more sauce, okay? Give them more tea, okay?
So you don't have to have a story about how some markets cornered the corn market, right?
Okay, good.
Don't think there was anything like that.
Yeah.
Is this gonna be another corny story?
What
But
did you fucking say to me?
Because
I just don't want to know.
corny. Hey,
Yeah, corner. Yeah. God, I'm trying to think of just some random shit to pull.
Tell us the content of your master's/doctorate thesis.
Oh god, no.
Just reveal your very NDA information to the public right now on stream.
I mean, I don't care that much about talking about the thesis. It's just that it's like detailed and technical, which
Well, what about your bachelor's thesis? We all know bachelor theses are for babies.
my bachelor's thesis was a methods review,
A methods review.
like testing different methods to see which one was actually the best. It was again technical.
Alright, I'm gonna use the bathroom
Like,
myself, so I'll
explain
be
in
right back.
Fortnite terms and as fucking no one's.
Oh god.
Tired. And it is.
No, I'm trying
what
to
time is
just,
it for you?
Hmm?
What time is it for you?
Like 10:30?
Still early.
Kind of, except I wake up at like 5:30 to 6 every day,
Why do you do that to yourself?
so I can get home early. I just have to clock the hours at work, right?
Oh, wait. Okay, fair enough.
I go in early so I can leave early.
But leaving late is it's not. I like leaving late. Leaving late is nice, unless you have no transport. Wait, no, you live in USA. You have a car. You can do whatever the fuck you want, unless you feel the darkness.
I can
And this
also
game-
just walk, because I live in a small town.
Honestly, I'm more afraid of walking in a small town than walking through to Bogota. Small towns are scary.
It can be.
This-
I'm trying to actually, I'm curious now. So I grew up in San Diego originally. The airport there was named after Charles Lindbergh.
Can I be so real
who-
with you guys for a second?
Mhm.
Go ahead.
I want Taco Bell so fucking bad right now.
What?
I want Taco Bell.
Resist.
So something I didn't think of though is a lot of times with games like these they leave like clues on your desktop. So I do kind of want to alt tab real quick
Fair enough.
and see
Make
if
sure
there's
not to like.
anything showing up there, you know. Like making
Just
sure I
make sure
didn't
not to
miss
Every
miss
turn
anything,
this well.
you know.
Miss these.
I don't see anything.
What are we looking for?
I'm looking at on my desktop because a lot of times with games like these, they put stuff on your desktop.
What about in the actual game's files?
Because you also get that sometimes, right? You install the package and there's going to be whatever
Yeah.
inside the...
Let's see. Browse local files. Manifest. That's not
text
important.
document.
Content?
Movies.
Okay, so those are
All the
all
movies
of
are
the
here. By the way,
clips,
just so
but-
you know, don't worry about it. Chat cannot see my files. Chat, I'm not showing you my file directives because I don't want to dox myself. So,
I don't think we should play any of these because
I think these are things we're not supposed to be seeing.
Yeah. What's packs?
Yeah.
No, PAK file.
Oh man, I'm sorry.
I mean, I think we just gotta continue on and figure out.
I just have
what
no
to
idea where
do.
the secret would be in this mini game, right? For
Mhm.
the
Try failing it again.
Failing that one again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you turn it off while it's still blue?
Let's try that.
No, it has to be pressed on the.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Only when it turns red, I think, is when you can hit the button.
Okay.
Or
Yeah, there's still a question mark up there, but I can't. Oh shit. Okay.
Oh, it just blew up right away.
That's
Oh.
new.
Huh.
Or maybe I'm just unlucky. Black
no, because it
screen?
took a while after you started the
no.
last time around.
Yeah.
Doors open,
Okay.
doors open, doors open. Wait, no, I'm done. That was.
Question mark.
Okay.
He didn't berate you that time for failing.
Let's try completing.
Was that supposed to happen?
Wait, I can't talk to him now.
My God.
Holy
Oh,
shit!
What the fuck?
Oh God, he's
Okay,
smashing
so the
someone.
beaver's killing someone, and realize he's on camera.
Oh my god.
Holy fuck!
Oh my god.
Talk to him
Alrighty
again.
then.
Well,
Let's
complete it normally this time then, huh?
Right.
No. What if we fail another time?
Wait, what? No,
Oh
wait!
well.
Oh my
All of
god.
them blew up. Oh my.
Oh boy.
It doesn't even give you a
oh
fucking
god.
chance.
Oh Lord, oh Father in heaven, thou art my savior, please.
Everyone shut up!
I don't
Everyone shut
want-
up! Shut up!
The aftermath?
That's the person we killed. That was killed.
Am I allowed to share this on Twitch?
Maybe.
Like, this isn't gore,
Really
right?
abstracted.
No, you can't tell what it is.
I don't know what it is. I'm gonna be honest, but I'm also stupid. Okay.
Thing?
I'm not doing anything. It's just okay.
Oh,
And he's gone.
He's gone.
The door's
oh,
open.
The door's
Door's
open.
Doors
Just when
open.
I thought we were stuck. Okay. Now we're cooking.
into the kitchen.
Okay, downstairs.
We're going to hell.
What?
We are going to hell.
Well, let's save. Make sure we save our progress in hell.
That's the statue that was in the background of the special effect of the specials.
Yeah.
So I guess this is the studio.
I guess. Yeah, there's all these desks here.
There's
Bowling
coconut.
ball. Oh,
Oh,
coconut.
it's the coconuts.
That
Oh.
that makes more sense
Like,
than
turn around?
bowling ball.
I said that too.
And you're like,
Oh well.
oh,
Okay, so I'm not supposed to go there.
I don't know
Door.
why this gives me
Oh,
fascist
door.
school vibes.
Did you just say fascist school vibes?
Yeah, that's the vibe I get from this place.
I can't see where you're coming from.
If you jump off of the wall, like the
Yeah.
back wall,
Can you
and
like,
then
quick question? Can you triple
jump
jump
to your
in place?
left.
I wonder if I can grab the ledge. I think I can.
Quick
though.
question.
Yeah.
Can you like triple jump in place?
I can. Okay. Let me
Can
do
you do it
this,
from-
and then.
There you
There
go.
we go.
Why is he staring at us?
Oh, like that.
This music's so creepy.
It is.
I like it.
Okay.
Okay.
8.
Oh, and then a person. Wait,
That's
was that
a-
8 and 4? And then wait, go back on those again.
8.
Is that supposed to be a 4 on the right? I don't know.
Maybe. I feel
I
like
thought
that
it was a
one's
pair of
stretched.
titties, I'll be honest.
You need to stop seeing cock and ball everywhere.
Cock
Wait,
and
can you?
balls. That's a
What is
Gengar.
That's the wolf.
That's the
A-
wall.
Actually,
is
yeah,
a
it is.
wolf.
That is a wolf. Oh, look who's here.
Oh, and there's a wolf. That's not
Chief
Captain
Wolf.
Wolf.
Something
That's
to your
Do we
a
go
right.
through the door or do we?
No, talk to the
Let's-
person
Let's
first.
talk to the wolf.
It's like a gallery.
Hi,
here.
Bucky. Here to observe the arts, I see. I respect that. Take a look around. Okay.
Is this
Oh, we
the
need-
gallery
wait, there's
that we
a
hadn't
3.
unlocked?
Oh, this must be.
Do we go through?
Yeah, there's
this
another
way?
person you could talk
Wait, look
to.
at the ceiling. Look at the ceiling.
I can't.
And you can't. Damn.
But wait, there was a number 3 in one of those. Yeah, now look on the left. There's 3. And
Those
then
are
that's
the
like
things
from the
from
opening.
Okay, so it's a
Oh.
password.
So I saw
Okay.
3 and 8 in
Okay.
here.
Is that a 5?
Is that
A 9?
You be girlfriend. Most will never see it. I commend you, though. Well, thanks, bro. I thought
Oh,
that was
there's a
fucking
9.
Awoni. Ooh.
Scared Oller. There's a 9.
P? Oh, 9.
I thought that was a Q.
It's like an angry guy on the right there.
Trees!
It's like a 10.
Yeah.
So we've seen
9, 5, and 8 so far.
9,
3.
5.
Before you try that.
Well, what's the order then?
Before it might
Well,
be based on the colors.
I would think it would be.
Look, okay, it's on the flags.
5
Look at
and
the
row.
flags. Red, blue,
Oh.
blue, yellow, blue, green. So we just need to like figure
Wait,
out. what
one is the longer blue, one is short. So
Yeah, red was 8.
8,
So
right?
let's try red,
5,
blue, green.
5, 9.
So what would it be?
8539 is either 8539 or 8359.
Wait, no, stop. I'm confused now. But like, there were only 3 numbers, right?
No,
we
there were
saw
4.
8,
Four
5,
was
3,
4.
and 9.
Okay.
Right?
8, 5, 3, and 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. And 9
Which
was
was
green,
five
8
is
was
Want me to go
red.
double check anything?
Yeah,
All
please.
the artwork
Sorry,
was
like,
over here, right?
Yeah, there was
some.
the 8 in the entryway. Yeah, there's the 5.
5, 3. So it's gonna
We
be
saw
5,
the
3.
9 at the end of the hall. Like down
okay,
here.
then
9.
most
And
likely,
8 was at the very beginning.
yeah, 8, 5, 3, 9. Sorry,
Let's try
I
it.
thought we only had 3 numbers.
Nope.
8,
Did it
3,
work?
5, 9.
Yeah.
Nope.
No.
Oh.
Let's check out that door.
Yeah. Well, like, it has to be tied to those flags.
Yeah. Oh.
Hello? Oh, the windmills.
Did you try the achievement thing yet? What achievement thing?
Don't tell us anything.
Should
Oh,
we...
you know what? There was an achievement with 4 numbers, wasn't there?
Wait, yeah, you're like, hold on.
I have them.
Let me go grab them. There's something very funny
it's,
about. Write that down. Write that down.
4742.
No.
No.
Might be for one of the later doors. But there's more than one door.
Caesar, let me go back to the beginning because I think those were the only number ones we saw.
This is the guy, it's the wolf.
8 is
Yeah.
red.
8 is red. 5 and 3 were blue and 9 was green.
How do we know it's 5 though? It's so blurry.
I feel like the 8 is also kind of a stretch, low key.
I think the 8's pretty clear. It's the 2 circles.
It's
right?
pretty clear, yeah.
Yeah, I was
But like,
thinking-
see, okay, like that 9 over there, that does that.
What
Is
else
that?
could it be though?
Yeah. It could be a 6 upside down. Do you want me to try 8536?
Hold on. Okay, that blue painting over there.
This
I
one?
still can't figure that. Go back a little bit.
That
Yeah.
one.
Is that
Wha-
the 3?
No, that is what we say
It
was
looks like
5.
the thing. Yeah.
It
Let's
is the
try.
rabbit.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Then
okay.
let's try it
That is the
8339.
Yeah.
Let's try
8339.
8339.
Yeah. Because we could be. Well, no, that's what we're not sure of the numbers on the paintings. We know which ones they are. It's just some of them are kind of vague. There it
Yeah,
is.
Okay.
Oh, what a pretty painting. Wait a minute, is what the achievement reads. It also has a picture of the goose. And
Now
we do
use
it
the
again.
code from the achievement, maybe.
This one just has a red flag.
So
Try
the
the code
last
from the
one is
achievement.
8.
Yeah, that leaves us with a little.
Maybe do you change the last number to 8
Oh,
to the
wait,
red?
wait. Do the code in reverse.
What was in reverse? It was
9338.
No.
No. Okay.
Try
What was the code from the
8338.
Please, what was the code from the achievement?
8.
4742 was the achievement code.
Okay. Let's try that.
No. Okay.
Let's explore a bit.
Do you want me to go back?
I wonder
to
if there's flags sitting around somewhere, right? Because that one only has the one red flag.
Yeah.
The music changed here. Or am I just noticing that?
No, the music's been there.
Okay.
Let's go to those windmills.
Alright.
Yeah, maybe there's flags over there.
Could be. I'm so hungry.
Hi,
Chat,
hungry.
Chat,
I'm Ray.
This is up to chat. I'm leaving this up to chat. Chat, do we order Taco Bell? Because I'm committed
What's
to
that
be here
in the
for a
back
while,
corner
but I'm
there?
hungry. Yeah, let's check that out. Like, I'm committed, but I'm gonna need
I
some
think it's
snacks.
locked, but there's something.
It is. but
Probably
there's
think
something
of
on
it
the
hydrate.
ground.
Yeah, that's. Oh, wait.
That's the music player.
What?
Slap it.
Let's see.
Can you slap it?
Stretch. Sheet music? Well, good thing I know how to
Oh,
read
shit.
Wolf, I was using one of the server tech computers around the place, and would you look at what I found? Online, they have a bunch of sheet music everywhere, so I could just take one, print it off, and play it on my piano. It's lovely. I found this one song I want to try. It's called
What?
Keep investigating this area.
We'll play again?
It looks like you can go into that corner there.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Nope.
No.
Yeah. Wait. Okay, no.
Walk
Is this a
towards the
similar
windmill.
layout to the boat parts area?
The what?
When you're collecting the boat parts.
I
No.
was
No.
just about to
Not.
say that,
It does
sort
look
of,
kinda
but
like
not
You're
really.
right, it does kind of look like that.
Did
No,
we
but
have
it's
the
too
windmills
hilly.
at the boat section though too?
No.
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 It's too
It's
hilly.
just really hilly.
Perfect for windmills.
Let's see. 'Cause there's also, it feels like almost like a platform we can get up to. What's this?
Another locked door.
Locked. Wondering if.
Well,
Guess I'll just
I don't
keep-
like this background music.
It is a little sketchy. Let's see.
Can
That's
I
where we came
suggest
from,
we
right?
try something dumb?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
8888 in the door.
Okay.
that's actually a good idea too, little Brad.
No, I don't think that's dumb. There's only one red painting. Oh, wait. This
And
way.
it's like 4 8s in that picture, no?
Yeah.
Yep. Wow.
There you
Wow.
go.
Flame,
Good job,
you
Flame.
spicy bitch! I love you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright.
Sometimes
Oh,
it's
this is
just
the
that
sheet-
simple.
Wait, this is the music. The sheet music recording?
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
You're going to get jump scared, aren't you?
You're probably gonna get jump scared.
Before many of us were born, a man named Rex was brought into the world. Born into a family that was relatively poor.
I'm just like listening to it.
wanted to create. It was always his dream to become an artist. But up until the 1940s, his cartoons, both animated pictures and comics,
we talking about the game studio? Also, I'm ordering Taco Bell. I'm fucking starving.
Utilizing real photographs of Rex's room, and with Rex himself being a character in the short, a foil to the lack of protagonist, this show ended up selling out immediately, as folks were interested in the stunning mix of real life and animation. Rex would produce more films of the same nature, until eventually...
Is it just repeating or is it still going?
Still going.
Okay. Using this time to order Taco Bell? We're gonna be here a while, David. Do you want Taco Bell or not, David?
I mean, I guess if you're getting it anyway, I might as well.
Should I keep going or should we let it keep playing?
It's like a history of Bucky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just talking about the history of Bucky.
I think we can move on then. Where are you getting from Taco Bell? Yeah,
painting.
Okay, give me 1 second to get my
Oh wait,
Taco
is that the
Bell.
drawing that
No,
Stumbles
wait,
making?
why did you enter into the room? Like, it was literally telling us the story of the Buck show.
Oh, we can still hear it though. No, it's still playing.
Still playing.
Okay, then just continue.
Hold up, I need to get my fucking Taco Bell. I personally, I'm getting a cheesy gordita. Actually, I'm gonna need the caffeine if we're committing to this. I'm getting a fucking Baja Blast. Alright, Baja Blast.
Or you're just telling us about like the rise and fall of like this guy.
Mountain Dew.
It does, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say it has the highest amount of caffeine because it's Mountain Dew.
Oh, I thought it was just sugary.
Alright, David, come get your Taco Bell.
No.
Okay, alright, are we ready to keep going? But I'm getting that and 2 cheesy gordita crunches because they are my guilty pleasure.
Yeah, but look, that's his... Yeah.
It's a sketch of a rabbit. This is Blot, Rex's first creation. Rex? Keep moving. Okay, well,
Oh
I
yeah,
guess
we've
we
never
need to-
met a Rex.
We have not found a Rex yet. Frontier Street Museum. Cogware Games.
This is the developers of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Waffle Tail. What brings you down here? Meeting your maker, I'm guessing? Okay.
Literally.
Nice. Nice. Okay.
This is probably the exit of the museum.
Yeah, we'll keep looking around. But yeah, I'm committing to the Taco Bell because I'm like, okay, we're gonna do this until I pass out. Can I? Okay, I can walk on that. Okay. Here we go.
Look, it's old-timey.
It's a snippet of
It's
a cartoon.
Steamboat Willie.
It is Steamboat Willie. Steamboat Bucky. Bucky's redesign. Midway through Bucky's lifespan, a redesign was in order. Huh. How do you feel about that, Bucky?
Huh?
You got in the barrel?
Apparently.
So we're gonna have to hide from something during this section.
We're gonna have
cool.
to. Oh God, I don't like that. It's a title card of a cartoon. Construction deconstruction. This cartoon had Bucky working on a dam. This didn't go well, however. What? Surprise stealth sec. Oh, y'all know I'm bad at stealth sections. Yes, please, David. Taco Bell.
Grave mistake.
It's a title card of a cartoon. Grave mistake. Rex's
That's
first cartoon
the-
to feature Bucky.
That's the thing that we got in the first achievement, right? Uh-oh, someone made a grave mistake.
Oh, I think you're right.
Yeah. That was
Did it
the
charge
first
you
achievement.
card?
He gets buried alive.
Just go on my bank account and I'll sell you. Like, if you want to give yourself the money, it's fine. Okay, thank you.
All I see is a button in
I
that
wish I could be
right
buried too.
corner.
What the fuck?
Bucky just said I wish I could be
Oh
buried
yeah,
too.
there was a button over there.
Oh, look.
Yeah.
It's a photo
It's
of a man.
it's
Oh,
Owen
it's
Wilson.
Owen Wilson. Yeah.
This
Oh, this is Rex.
Oh, Owen Wilson is Rex! Wait, founder
Founder
of
of Broad-
Broadside Animation.
He is the creator of Bucky.
Got it.
Rest Rex.
So
You've earned it.
Cogware makes
Ugh.
game of Bucky for Broadside. But Rex made Bucky originally.
Oh, wait, this
I
wasn't
guess we
here
go
before.
through the other path then?
No, look at this.
Yes, I guess.
Can you
these guys-
jump?
Those are the similar
Doesn't look like
building
it.
tops, so the ones we're seeing on the island.
Yeah.
So this
Have we
way
talked to the
thing is?
wolf yet?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
did
did.
talk to the wolf.
Okay.
Oh, you can go left. Yeah. Button. Secret.
That's the second button.
Okay, so some.
Oh.
So that
Okay,
just
so a
opened.
door
In the
got
red
unlocked
area in
back
hell.
Yeah.
Back to hell.
Back to fascist school.
I don't want to go to fascist school.
Silence, Evie. You're going against establishment.
No. Okay, do we
So
just
how do we
leave?
get back there?
We just walk through back through the halls. You know.
Okay. I guess we're just wandering back there then. Okay. Then the lights are gonna do their thing. Don't like that. Yeah, no stealth. Ooh. Okay, let's see. I thought I heard whispering for a second. Oh, hold on. That's my that's my Discord being weird. Hold up. I don't know if it shows up on stream too, but sometimes my mic gets all like weird, or my Discord like gets all. There we go. Okay. Hi, besties. Okay. There
Hi.
we go.
My butt hurts from seeing so much.
I'm sorry. It happens. Yeah, this is all the same. Let me save actually. I guess we just go all the way back then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And look
it's
for the
not
door
too
that
far.
just unlocked.
No,
Oh,
it's
there,
not
there,
that
there.
door.
No, this is the. Okay. Other one then?
Yeah, down and to the right.
Down to the right. Okay. Back to hell.
Can you interact with the painting of the guy?
Actually, let me
Oh,
check
well.
that. No, I can go check. Okay. Yeah, we're discovering a conspiracy theory, I guess. No, it won't let me.
Maybe. Well, all we know is that whatever the fucking live action Bucky killed someone.
Good for him.
We know somebody in
Good
the
for
suit
him.
killed someone.
Someone in a suit killed
Yeah.
And we also know that most likely that person, the vandal,
who-
also killed someone in the other
You know
suit.
who also killed someone in a suit? Freddy
William Afton.
Fazbear.
William Afton.
And
The guy
William
behind the
Afton.
slaughter.
Yeah. I just wanted to
Maybe.
say Freddy Fazbear. Okay. Where's the way to hell? Paved with good intentions, I'm sure.
No,
Do we
that
go through this
intention
door?
doesn't work. I think that might be it.
No, I
this might
think
be the
this
one that
is
got
the new
unlocked.
one.
Oh,
Yeah.
hello.
Oh.
Are we in the right spot?
So it's
Yeah.
There's a sign there.
Where are we? The smell's atrocious. We should leave. We should save. Yeah. We don't. What?
The dude walking forward.
He's trying to stop you from advancing. Like he's trying to stop you from advancing.
The sign said.
The diner.
The diner. Oh no.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Where's there
There's
all
a
these
lot
buttons?
of red buttons.
Ooh, buttons. Press all of them.
Computer.
Oh, look.
No, the buttons. You must press
Wait,
the
wait,
button.
wait, wait.
Oh.
15.
Oh.
Oh, you have to press them all
okay.
in
Press
15
them in order.
seconds. Oh, what the hell?
Huh?
There's multiple doors.
Okay, so I think every single button might have a different timer. No.
They all have 15 seconds on them. They all have to be lit up at once.
Oh.
Hold on. Look at the computer.
Yeah, because
Like, you can actually see yourself in there.
Yeah, it's a render of Bucky. Oh, it is you in the room.
Yeah.
As you're moving.
when you press the button, the
What?
timer
What is
pops
the-
up in there too.
The pool.
Pool.
That's
Can you
new.
look at the paintings here? No.
Oh, so that's for.
Yeah.
Wait, no, but that's for the otter, olive
Yeah.
otter, right? So wait, that
And
must be the
here's the-
walrus. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Wait,
Yeah, that's
the
the.
dam,
That's the
Oh,
walrus.
the diner, the pool. This is probably
Okay,
like the
so we-
location where some people died or some shit.
We just came from the diner.
Okay.
That was like the fancy like restaurant place. No, wait, no. Oh, press all the buttons. Press all the buttons.
No, but the door just opens. It doesn't.
But like, I'm
Oh,
curious.
there's
Like, what
a-
happens if we light them all in green?
Oh, there's a passcode.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
so
do
just
I-
hit all the
do I
buttons.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Just
walk
press
around.
them in order.
Now look at the screen.
There we
So
go.
9, 2, 3,
492.
4.
9.
4923.
No, I will not listen to you, Bucky. My friends are in danger. Do you
I'm in
think now's a
danger.
good time to explore this dump? Hit the respawn button. Use your damn head, idiot.
No, fuck you.
It's safe.
I feel a lot better
Says-
now that I can save Loki.
Cogware games again.
Hey, what are you doing here? Got friends to save. Go do that.
This button.
Wait. Okay, hold up. This just opened. Hold on. I need to
It
change.
opens
It opened a
something
web
outside the
page.
game?
Hold on. Let me copy this into my Firefox. Okay. Let me. Okay. This is Let me make sure stream can see it. It just opened a web page. Okay.
Cogwaregames.com.
Here you go. Let me put this up top.
Yeah, and Connor, Elizabeth.
Okay,
was
it's
like a
covering
music
me, but
credit.
that's fine. Cogware Games was originally an idea that 3 friends out of Silicon Valley
Eve, you
had.
are not seeing it on the stream. Up, no, minus up.
Yeah,
sorry,
there's a
delay.
little lag on this stream. Founded by Connor Thomas, Elizabeth Baker, and Harry Waters, we are a collective of fans of the new and thriving world of gaming and put innovation at the forefront. I want to open Unreal screenshot. I can't really see anything with that.
I think that's just like supposed to be like the original
Engine.
Unreal, the engine, like just the
Yeah, like
development.
it's the rendering of the
Okay.
animals.
Okay. With our first ever demo of the game Blunder Cover being a hit with crowds over at local conventions in 1995 and a thriving partnership over with the Broadside Animation Company. Okay, so it was Cogware Games and Broadside Animation.
Yeah.
Okay. Leading back to the creation of the magnificent Shipwrecked, we won't hold back getting our hands dirty with game development. After all, that's where our name comes from. Every cog in a machine has to be working together to make a meaningful result. I'm also gonna just making sure. Making sure.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea.
We here at Cogware are in it for the players and for moving graphics. We've dabbled into very heavily into 3-dimensional graphics working. I just also want to check. Okay, nothing's happening with Bucky. I just want to make sure that was like okay.
I mean, if you want, you can pause.
Yeah, I think actually, yeah. Let me pause the shipwreck actually, just in case. Yeah, we're gonna pause that real quick. I'm not respawning, Bucky. Suck my nuts. Okay.
If you respawn in that room.
Exactly. Well, yeah, because I just
Yeah.
saved. I could fuck with him and be like, yeah, I'll respawn, buddy. I'll respawn.
Don't risk it. Don't
I'm
risk
not
it.
gonna
Might
risk
Yeah,
actually
because
I'm
he
not
might
gonna
send you back.
I don't want him to send me back. We've dabbled very heavily into 3-dimensional graphics, working with top-of-the-industry professionals to create worlds with depth, color, and life. While we make games that are bright and friendly, you're not getting a squeaky clean experience if you play a game from Cogware. Instances of adult humor and some edge to our games. Are all present. We believe that games should not be designed to a single demographic, but rather shared among many demographics. Also, if my eye tracking gets weird, I'm putting my glasses back on just because this is going to be a long one, and I don't want to risk getting a headache.
Oh my god, I just got jump scared. Sorry, go on.
What?
Don't worry, I just got jump scared.
From what happened?
Don't worry about it.
Continue.
Just continue.
Scared yourself.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if did I miss something, or are you just being silly? Okay. Okay. I see how it is. Okay.
Silence is golden. I'm sorry.
Oh my god. Okay. Let's see. Let's look at the innovation of the forefront. Oh, this has a... Hold on.
That's the title screen.
Autoplay blocked. Oh, here's the trailer.
Hey, everyone!
Oh my god. Yep. That's,
Wow.
Okay.
Is
It
that
got
what
me
jump
for the
scared
second
you?
time. It got me for the second time.
Okay. Here, we'll go back to... I want to read the rest of this. Bucky and his friends need your help. After sun... I'm kind of skimming this because it's pretty... Just looking to see if there's other...
1990 copyright 1999.
Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's other things we can click on. Doesn't look like it though.
Contact@cogwaregames.com.
Yeah, you could
Nice.
email them.
Okay. I think we've
Right,
seen
turn,
this
turn on the
before.
volume a little bit. This fucker is loud.
Yeah, that was.
I think we're just gonna see the same thing
I
again.
need your help.
He's still loud.
Step into the 3D realm with Bucky and his friends. Explore a vast open island and hopefully bring your friends back to safety.
Yeah. This is
No,
the
that's
act-
new.
No. This is that was the same bit with
It's
the
a trailer. It's a video that
animation
at the
is
start.
new
It's a
this
trailer
time.
for the
Go
game.
rescue the gang.
I think like supposed to be like the trailer for the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we saw that at the start when it launched, but the green screen wasn't keyed out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Developed for the Nintendo 64, Shipwreck is a game that places you into the world of Bucky. Oh, wait, hold on. Carter.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh.
No. What did you say? What?
How
What?
did you do that?
It said
Yeah.
on
Where did you
A.
click?
Rabbits.
A.
Okay, so let's watch that, I guess.
Okay.
After read this page.
We'll read the page first. The back button is actually a back button. Narrative experience, Unreal Engine. Oh boy, we're gonna turn the volume down.
Yeah, preemptively.
I'm
Oh,
afraid.
this is hospital. Remember they said she was admitted to the hospital and wasn't
Yeah.
doing
Well, it
well?
also
It's gonna
does
take
say a
while?
hotel.
Oh, okay. I thought it was hospital. It looked more like a. Crunchy.
Crunchy.
And there's gonna be a jump scare?
No. Okay.
That was
Is
so
there anything in the
weird.
background?
On the page. That's what I'm looking for. Oh,
Oh, hello.
I don't think I've ever met a man as pathetic as you.
Oh.
Well, damn.
It looked
Like,
Must
looked
be
you
the
like-
need
standing
this
for
kind of
Bucky.
roast.
Like
What is
It looked
this
like
just standing
Vandal
for
in the
someone
background.
here, whoever that is.
Oh
It was
shit.
like- Wait, how did we get here?
StarlingNathan.jpg.
Opened
Oh.
this link of the
see.
little. I thought it was duckies. StarlingNathan.jpg. What is this one? GaryBG.jpg.
Gary.
So in the beginning of that video, it looks like
Is this
the
one?
Vandal in the
someone.
background.
It does.
It's the same. Because they were looking at someone, right? They were recording them and then following them. You play it again?
Yeah.
I think you're right,
the
it is
red
the
feet.
Vandal.
Yeah. This is wild.
What did you say you saw was the Vandal?
At
Yeah,
end
in
of
the very
hall at
beginning.
start.
At the
Okay.
end of the what?
At the end of the hall there, at the very start, there was someone walking.
Rabbits.
Can you see it again? Sorry.
Here, that's okay. Let me open it again.
Yeah.
That
See?
could be the Vandal, yeah.
Yeah. Clearly a robot. POV. True. Are we good with this one though?
The crunchy steps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't like the
Okay,
crunchiness.
back to the
of
game, I guess.
steps. I think that's all we have. Okay, so I think my Taco Bell's here. By the
Oh
way.
my god. This page, I didn't realize, but this page has sounds on it.
It does.
Yeah,
I have it muted.
it's the it's like a very beach-like sound.
Okay, then we don't need that.
I mean,
I hate
there could be
sudden
something
sound.
hidden in that sound, but I don't
Shit.
know.
I just want to make sure because I have pop-ups disabled so I don't get doxxed. Block audio. It's only allow audio and video. Well, let's see what happens. Should I refresh the page?
When you hit that,
Oh, this is the game music.
Yeah, that's loud as hell.
yeah, it is super loud.
Okay. I hate autoplay. Okay.
Alright.
Okay. So, my Taco Bell has arrived.
Here are your gorditas.
Thanks.
How long will this break last? If
I
may ask?
mean, here's the thing, is I'm willing to be like, okay, I'm gonna eat this Taco Bell. While we do that, let's discuss what we found so far. I feel like this would be a good opportunity for that. So, any guesses?
I mean,
Oh man.
okay,
So-
so
I'm gonna try to
thus
be
far
far
I'd
away from
say
my mic,
we have like
so I don't want
three main characters, so to speak.
Mhm.
We have the Vandal,
Mhm.
who's also most likely this JD. We
Mhm.
have Bucky.
The other name we saw was Gary.
Yeah, he was like Gary. Who was Gary?
I don't
No,
know.
that was one of the names of the images, but there was the Nathan
Yeah, it's like Gary
image.
BG.
Nathan Starling.
Okay, that could possibly be Bucky. And I will actually go as far as saying I think the rabbit is whoever's in the hospital.
Mhm.
Like
Could
this
definitely
rabbit,
be it.
like
What
this
was the
rabbit's like
amputated
very
limbs
like
thing?
notably missing both of his fucking
But the
arms.
rabbit also, because they said whatever, Violet or whatever his name was, Blot, was like the first character made by the guy that made Bucky. He was also a rabbit in that sketch.
Oh yeah.
Again, like I think like we need to like differentiate between in-game characters and who they're supposed to represent in real life.
Yeah. It's definitely some representation type shit.
And just
Also, we have 2 areas we haven't explored yet. We've got the dam for the walrus, and then we have the what was that? The pool for Sandy.
assuming those are open, and we also have yet to do the find the like secret in 2 of the mini games.
Does every minigame have
Following-
a secret though?
We've only found 2 secrets.
Mm-hmm.
The
Well,
one in
with-
the like cooking minigame and the one in the like walrus minigame.
Yeah, so we haven't done the boat mini game.
We have not done like the
Or the
forest
coconut.
minigame.
Mm-hmm.
So no, and the coconut minigame. Those 2 are missing those secrets.
Mm-hmm.
Something else was like just like something like I think when like that video said like I think you're the most pathetic man I know.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was directed to Bucky. Because like this man has been self-deprecating hard time throughout this game, and is clearly trying to
Oh, that makes a
repress
good
fight
point.
something.
If you really want to be looking into things, starlings are a type of bird. Goose.
Yeah. They
Mm.
are, but they're like smaller songbirds, if I remember correctly.
I can feel my energy returning as I eat this fucking cheesy gordita crunch.
I honestly just feel like I have a feeling that this game was mayhap made as a hit piece for the studio.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, this is just me like spitballing essentially, but like in theory, like the developers say in their page that they work very closely with like the
Broadside?
studio. Yeah.
Mm.
So they knew, and ostensibly they put all of this in this game. There were only 3 people working on this project.
Right.
Didn't the it say that the studio didn't like video games or something like that?
It said
No.
that they
Augur made other games. He said, yeah, right here, their first demo game was Undercover in 1995. Shipwrecked came out in 99. It was their second to last game.
After a tribe and partnership, like I didn't say anything about the other about the studio disliking video
Broadside.
games.
Okay.
yeah.
But I only
So
just
something.
think
Sorry, go ahead.
like okay, unless we're going to assume this game is spooky haunted, which I'd like to believe is not the case.
Mm-hmm.
Then it stands to reason that somebody who was involved in the game wanted people to be exposed to this, and I don't think it was just like a we're so edgy kind of joke, because like okay, they had their first game and they already
They
had
wanna
like
make 'em look
edgy
bad?
that like edge humor established by that game. Like this is their second game.
Mm.
Like honestly think the people from like whoever was making this game found out something about the studio. I mean, like that found out something about that studio.
Right.
Something that I think it should also be like noted is like Rex, this guy we saw.
Mm.
They talked. He was dead. They said he was dead.
Wasn't Rex fictional though?
No, Rex was the guy who created the studio.
That's right. Okay.
He's the founder.
Yeah.
the founder, and he's gone.
Assuming he's the equivalent to Disney.
Side
right?
note, I have
Because
one
we saw
taco
the
left.
Steamboat Willie to Bucky, and if Rex made Bucky, he's supposed to be somewhat like Disney. Right.
Yeah, I did see the Steamboat Willie vibes there.
I wonder if Rex was
think
killed.
more like they could have been a cute reference. For example, no, they said like the first thing that the first video that included Bucky was the grave mistake. The game where the thing where he was buried alive.
Side note, who's ever working at my local Taco Bell at 11 o'clock, they deserve their ass ate, because these fucking bang. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I wonder if Rex was the one that was killed by Bucky.
It's possible. I honestly think I think if I may, again, I'm just fine. I think whatever happened to Rex might have inspired what we're seeing in Shipwrecked. Like all of the things, because again, I just want to assume this is not some ooh, the game is haunted, spooky, but someone actually saying this happened.
We might be getting.
I also like to point out that it seems like there's some good internal strife inside the company. Judging from the behavior of that website.
What do you mean by that?
You know when before we clicked on the Sterling Nathan page,
Back up.
why was the text in red?
Yeah, but
it just sounds like a hateful message.
Pathetic.
Yeah,
I
it just
think,
sounds like a
that
hateful
would also
message
be
in general.
directed towards not from the people the people
wasn't
within the
official.
company. That could be from Cockwares to
To Broadside?
Not
Yeah,
from
it could
Cockware to
be.
Cockware.
Yeah. It's still up in the air.
Because if you actually look again the name that we saw that picture of the person screaming, none of the names corresponded to somebody from this company.
Right.
Like
I want to make sure that the actual back button did.
it says the names of the developers here, right?
Yeah.
Which we saw in the
it's
credits,
A in
they
rabbits.
did different parts.
Yeah, it was this one.
If you go down, open the image in the bottom.
This one?
Yes, those.
Yeah, Starling Nathan, and then.
Starling Nathan, and go to
Gary
the.
BG.
Now go to the page, from the Cog Games page. And go to the go back. It says Cogways into.
This one?
No, the main page, the Cogways games, the first page.
Yeah. There. Yeah.
It should said Connor Thomas from Connor Thomas, Elizabeth Baker, and Harry Waters. None of these people are
Good
mentioned.
Yeah.
So I think those people have to be from Broadside.
Yeah.
Unless they're fucking lying to us here and they were a
Unless they're
secret fourth
fucking
member,
liars.
then it makes no sense because those names don't correspond to any of them.
Right.
So the other thing about
Only I'm
Sterling
thinking
is had to
it's
do with-
related to Broadside.
because
like,
we
again,
have
the
the
question-
Sterling name. Oh, sorry, it's fine. Go ahead and finish up.
But if we watch it, the main question is why would these people make this game? As it is.
You mean with all
So
the
this
fucked
is
up shit?
clearly not meant to have that adult humor and just this is more than just edgy. And again, remember their first game was a massive success. This game was pulled off the shelves in 3 days. So it tells me they knew how to make a game, but this was more than just a game.
Alright, hold on.
Bucky
One more
clearly
bite
is
of
most likely
taco.
the pathetic man, based on what he said of I
I'm
hate
also
I
a
hate
very
myself.
pathetic man.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bucky, but that's just how it be.
Sorry,
And as
Bucky.
for-
You're kind of a little bitch.
Again, just I am starting to retread what I said earlier, but I need to see more stuff before.
Alright. Glasses are going
I
back
see.
on. I take another sip of my Baja Blast. And we are ready to
My brother's
cook.
going to wake up.
We are
So
recording.
the thing
if
about
I-
starlings is that they are mimics as well. They mimic
That's a good
cries
point.
and stuff. So that might have something to do with it.
By the way, if for some reason we're still here in 2 hours, give me a moment to go buy some food.
You're so real for that. Yeah, if we need to take a break, let me know. But I don't know if we're gonna do the whole game tonight, but I'm okay to stream for longer than I normally do.
I was gonna say, me and Jingle are like half asleep at this point.
It's
a
a
note
note
from
from
Cogware. Well there. This room is designated as staff only. Feel free to hit respawn. Connor, Cogware Games. Was
Keep
Connor?
going.
It was so Connor's from Cogware
Yes.
but he wasn't mentioned on the page, right? No, he was.
Right.
He was. He was.
Oh,
one
he
of the
was. He
devs.
was.
Okay. So note from Cogware. If you really want to go down there, well then feel free. Just be warned. Oh, my mic's still far away. Just be warned. Okay. Are we ready?
Ready.
Here we go. Huh?
Okay.
Okay, so
Rado.
Prado, stop.
Just want to see if I was able to do that.
stop. No,
now.
it's the bunny was there. Note that the bunny
No,
was
it was
there.
a
Yeah.
wolf, I thought.
No, the
Yeah.
wolf walked down, but the bunny's on the wall.
None of this is making any sense. I want to go back to the island. I want to go back home. Is that not why you're playing? Look, we can do this, but whatever happens, that's on you. Am I clear? Good.
Turn around.
Cogware Games. Okay.
Just Okay, Evie, don't fuck up the jump. I know it's easy. You can do this.
Okay. Oh, well, fuck, wrong button. That's why I was like, let me test the jump button before I go for it. Okay, here we go. Okay, God, that fucking chair noise!
Okay,
Okay,
hit
what's
that.
the sign say?
Wait.
Oh, some light. We'll need it. It says, oh,
Oh, give me a second.
XGFQF XFKJF. I'm
Okay.
also just like
Nathaniel,
saying it
start
again,
working on
just so I
that.
can, yeah.
Mr. Cypher.
I will note something here. You see that red marking on the floor?
Mm-hmm.
Like before you?
Yeah.
Like the safe area in like the forest minigame was designated like that.
Well, X is W, that's for sure. F is E, something E, something E, because then it's
Do you have it
we,
down?
something, something, something E. Yeah.
Okay.
So like I think we're going to be chased by the thing from the forest the moment you jump there.
Oh,
like that
I
red
hate
marking
chase
was like
scenes. The label says, oh, here's another
Alright,
one.
give me another one. Yeah, PKJ, UJP. Okay. Oh, it's where we something. That's the. Of the first few letters.
I'm so scared right now, by the way. Like, I'm gonna be so real with you.
Can you like turn the night vision that you had in like the boat minigame?
Nope. I can still smack!
There's a reason you can smack, but you can't invert.
I guess follow the blood trail.
Yeah.
Where we lie. That's what it translates as.
Oh, this could be the grave.
Can you interact with the houses?
We're
The
about-
second phrase is.
Keep following.
Oh, I'm so scared. Oh, we're edging now.
This is not kind of edge I want.
This is not the kind of edge I wanted on a Friday afternoon. Oh, there's a door there.
To the door then.
Yeah, okay. Alright, let me... Baja Blast. Stretch. Okay, there we go. Oh, fuck. I don't like where this is going.
Alright, turn around.
Look me in the eye. What does that say?
You'll be going there soon. Like,
Follow.
you need to jump on top of the vet and just go from there.
Olivia? Is that what the
Olivia.
second phrase translates out as? The name of... No.
It could be.
That's the only thing I'm picking out of the...
Follow the...
Because it's only doing a shift of one letter, up or down. In any of the ciphers.
And tell me.
Look me in the eye.
I'm scared. I'm actually so fucking scared, besties.
I think it's Olivia is the answer to that second cipher. Just a name for someone.
What's the otter's name?
Olive.
Andy.
Oh.
We got another webpage.
Yeah, I assume that's not.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
Oh, hello.
Code.
Hello?
F and F.
Oh, holy shit.
No. This is
Let's
the
just
key.
resume, respawn, and...
Yeah, it's the key.
Return to
Write down
main.
one RESUME. Yeah, it's. I'm guessing this point is where they're gonna try to give you the key to the cipher.
Okay, it's just one up and down, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So you just figure it out earlier than the rest. Well done,
Okay.
Jeremiah.
Let's go. Here, sorry. I'm just putting it from my like actual browser to my Firefox.
Okay, don't worry, Chief.
Good lord, I don't want to stare at that.
Here, hold on. I'm trying to get it.
That's just Mark Zuckerberg.
I'm just gonna scooch on right
Oh my god, that's just Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay. That's just Mark Zuckerberg. Let me change it so Steve can see it.
A Helping Note by Summer and Wolf.
Okay.
Aww.
How about the first? Layer 4. Layer 4.
Are we on layer 4
we got-
then?
No, we found layer 2, room 1, and layer 3, room 2.
Okay. A becomes
Like,
B,
it's a
B
layer for-
becomes A, C becomes D, and D becomes C. Okay. Stumbler O'Hare is a rabbit and an artist at heart. Growing up, he had been a massive fan of arts of many different forms. In the process, he began to experiment with art on his very own, and he took up painting as his favorite form of artwork. He had painted lots of artwork, some of which would be even hung up in the Nulliterra Theater. One day, however, Stumbler was hit with a life-changing event which had left him without arms. A rabid wolf had attacked him.
Oh, no.
And while he did get away, he had to live his life without hands at all. However, he is still an amazing artist at art. Stumbler will be responsible for the drawings in the sky.
I
Chief
think Tumblr Harry's
Wolf. Oh.
Dedicated his entire life.
Wait, that might be why Chief Wolf was missing after we helped Stumbler the first time. Let's see. Chief Wolf has dedicated his entire life to helping his fellow wolves who live on Nulliterra. Much like himself, he lives in the outskirts and is typically found guarding the island, keeping it away from harm. He is responsible for the capture of Bucky, Walter, Olive, and Giovanni, and he wants nothing more than to help his fellow citizens. Wolf will be responsible for all the writing and research portrayed in this document.
Oh, it is Olive. It's not Sandy.
Where am I? No, I just like calling her Standy.
Ah.
Okay, now we get some explanations. Layer 3 is where you are right now. As you may know, the island is split into layers. For instance, Layer 1 is the island, outskirts, and any attached missions. Layer 2 consists of a pool, a diner, and a waterway. Did we accidentally skip those?
Okay.
We didn't go through any of
Yeah,
those
we were
fucking
there.
doors.
No, we
No,
were
we were
in the
there. We were
diner.
there.
Okay.
We were in the diner, but we couldn't enter the waterway or the pool.
Yeah.
And now you're in Layer
And now
3.
we're in layer 3.
The Land of Darkness. And that's okay, though. If you come properly prepared, you should be equipped to either venture even further or keep yourself safe. To open the gate to move to the next zone, locate and charge the computers to 3, and once it's open, find the gate control and turn them on. Okay. Candle. Oh, well, it's a visual of my candle. Yay! Most important tool in Layer 3, you are completely in the dark, but that's okay. Your candle will light the way. Once you pick it up, let's see. Once you pick it up, you will have it for the rest of your time here. It will light the surrounding areas, keeping you aware of where you're going. Just know, however, when you leave these areas, you will no longer have the candle. You won't lose it. It will come back when you visit next, but if you don't need it, you won't have it. Oh shit, I just remembered something that I was supposed to tell my parents, and I forgot. Hold on. Okay, let me actually hold on, this is stupid. I told my parents I was gonna come over tomorrow, and I forgot I was teaching tomorrow. Oh well, once I find my phone, I'll message it. David has my phone. Okay, David, can you hand me my phone?
Yeah, what?
Can you hand me my phone?
No, it's mine now.
Oh, okay. Anyway, sorry, I just like randomly was reminded of that, and I was like, oh shit. All right, visual of a Silvertech Prime. Computers are a very prevalent thing to come across in Layer 3. Silvertech has graciously provided us with these computers, which we have stocked all around the place as a good way to share information with newcomers like yourself. If you're reading this, either a friend has shared you the link, or you found it through a Silvertech Prime computer. Press the big red button on the front when you find the computer, and you'll be able to learn a brand new thing about Layer 3. Give me 1 second. So if I don't text my parents, I'm going to forget. Also, I just realized I teach this weekend for extra monies to save for iPad, because I want to buy an iPad, so I booked a bunch of weekend slots. So I can't come over tomorrow. Sorry, I was like, if I don't say this now, I'm not gonna fucking remember, and then they're gonna be like, where are you? Okay, anyway, sorry. Golden computers, however, will need to be activated with the timer. Once they are on, you will need to find each of them and turn them all on before the timer hits 0. I'll try to leave a map as to where to locate these computers. That was the one we just read. Dwellers. Oh, I don't like that.
Olives and Giovanni, your friends. Oh, also known as Sterling, so we have Nathan Sterling, now we have this. Cool.
Dwellers, also known as Starling, are creatures who live in the darkness of Layer 3. Donning the face of Bucky's own friends, they will wander the dark searching for any unfortunate little beaver who happens to stumble into their past. Awakened when Walter, Giovanni, or Olive are brought down into Layer 3, they will stalk around the dark and eventually make their presence known. You cannot rely on your menu to keep you safe. Great.
Look for a barrel to interact and hide.
Okay. Look for a barrel to interact with to hide away. While Dweller may follow you around in Layer 3, that doesn't mean they won't try to follow you elsewhere. Okay. If a barrel or any other objects appear to be off, moving, repeatedly hit it until it vanishes. When captured by a dweller, you will be taken to a small room akin to that of a prison cell. Little do they know, however, your little rabbit friend knows the code. If you are trapped, the keypad to exit will be 7418. Remember that. If you wind up there, you will need this to escape. Okay. 7418 is our escape code. Okay.
Have we sent 2 people into this place already by accident?
I don't want to think about that. Beaver Scratch. Okay. So, just kidding. Beaver Scratch is a language that is used by many, many folks who reside down here in Layer 3. To speak in Beaver Scratch, you will want to firstly take your sentence, for instance. I miss having arms. And now, once you translate, you'll get a very simple translation of just like that. I hope you can figure it out from here. I'm an artist, not a teacher. Ha! If you need a sentence translated, feel free to send us a sentence to stumblerohare@gmail.com. Okay, I did check.
It's likely a bot.
A bot response.
That's actually kind of cool. So.
It's good luck.
Good luck.
I may or may not have stumbled upon a Beaver Scratch translator. If you want the link for that.
Yeah, can you send me that actually?
Yeah, it says good luck, friends.
Okay.
Where should I put it in?
Can you just put it? Can you just DM it to me, just so it's easy for me to find?
Okay.
Let me see. Copy link. Is this official or is this? Oh.
I mean, it's
okay,
just
it's a fan work. Okay.
It's a fan work.
We're just gonna keep that on hand for safekeeping. Anyway.
You never know when Dick and Balls will show up.
You never know. Actually.
Oh, you could type in the lower half
Actually, yeah,
as well.
you want to type in that translation? I'll check my Olivia translation there.
Yeah. Can you actually just type it out to me?
It's in the bottom panel. You need to type Evie.
You can type in the bottom panel.
It's PKJ UJB. PKJ.
PKJ. Okay.
UJB. Yeah.
PKJ.
JUJB.
Yeah, it's Olivia.
Okay.
Poor Stumbler is useless now. He's still helping us out. He's still helping us out. It's just I'm stupid. So, just get to have on hand. Thank you, Stumbler. Very cool. But, okay. Cipher guide. Oh, boy.
Oh, this is about how to figure out the stuff in
boy.
the painting. Oh, different types of ciphers. Fun.
Okay. Nathaniel? This is why you are here. Okay. So these areas are a little complicated. I wanted to leave a guide here that helps you translate non-beaver scratch codes. For the sake of making this easier to digest, I've given them fun names. So here they are. Shakespeare cipher. Oof. This one's a doozy. I love when it starts with oof. You'll first need to identify what it is you're trying to get. There will usually be some kind of text saying code is XXXX. Now, usually, each one of these X's will be replaced with a respective letter. From there, you will need to listen to audio somewhere and count the amount of times a word begin with that letter. For instance, APFT would be our combination. Let's look for A. It's a wonderful day today, friends. Apparently, when it turns to night, the sky turns purple. Amazing, ain't it? That means A would be 4. Now, same logic, we get P. Okay, so it's a wonderful day today. Friend, apparently. So that's 2. When it turns to night, the sky turns purple. That's 3.
That's
so
1.
that would be...
That's
what?
1.
Only words that start with it.
Oh, okay. Okay, P is 1. That means the first 2 digits are 4-1-X. Okay, that is a doozy.
Friend is also 1.
Okay, at least this one. This one I get. Now you'll need to start again by identifying your data set. Yeah, oh, musicians, this one's for you. Thank you, Stumbler. Thank you for acknowledging me. I appreciate that. See, keep arts in our schools for shit like this. And, for all the other valuable reasons. I'm a music teacher. I can make that joke. Now you'll need to start again by identifying your data set. You'll usually know you've got it when your data set consists of letters entirely at the start of the alphabet. Yeah, so musical alphabet, for those who don't know, only goes from A to G. There is no A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. It's literally just A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and then once you get to G, you go back to A, right? A lot of times...
Liar. H also exists depending on what country you are in.
Okay, depending on what country you're in, yes. But in America... we do things in America! But basically... That's how it works in standard, music. When you go from one A to the next A, you go up or down an octave, respectively. So here, B, 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 D, G, A, B. And the reason this is D has a little dot by it, by the way, is we're in the key of D. And normally Do would be down here at the bottom of the step, but since this has a little dash by it, that's how we know that is the high Do, or the octave. So, again, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, right? D to D. Octave, right? Now that's a lot of B's. So what if our code was D, A, B, G? Well, there's 1 D, 1 A, and a whole heck of a lot of B's. That's 8. And now, just 1 G. That makes our code 1181. Quite the redundant code, but that's okay. All right. Now we have our Picasso-related code. That's right, friends. Yeah, it's an art-related code. So happy, so to say I'm happy is a bit of an understatement. It's my time to shine. So some of you might know about the art gallery attached to the diner, but if not, here's some photos Wolf took for me on our last visit. Now pay attention to the paintings. They have numbers. Okay. Green means 9, blue means 3, red means 8. Okay, cool. So if you walk in and see flags with blue, red, green, blue, there would be yeah, okay, that one we've got. There's 2 more colors.
I'm pretty sure you had to do this to even get here, so.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
but now we know there's 2 more colors. So if we see what colors they are, we need to write them down. So that way we have them. Okay. We've done a great job. Layer 4. There's a gate at the back half of the plaza. Look for it and you'll find it eventually. You'll get unlocked using these 2 simple tasks. So what's task 1? Your first mission. Okay, so you want to get that gate open? Here's what you got to do. Step 1. Find the crystals. There's a computer lying around. I'm also just periodically checking the game to make sure it's still okay and nothing weird has happened. Find the crystals. There's a computer lying around somewhere, and on it is a video that contains your answer. If you visited the pool, you know what steps to do next. Step 2. Find my tape player. I did record the code for future use, but I forgot it. Look around. There's a tape player somewhere with the workstation code on it, recorded by yours truly. Maybe look for my little home away from home. Seems like a reasonable place to leave it. Oh, bye, friends. Thank you so much for hanging out, gamer. Play far away from Giovanni. He can hear these. Okay, good to know. Step 3. Start the task. Go to the sky hallway and look for the door with a music note next to it, and press the button to begin. The monitors will instruct you on what to do next. Oh shit.
Okay, we don't know anything about that yet, so don't worry too much.
No.
Yeah, we haven't done the pool yet.
Yeah, let's not worry about the tasks then.
Maybe let's just look at task 2.
Okay, we'll look at the tasks. So let me see.
Maybe we have seen something relevant to it.
Okay. Want to get the gate open, find the batteries, look for glowing green batteries. There'll be one in the office, one in the rooftops, one in the cave. Drop them off, bring the batteries to the computer in the basement, drop them in the open box. Toodles. You can go now. Be free. Okay, well, thanks. We don't know if there is a layer 4, just how deep this all goes. For the longest time... Sorry, I'm burping because of my Baja Blast. For the longest time, it was assumed that only goes to layer 3, but recent searches have shown some kind of paradise down there. If you can find it, then by all means, you'll have my gratitude. I'm proud of you, Bucky. Good luck with your adventures. What do you draw? This has nothing to do with layer 3, but as most artists experience at one point or another, I'm dealing with burnout. Aww. He just like me, for real, for real. Aw, give me a suggestion of something to draw. I'll gladly draw it. Give me a lot of suggestions. Thank you. I will getting them back to you soon. Aw, that's so cute. Okay. I'm gonna
For
keep
now,
this one
we
open.
investigate.
Yeah, because that's got a bunch of like codes in it.
I'm horrified, by the way. I'm absolutely scared shitless.
Don't close that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna close it. Sorry,
I
didn't
am
mean
not
to
ready to
remote skip
continue
over there.
either.
Okay. One more sip of Baja Blast. Okay.
So we need to find 3 more like we are searching for the golden computers and like computers generally to
regular
get more about this place.
This one's locked. This one's open.
That one's open. What about the final path?
We'll check that one too before we go anywhere. I already forgot everything that was in those documents. I'm gonna be so real with you.
Don't worry, we're sure.
And that one's locked.
So we go to the only available path.
I'm scared. I'm so fucking scared. Okay. So for context, by the way, for those who, this is your first stream watching me, or if you just don't know this about me, I'm the type of person where normally I don't play even shit like Dead by Daylight, because that shit scares me. So this is gonna be an experience.
It was saved right there.
What did it say up in the thing?
What?
It said
Shipwrecked.
shipwreck on the banner.
There's a lot of these cans in here. I don't like it.
Just go, Evie.
I don't want to.
No, go down the other path then.
Wait, what is that?
It's a tape plan.
That's the tape box. Wait, play it. He said there was a. Give me a moment to write that down.
You can just also try slapping it after this. I want to see if it does anything.
Okay. I'll wait till Nathaniel's done.
Okay. I got it.
What does it say? Stop that shit.
Give me a second to transfer that.
EV log progress?
Sorry, suppose, but you might want to rearrange your stream out away from the black bars for the screen for this game. We did see the one at the main menu.
Let's try to hear this thing.
I think I've patched the noble bugs too. Even the one Harry found in the hole. Where you get
I don't want to go first.
How did he even do that? I'm planning to talk to Mark later. I can't wait to show him the progress.
What's that say on there?
Just parts.
We'll have to see, though. That's all. Signing off for tonight.
So, okay, let's keep an eye on that then. Yeah, I can still see through it. I still look over them. But yeah, the one at the main menu, if you let it just sit idle for long enough, one of the guys show up. I don't know his name yet or who he is, but he kind of looks like Owen Wilson. So we've been calling him Owen
I think
Wilson.
he was Rex.
He's
I think
probably
that was
Rex.
Rex.
He's Owen Wilson in my heart. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It did say e-vlog progress, yeah.
Who are you? I'm Evie.
The most pathetic man in the world.
That's me.
What is that?
There's a computer
What's
over
in
there.
Oh,
that?
there's a computer, but there's like
Oh, it's Bucky.
Bucky statue.
What's this?
This button's gonna cause something.
Okay.
That was a couple buttons.
There's a few buttons? Oh yeah, one of them's on the computer.
I think pressing that button will open a page like the one behind the monitor.
Could, yeah. Yep. Oh shit! Hold on, hold
Hide in
on.
a barrel. Hide in a barrel.
Fuck, I'm not tabbed in. Oh fuck. I'm not tabbed in. It's not letting me tab out. Oh fuck.
You hit respawn.
Fuck. Shit. I meant to fucking. I'm gonna kill myself. Okay. I meant to
I didn't
literally.
catch all of it. I caught LXBC something.
That's what I was trying to do.
RLXB.
I was trying to because I was trying to switch to the thing so stream could see it and you guys could see it, and then it like wouldn't let me go back. Motherfucker. Okay, well, hold on. Here's the thing. I will show this real quick. Let me find the thing real quick. And then let me show you guys. And I'll show it to stream too. Hold up. Before it plays, I want to make sure stream can see
Oh,
it.
it's a YouTube link.
It's a YouTube link, yeah. Okay, hold up. Here we go. Okay. Are we ready? Here's the thing is we can just kind of go back in there,
Mount
I think.
Pinatubo. That's like one of the most violent volcano explosions in history. Oh shit, this is Pinatubo?
I was making sure that sound was from the video and not the game.
Okay, so for those who are not aware, Mount Pinatubo, it was a volcano in a Pacific island. When it erupted, the entire island disappeared. The island literally exploded with the volcano. It's one of the most violent volcano events we've had. In like
I thought
recent history.
wait, how recent was Pinatubo?
That happened in the early 2000s, 90s.
Should we look at some of the other videos or should
Was
we
it
wait?
Krakatoa?
Oh yeah.
Am I thinking of Krakatoa or Pinatubo? One moment.
Look.
No. You're thinking of Krakatoa.
Yeah, I'm wondering like,
Because
should
I
we
know
look
I
at
know
them or are we
Krakatoa
supposed
is
to
split
encounter
itself
them
up.
later?
Pinatubo.
I feel like
Pinatubo
they'd
is a
be
volcano
hidden if we were supposed to encounter
in
them
the
later.
Philippines.
Let's see. Not the fucking ad! Stop.
Pinatubo erupted in 19...
Oh, I think this is just the jail code again. Wasn't the code 4321?
No.
For the jail?
It was 7418.
7418.
1234 scrambled. 4132.
4132.
Okay.
So volcano seems to be like a major thing for this. Because Pinatubo was did erupt. That volcano did also erupt.
Yeah.
Frank surmised that the length of a carrot divided by its diameter was always an integer. Frank believed that the sun was a giant carrot seen
Okay,
from one
stop.
end.
Okay, Evie, stop. You're looking at videos which might be tied to computers and stuff which you have not seen
That's
yet.
what I'm thinking. I feel
So
like
you're
we
just like
shouldn't look at
overloading
them
yourself with
yet.
information.
Yeah.
Stop.
Okay, we'll
I
stop for
think
now.
I think we should take these videos one at a time.
Yeah, okay. Let's see if we can head back there easily.
For now, I mean, if we could go back to the Mount Pinatubo one and just try to figure out the code from there.
Yeah.
I already tried. It doesn't come out as anything.
Alright.
When you listen to the code, right, because it's LXBC, RLXB.
I think the really important ones are unlisted, but I don't know for sure. Okay.
What
I
was
don't
the
know
code?
how much longer we're gonna go on because I am starting to get really tired.
R.
I was gonna say, I think I'm gonna head out.
LXBCR,
Okay, here's what we'll do. Actually, I think this might be a good place to stop.
Stop here.
Specifically because I fucked up. Normally, I only stream for like 2 to 3 hours. This is like the longest stream I've done in a while. But okay, before we end, okay, let's do this. First of all, we are going to continue this. When, I don't know. I know, Flame, you mentioned you didn't want to do it on a Friday. Normally, I stream Monday, or not Monday, Sunday, Wednesday, Friday, but we could do it on a Wednesday if you wanted, Flame.
Wednesday would be better for me. It's just
Yeah.
like, again, Fridays, I
need
usually
your
have
brain
something.
No, I get you. I don't know when we're gonna do this again. Probably next week, honestly, just so we don't like sit on it too long. So that way it's all fresh
Yeah.
in our brains. But before we,
As a note, let's try for like all of us here present not to look into this.
yeah, okay, we're making a pact here. No one else is gonna look into this outside. No one's gonna be a cheating McCheaterson. But here's what I'm gonna do, because we have a Discord. I'm gonna make a text chat in our Discord that just we can see. And I'm just gonna call it Shipwrecked 64. And it's gonna be private, and it's gonna be just for.
And so also put like the relevant, like the major links you found.
That's
there.
what my plan was to do. Yeah. So let me add everybody, and then also Puds because she was here earlier, and then yeah, I never stream this late. I'm exhausted, besties. Okay, so let's kind of take it apart. Okay, we have the Cogware Games site. Okay, that's our first big one. And I'm actually going to label all these as well. Okay, just so we make it easier to compile our information. And then we have... That's the same site twice.
Not help, whatever was the name.
Yeah, so trailer page. And then we have the hotel. And then... Helping Nub. And then the Mount Pinatubo video. I think that's everything.
Should be.
Okay. And then Nathaniel, if you want me to make a separate one just for codes, here, I
can just dump my notes.
Let me
I have a
put-
text file on my desktop that
Yeah,
I'm
let me
using, so
do
it's-
this. So that way if we want to take notes on them, we can. And then let me actually put the Beaver Scratch translator too. Okay. Okay, so I think we've made some progress. So thank you, gamers, for hanging out with me. I really hope you enjoyed it. I know this is very different from my usual content, but I really like games like these. And usually I'm too much of a pussy to play them on my own on stream. So thank you to my gamers for hanging out with me tonight till fucking almost midnight. Woo!
Yay!
Yeah.
We will absolutely be finishing this, but I'm fucking exhausted. So if you enjoyed stuff like this, please let me know. I know we're definitely gonna finish this one because leaving you hanging like that would be fucking awful. I'm not a dick. But I think, what was I gonna say? Yeah, but if you want to see me and a bunch of my friends do more stuff like this in the future, let me know, because I know this is really different than most of my content. But I had a lot of fun. So if you want to keep in touch with me, I do have a Discord. I may make an NSFW channel in the Discord with all the information we've kind of gathered. So if you're following the stream and you want to check out stuff on your own, you can have it. But I am going to tag it NSFW, so that way if you don't want spoilers, or if people in the server don't want spoilers, it won't be just like out there, you know what I mean? I also have a YouTube. I will probably be uploading this VOD to YouTube, albeit maybe in chunks because it's a thick one. All my VODs are there, all my covers are there. I like to sing when I'm not streaming. And then I'm also writing a book about my OCs, and you should read it because I worked really hard on it, and it takes place in the same universe as my VTuber lore. I think that's about it, other than like this shit. But yeah, so let me see who we're gonna raid. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired. I'm so fucking tired, besties. And we're gonna raid. We'll raid Apple. Apple was here earlier. Also, Apple apparently has a special announcement. Apple is one of my former vocal students. He's also an artist. They're just really talented. They're really cool. So we're gonna raid them. And I want the raid message to be like relatable, but I don't want it to give spoilers. So we're gonna go with we're just gonna say
Buck is the most pathetic man in the world.
we can't go in with Bussy. We're just gonna say Beaver Raid. You know, Beaver Raid. Keep it generic. Well, if you have access to emotes, feel free to augment it with your little always throw me in with a gun in there. I think that's important. Okay. Alright, gamers. I will see you on Sunday for Skyrim Sunday. And we will continue this probably on Wednesday then. Okay? Alright. Good night, gamers. Have a lovely weekend. And I'll see you whenever I see you next. Bye-bye!
Good night.
Bye.